हेलो हेलो हेलो, हाउ डू यू ड्यूज, कैसे हो सब लोग? देव भाई नाम मात्र गला गया मेरा। देव भाई, थैंक यू फॉर द 10 फंड्स, व्हाट्सअप। शर्म करो, तुमसे पहले सुपर चैट आया है, तुम शर्म करो। कैसे 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 गैस, मेरे को एक बात बताओ, ये तो अभी खत्म होने आया है ना? कोई तो मेरे को बोला 3 तारीख तक है, क्योंकि ये मेरे सबसे खत्म होने आया है। आज वो है राउंड रॉबिन वाला, जिसमें से एक सिलेक्ट होएगा बराबर, फिर उसके बाद फाइनल्स होएगा बराबर। तो क्या बचा इतना दिन? ये फ्रेशनेस का राज ना क्या है रे बाबा। कितने बजे मैच स्टार्ट होएगा? 6:30, 10 मिनट बाद। ब्रेक है 1-2 दिन का। हाँ क्या? तुमने हक दिया G2 वर्सेस वालियंट। वालियंट कौन सी टीम है बे? अब ऐसा लगने लगा है कि मैं भी आपके साथ ही रहता हूँ। बग्स भाई, मैं चलता हूँ, कैंप का एग्जाम है, ठीक है, बेस्ट ऑफ लक। 2 दिन में EMEA और अमेरिका दोनों खत्म। 2 दिन में, शायद 3 दिन में। देन 10 days रेस्ट इन मद्रिद। मद्रिद का पता नहीं यार क्या सीन है। मेरे को पूरा देखना पड़ेगा टाइमलाइन उसका, वॉच पार्टी का और ये वो और वो सब। फिर मद्रिद के बाद सीधा वो है ना, स्प्लिट 2 और फिर चैंपियंस। ला ला। मैच फॉर मॉर्निंग अमेरिका फाइनल। ओह, क्या हो रहा है तेरे को? हाँ, क्या हो रहा है तेरे को? मैंने बनाया आज कॉफी इसके लिए।
मेरे जीपे से।
जो भी हो भाई। बाहर निकलो दुनिया से मैडम, बाहर निकलो। स्टेज 1 फिर मास्टर संगा, फिर स्टेज 2 फिर चैंपियन। ओ बाप रे, चक्कर आ रहा है। आज आपका लव स्टोरी वाला लाइव देखा, नॉस्टैल्जिया हो गया। ओह,
नॉस्टैल्जिया।
नॉस्टैल्जिया।
हाँ, आईफोन सेटअप कर लिया, सिम कार्ड डालना बाकी है।
चार्ज हो रहा है। Just wanted to say this because of your matches became more exciting. Thank you, Arika.
थैंक यू।
Thank you. Hello, Pinky Bungo. Hello. फेनेटिक का मैच कब है? फेनेटिक का पता नहीं, लेकिन आज रात को 2-2 सेंटिनल्स का मैच है।
यूट्यूब की देवी, यूट्यूब ने मेरा चैनल छीन लिया, तो मैंने सोचा उनको ले मस्का मार दूं।
भाई, 2-2 सेंटिनल्स का मैच है आज।
हाँ ना, मेरे को ऐसे नहीं पहनना चाहिए था। अभी इसको मैं सीधा उसमें डालूंगी,
क्यों?
पोछे कपड़े में।
जिसने तेरे को
चैनल ले
इतना
लिया,
काम दिया है।
चैनल ले
हाँ,
लिया मेरा।
मेन चैनल का कुछ याद है तेरे को कि उसके
कर
बारे
रहे हो
में
भाई,
भूल गई?
कर रहे हो।
हाँ, पोछे में डाल दूंगी।
इसके लिए पहना ना।
तो अभी क्या बोला, ये पोछे में डाल दूंगी?
पोछे में मतलब मेरा ये हेयर स्क्रंची पोछे में ना।
शुप्रा, सॉरी बोलो। हेलो पंकज, हेलो। एक ही सेंटिनल का 2 मैच है, हाँ।
आज
थैंक्स फॉर मेकिंग मी अ वैलो स्पोर्ट्स फैन, लव यू। फेनेटिक को डायरेक्ट फाइनल्स में डाल
ए
दिए, तो लोग
बॉय,
जीत गए ना।
बू ब्रदर्स किधर है?
वो हेरिटिक्स है, वो कभी ये पता नहीं। वो लोग भी सिलेक्ट हो गए ना।
This is
गेमिंग नेम की स्टोरी बताओ, मतलब कौन सी?
Vietnamese coffee.
सिक्स का क्या हुआ, क्या हो गया सिक्स
मस्त
का?
है।
ग्राइंड कर रहे हो मस्त। अनिश भाई थोड़े से अब वो से हो, थोड़े से दिमाग से। हाँ
क्या हो गया? अनिश की तरह।
ये देख। बंक्स भाई व्हेन आर यू लॉन्चिंग योर ओन वैलो एकेडमी? मेरा चल रहा है T69। आई बंक्स भाई लव यू टू। कोई है, कोई आज है, कोई आज सेकंड मैच है। दो कोई मैच है, दो वाइटलिटी मैच है, दो केसी मैच है। सो
ये तो
बेसिकली
किधर है?
क्या,
हेरिटिक्स
वो फाइनल्स में 2 गेम जीत गया ना, पहुंच गए वो लोग।
पहुंच गए।
हाँ
ओ
प्लीज शाउट आउट द इमॉर्टल। एकेडमी ने आश्रम बोलते हैं। पिंकी दी गुजराती हो के कॉफी लवर? अच्छा तू डिसाइड कर ले सारे गुजराती को क्या करना चाहिए करके एक साथ। हाँ एक नया लॉ पास कर ले।
गुजराती क्या पीते हैं तो?
विल यू वॉच प्लेन्स VCT अमेरिकास? रोजान भाई मैं क्या कर रहा हूँ 10 दिन से गांड देके, सभी तो देख रहा हूँ यार मेरी जान। भाई कोर्सेस वगैरह लॉन्च कर दो, पैसा ही पैसा नहीं है यार, क्या कोर्स? चाय का बोल रहे, फिर बराबर बोला उसने, फिर बराबर। सॉरी यार, सॉरी क्यों बोलते हैं यार, लव यार। आपके टॉप 3 टीम क्या है? फेनेटिक है, लाउड है और हेरिटिक्स है, क्योंकि तीनों फाइनल
वेपर
पहुंच
एक्स
गए।
नहीं।
पैसे वे खत्म हो गए, क्या करूं मैं टॉप 3 डाल के उनको?
ऑल टाइम बोला उसने।
रूट स्ट्रीमर अब रेडिट, मैं क्या किया? बग्स बाय हाउ टू बी रेडिएंट बाय प्लेइंग द गेम। सेंथ को धोखा, सेन का आज वो है जजमेंट डे।
रात को है ना,
हम्म
इसलिए अभी कॉफी पी रही हूँ। टू मच डार्क सर्कल्स यहाँ डू।
300K पे क्या? 300K पे क्या प्यार तुम लोग को? 500K पे कुछ क्रेज करेंगे। बड़ा पाव। आईफोन का मस्ती क्या? नहीं सिर्फ फोटो खींचा पिंकी का एक।
कितना गंदा है वो।
बवासीर वाला एक फोटो खींचा। ऐसा ऐसा करके थी, पट से खींच दिया, बिना पोस्ट पोस्ट देने से पहले ही खींच दिया मैंने।
कितना गंदा है वो। एक तो लाइट के अगेंस्ट है।
तो भाई ये आईफोन को मालूम पड़ना चाहिए ना लाइट कहाँ से आता है। कैसे हो ब्रो? सब बढ़िया। हु विल गेट टू बद्रीनाथ फ्रॉम अमेरिकाज? वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग क्वेश्चन। आई थिंक इट्स सेंटिनल्स। आई एम वेरी हैप्पी विद सेंटिनल्स। कल जो
ये
खेला
तो
वो लोग ने।
फनाटिक भी डायरेक्ट पहुंच गई ना।
हाँ
ऑन द वे वो लोग।
ऑन द वे नहीं है, यहाँ पे मैचेस कंप्लीट करना है उनको, फाइनल्स है एक।
ओह,
आई वांट टू
लेकिन
सी यू एज सोल वैल्यू टीम कोच। बाप रे ठीक है हर्ष भाई। पिंकी दी की 9 साल पुरानी वीडियो देखी? हाँ क्या?
10 साल होने आएंगे मेरे को यूट्यूब पे भी ये साल।
बंक्स भाई अगली एनिवर्सरी में पिंकी को क्या गिफ्ट दे रहे हो? कुछ नहीं भाई, हो गया भाई। कितना गिफ्ट? कितना गिफ्ट?
शिक्षक शिक्षक
क्या है शिक्षक? मैं आज 2 लोग को देखा, वो लोग भी यही बोल रहे थे।
अरे रील चालू है।
हाँ क्या?
कल बनाती हूँ मैं शिक्षक।
रूटर पे कब भाई? मेरे को आज करना था यार स्ट्रीम, पता है इतना बैकलॉग ना। अभी मैं नेक्स्ट 3 दिन में एक भी दिन नहीं किया ना मैं चुदा, मतलब वैसा कुछ नहीं होएगा लेकिन फिर भी काम लिया तो पूरा करने का, समझ रहे हो? पहले कार ले रहे कि घर घर?
कार is what?
How much hours you sleep today? आज मैं अच्छे से सोया, कुछ 8:30-9 बजे सोया, सीधा 4 बजे उठा मैं।
कोई भी डिसेंट कमाने वाला कार कभी भी ले सकता है अभी, आई फील।
क्या करने का कार का, किधर जाते बाहर?
वही ना, घर
एक
पे
महीना
रहते हैं
अपन
तो घर
वॉकिंग
लेना
में नहीं
चाहिए
गए।
ना।
What about एनर्जी बिंग्स भाई? एनर्जी भी है बे, टीम तो है। ट्रेड पे कुछ होगा, गिव अवे का कुछ सोच सकते हैं। हेवी। Hey, by why do I get connection error every time I start the game, even though I have stable network with stable networks with 3 Mbps? Try checking for ping. कि कभी कभी नेट स्पीड अच्छा रहता है लेकिन पिंग इश्यू रहता है, जो तुम्हारा आईएसपी टिक कर सकता है।
क्योंकि
लाइक
आपको
करना
क्या
बोलेगा,
दिया था?
कर देंगे यार लाइक।
मैंने इसको इसके बर्थडे पे मैंने चाय गिफ्ट दी।
सेटअप हुआ आईफोन का, व्हाट्सएप ऑल्सो, हाँ सब हो गया, सब हो गया।
मैंने किया।
नॉलेज है तेरे को इसलिए।
तो स्मार्ट बीबी तूने चूज किया, गुड जॉब।
कैसे लेकिन 13 का नॉलेज हो के 15 सेटअप किया तूने? शिक्षाक्षु शिक्षाक्षु।
तो एक साल ये डायलॉग्स मार ले, फिर मैं 16 प्रो मैक्स लूंगी ना,
हाँ
तभी तेरे को शिक्षा।
ठीक है बाय। और इसका सेम होता है पता मेरे को। रैंक पुश करेंगे भाई, हो गया अभी। वॉच पार्टीज आर नियर टू द एंड। आज के दिन के बाद फिर नेक्स्ट मैचेस का भी है। आज ये खत्म होएगा, ठीक है। फिर रात को अमेरिका का वो हो जाएगा, सेंटिनल्स, एमआईबीआर और G2 में से एक जीतेगा। फिर कभी है नेक्स्ट, फिर से फाइनल्स बचा है ना, इफ आई एम नॉट रॉन्ग। पीआरएक्स हार गई थी ना, पीआरएक्स सेकंड आ गया, वो खत्म हो गया पैसिफिक। वो लोग दोनों अभी मद्रिद के लिए निकल भी गए। अमेरिका 3rd and 4th, तो आज के बाद सीधा 3rd and 4th है, बीच में कुछ नहीं है। खत्म, आज लास्ट डे, फिर सीधा फाइनल्स।
इसको देख, इतनी बड़ी हो गई।
EMEA 29th and 1st। ओ ऐसा किया है वो लोग ने। बदीर। मद्रिद कब होगा? मद्रिद नेक्स्ट मंथ होएगा, नेक्स्ट मंथ लास्ट वीक या सेकंड लास्ट वीक। व्हाट्सअप भाई, ये व्हाट्सअप। इमोशनल हो गया तेरा ग्रोथ देख के। लव्स इज टू सर्विस भाई। आ जाओ, देखते कहाँ सीन चल रहा है। टाना पा 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 पा।
Welcome to VCT
ये
EMEA.
गलत है बे।
Bienvenidos a la VCT EMEA. Bienvenue au VCT
EMEA।
VCT EMEA. Hoş geldiniz.
ऑन टाइम ना। लेट्स गो। ये मेरे हिसाब से इनवाइट ओनली है ये। Friends and families.
For the final spot in Kickoff playoffs. Welcome to the stage, the bad boys in blue. It's Carmen Core.
लेट्स गो भाई, लोग भी अच्छा खेलने लग गए यार, कुछ भी बोलो। ये लोग भी अच्छा खेलने लग गए.
And this wouldn't be a great introductory series if it wasn't for a worthy contender. Give it up for the boys in black and yellow. It's Team Vitality.
सेफ बोलते
पेडेस्ट्रियन इतना लंबा ऐसे है ना?
And as the coaches
lamba hai na,
find
Destiny?
their way in,
Salah!
make sure to vote in chat as well for your favorites in this
Bas time
series.
pass
Is it going to
banda
be KC? Is it going to be Vitality? And if you're in Berlin, make some
Right,
noise
2-0
for
Vitality.
your favorite
2-0
team in the
Vitality.
arena. It's Carmine and Vitality to take on the stage for the first match of today. My name is Pavlos, of course, and joined by Ash. We'll be breaking down the action for you for this first match. Of course, it's great to have you here, Ash. We're looking at an amazing matchup. Give me your first thoughts coming into this one.
I'm really excited. I mean, Team Vitality.
Pavlos
they
भी
came
वही है
from the
जिससे हम लोग ने
French
बात
derby
किया था.
from yesterday. Then you're also looking towards Carmine Core. The underdogs
2-0
actually
नहीं
made
है
their
क्या?
way
2-0 है
out of
बे,
Group
2-0.
A. The team that had
ये
expectations
देखो
kind of
गाइस
reset
चिल करेंगे
from
रात को
last
डिनर
year
का प्लान
and
बना
are
दिया है
setting
2-0
us
हारने वाले हैं
with a
ऐसा बात
solid
कर रहे हो
100%, right? Team Vitality yesterday and the day before, right? Being able to go toe-to-toe with the
Where is
regions
C9 home?
like Fnatic and also eliminating at the same time the newcomer Gentlemate. A lot expected here for them as we enter straight into the Veto. No messing around.
हो गया
here.
वाइटलिटी का
Sunset
जीत गए
the
बे
first
2-0 है बे इजी है
Okay, no surprise, I think, to see Sunset as that first map. A
Sunset.
map that both these teams share from the last few days that we've been able to see here.
अरे
within
क्यों
And it was a map that
केसी
we were
हेटर
series on their elimination matchup, so it's a massive comfort pick.
सनसेट पिक करके बाइंड किया 2-0 है बे
Because
2-0
Carmine Core has been banning out Ascent,
2-0.
but potentially having that kind of ace in their pocket that they've been saving up, especially after seeing how Vitality performed against Fnatic.
And I kind of feel the series
नहीं
is
का
destined
2-0
to go
देख
into a
लेना,
3
देख
map
रहा
for
हूँ।
overtime. Lotus, the
Fnatic
final
का
map,
क्या हुआ उस दिन?
a
जीत
map
गया ना?
where both of these teams
Oh,
have
yeah.
saw a lot of
Guys,
rounds, and
one
2 out of
like
3
the
times
game.
Vitality have played it. They went
Thumbnail
to
थोड़ा
OT.
casual
And
है,
for Carmine
editor
Core,
थोड़ा
the last
busy है।
time they got into Lotus, it was at a staggering
Change
18
नहीं
to 20
हाँ?
scoreline.
Yeah.
So
Background
get
change.
yourselves some drinks,
Guys,
some
Jin
snacks,
69
because
किसको
I think
support
we're
कर रहा
off
है?
for a
भाई
long
हेलो
one here. These
2-0
two
है
teams don't want to drop out of Kickoff just yet. There's a lot to fight for, and for them to redeem themselves from the previous year, they've got to win this first match.
लेट्स गो बोल दिया जाओ घर पे हो गया
Yesterday we
भाई
talked about that French derby happening between Vitality and Gentlemates, but they've got to do it again. They were the kings there on day 5, but now heading into day 6, they're going to have to face up against the blue wall.
They really do have to do just that as the players find their way to their seats. There's a lot anticipating.
Fnatic
of
अभी
course. The
qualify
arena
नहीं
is a little
हुई,
bit more empty given
semi-final
it's
जीता
Monday
होगा।
today, right? It's
क्या
the
बात
start
कर
of the
रहे हो,
week.
हाँ?
Everybody's still at school, at work, but I'm sure it
yeah,
will be
yeah,
filling up
headphones
slowly
किया
but
था
surely.
मैंने।
But the crowd, yeah, they're making some noise already. It doesn't matter that they're at half capacity. We're getting into this strongly. Agent Select coming through from Sunset. We wouldn't expect any
कैसी
difference coming
आज घर जा रही है बंज
No,
भाई
and
बात
my
तो है
eyes,
बात तो
again,
है
they draw towards
बात
the
तो है
difference between that Gecko and the Sky, and a big difference at that, because Gecko's that agent that
भाई
we're
ठंड
looking
लग रहा है
towards to
बे
kind of
उनको।
fill in the Sky role ever since the nerfs have rolled out. The fact that Kicks will be have to,
Where is the
will have to
Yoru?
be a lot more
Yeah.
careful on when he's throwing out that utility, but Narrate will have the opportunity to pick those dizzies back up.
Yeah, and I think there's a lot of eyes on Magnum
Huh?
here, right? He did redeem himself
ए
yesterday.
जनरल
with
क्वेश्चन था
finding
क्या
some frags,
VCT
being a lot,
के राइट्स
more
लेने के लिए
influential
तुझे
in his
पैसे देना
series,
पड़ता
but
नहीं
still, Carmine Corp is sort of cursed with the IGL curse, right? Never being able to put a player in that position that can make this team proud. And I think for a team like Carmine Corp and the fans behind them, they deserve such a player. So for Magnum, sitting in that seat right now, it's pretty much a very hot seat, right?
AMA से
for him
अच्छा
to
अमेरिका से
perform
दोनों
is what
करेंगे यार।
everybody's looking towards today.
But when you know that
Wait
M
कर रहा
is the
था,
one
शायद भाई
to
माफ
back them
करो
as
यार।
a coach, he is going to pick a
करना था, time ही
star-studded
नहीं
player
मिला।
to be able to fill that role. He would not have selected Magnum to fill in that IGL, that position of
कोई आउट ऑफ सिलेबस
leadership.
क्वालीफाई होने वाली है लग रहा है
Believe
ना
in him, and I think we've seen a lot of growth from Magnum
Nope.
as a player as
Vitality
well.
will win, for sure.
Looking over towards
OT
the
हो गया क्या?
side
नहीं,
of
मेरे
Team
को
Vitality, though. Sunder
pressure
has
नहीं आ
been
रहा है अभी
putting out numbers in that leadership seat too.
It's time to make some noise, though, everybody. Welcome, Carmine
Go
Corp and
Crow!
Vitality as we get things started off here on Sunset. And it's Vitality on attack, KC on defense.
Starting things off already. Early
आपकी
showing
कमेंट्री
here
हो
towards
जाएगा
mid-side
बिकॉज मैं
Vitality.
ड्राइविंग करते हुए स्ट्रीम देख रहा हूँ वाह वाह वाह
Mid KC, though not too concerned about that position.
दरवाजा बंद भी नहीं करते बे अपन तो
Wall
सबसे पहले वो
up
करते
here
हैं
towards the side, lurking in towards elbow.
It is a very slow approach. can see Nare right off the back of this toxic screen. Won't look to contend just yet. Tamaju grouping up with his
Oh,
team.
shit.
They're looking to take an isolated fight onto Safe here. Could be a pickup, and indeed it is. First blood for KC, but the fight doesn't get extinguished just yet. Because you look at Nrana, and he's looking to extend the fight even further. Brilliant bullet to the head and right back to square footing. It is a 4 versus 4, and with that smoke, it puts a stop to the fight for a few seconds.
No initiator utility in the hands of Nare either, with him being taken down first on the side of Carmine Core to make this way
किधर
back
nade
towards
करेगा ये?
Say, eyes towards Martine for that.
Felt like forever until Magnum made his way onto the site now, but he has grouped up with the team.
Alright.
Blast pack to get them out of the smoke. In a quick fashion, Shin forced it back off, but Sender,
Three,
that
three.
right-click jump extravaganza like a bunny in the sights. Mike is touched, but it's still a 3 versus 3, and it's hotly contested behind the smoke. Destro moves in and
Oh.
out, realizes no one on the spike, but now Martin's sticking it already halfway, denied by Sender. Magnum, 3 kills to his name, but I feel Carmen have all got it all up to
Shot,
cover,
babe,
but the fact that
bola,
Sender's hiding
babe.
out in a corner
But out
doesn't
of
give them a
syllabus, the
chance.
Vitality
Spike
जीत
defusal
गया.
denied, and Vitality with a first round of the game.
Incredible positioning into the post plant there coming out from Team Vitality. They had every single angle covered for the crossfire, and unlucky there for Carmine Core too, because we thought Martine had just stuck it towards half, but it was fully reset just a pixel off.
And I feel for Carmine Court here and Vitality really, because
Pixel
Vitality
Galanos
came
ended.
off of French Derby the other day. Well, French Org Derby. Can't really call it a team French Derby, but they're getting on into another one again with Carmine Court. It feels like
आज का विनर सेमीफाइनल जाएगा जहाँ पे पेनल्टी के अगेंस्ट होगा
They've been
जो
looking
जीता
good.
क्वालिफाई
They've had
तो
this
फाइनल्स में
reset
कौन
going
है
now into the 2024 season. But again, the head-to-head here, interesting that I pointed out the initiator difference between both sides earlier on when we saw that agent select.
हमारे पास प्लेन्स स्ट्रीम करने वाला है हाँ 2 सेकंड का मैच है वहाँ पर
I feel like even in his matches earlier this week, he's not too quick to throw out all of his utility, and they're always taking space off of it. That's the important part,
God.
always capitalizing. Never for naught. This time around, they actually back off towards mid.
And I think Vitality is one of those teams that definitely lean into their rookies.
Energy का क्या सीन है? Energy है क्या already finals में?
Performances. KC on the other hand, you could say the same thing.
अरे टॉप 4 प्लेयर्स में जाएंगे उसके बाद फाइनल्स ओ हाँ बे हाँ एनर्जी ऑलरेडी क्वालिफाइड है करेक्ट करेक्ट
4 players dedicated to this
correct.
Vitality slowly move in, safe, isolated once again. Last time he got picked off, but it mattered to Nord. Destrion on the flank gets picked off by Magnum, but Vitality move into the safe side. Safe might be in trouble here. Toxic screen is crossed by all the
क्या?
players. Safe, what is that? Safe, stop it! In round number 2 already, this guy pops up, the MVP of EMEA last year, wants to do it all over again.
दो वॉल के बीच
Just a ghost in
में
hand there as well for Safe, the one on the eco weapon to try
हो
and
गया
have
बे,
something
कैसी का हो
into
गया?
the next round if things did go awry, but now it's left to 2.
भाई कैसे यार
outside
मेरे
of
साथ फोटो
Carmine
खींचा तो
Core.
ऐसा
Not much you can get off of this situation here.
तूने कब खींचा
That is
उसके साथ?
crazy.
कन्वर्जेंस में
I mean, for the outcome of this round, it's what would you expected,
He
but
came-
you wouldn't expect it to come off of the ghost, right?
No,
फोटो बफ बेबे
can't forget. I mean, Safe used to be the duelist.
पावर ऑफ
Right?
फ्रेंडशिप
You're
देख
used
रहे हो
to seeing
4K
him be flashy, not necessarily
Power
always
of friendship.
expecting that out of the controller, but he always delivers.
And even though he's one of the vets of the group, it's still he's pretty young, but he still has that.
ये में
father
हमें आते
attitude
हैं
with his team. I remember
डिसाइड हो
talking to
चुका है
him
फोर्थ
weeks
के लिए
ago,
आज है कल प्लेन हो रहा ठीक है
and I'll take care of him, you know. And I like him getting that new prospect to it, and you can tell from the transition from him leaving that duelist role, allowing
Safe is
Runner,
not
the
safe for
rookie,
opponents.
play into his comfort position. I think so far it's been working for Vitality, but it's now a 2-0 and KC are on a bye.
Shows the depth of him as an individual player as
Yeah.
well. That experience and how much that can add in layers to what Vitality are able to pull off. Now onto the bonus.
मैं अगर
though,
bonus भी जीत गया
I
ना
don't even think you can call it a bonus, to be honest. Like,
No.
look how strong these weapons are able to contest up against the kit of KC.
It's huge.
कितना पैसा है बे ये लोग के पास
But for now, stand still, clearing out this A site. Dark cover one way for KC as they might look to aggress here. You can start to see Shin moving up together with Martine, but nothing to be figured out just yet.
It's a passive look over towards B, right? The setup here coming out from Magnum, very focused towards that mid control. Waiting on the
This
timing.
guy
Slow and steady wins the race. Magnum. He's
Either
realised the
retake.
commotion. Snake bite to delay the plan at least as the rotations do come through. But we're still looking at a 5v5 for
Full
this
retake.
retake. And I think for crucially enough, KC going to look to get the first kill, so Magnum can use that neural theft
भाई
and cover this round
सब
altogether.
पीछे चले गए
Numbers game, Magnum, they have to clear out towards mid as well, but the wrap coming in time, perfect opportunity to close that door.
And that's exactly what Vitalik
वो नेट लगा नहीं था
from
उसको.
Destrian can come in on time, but Sendo's in trouble. He's in a snake bite, and he has to drop back quickly enough. Destrian slowly moving in, but Shin has got it all covered, and then Neural Theft putting put into place.
Oh,
No one can
shit.
surprise them, so it's all going to have to be from the
Oh,
firepower
shit.
from them. But the defuse is stuck, and the victory is sweet from KC.
भाई
They do
क्या
find themselves
retake
with a round
मारा
on the
बे.
Beautiful retake there coming out from Carmine Core. They were patient with their utility usage. Didn't see anything being overtly expended
smoke
due
भी
to
आता
the fact
था.
that they were just positioning themselves towards A main for that information. With
भाई ये अच्छा
mid
retake है.
pressure coming out
हाँ?
from Vitality as well, it was comfortable for them to just pull off and play that retake towards that B site. But now headed into the next round, I've got my eyes on Kicks here.
वो लोग
You're one away from the
सारे बी में
Seekers
नहीं
to
जा
come in
सकते.
on the
अभी वो
side
लोग
of
को
Team
मालूम पड़ गया
Vitality.
रहेगा.
Nothing really to contest here as far as ultimates for KC.
Yeah, it begs the question though, how much are you, in the process of trying to deny those orbs? And I feel for KC right now, they're definitely doing so towards this right-hand side. Vitality traversing into mid. Seem to sense the idea that they're going for a split take of B. Two players very deep for KC though. They want to contest this garage control, and if they're able to find a pick and seize that pressure, that's going to be super strong for their retake.
कोई
And
rotate ही
that's
नहीं
exactly
कर रहे
what
बे
they
वो
do.
लोग में से.
Destrian down, and now they can move that into that garage position if they want to.
Gonna pull back though, switch up the positioning of that tripwire back towards B main. Trailblazer finds that market's fully empty here. Vitality pivot.
And KC are super scared of a mid push, which is why both of the groups of defenders
Oh,
are far
shot.
back, trying to hold them off. Still, Kicks does get the kill, which allows Vitality to slowly move into this B site. No issue, Spike will go down, but it's a 4 versus 4.
वो लोगों को पता है एक market में.
have a slight idea of where KC are
वो लोग
coming.
market fight ही
Well,
लेने
they're
वाले.
taking market control back here on the side of Team Vitality into the post lane, denying one of these lanes for the retake.
Trying to force that into the open, but not punished.
100% वो लोगों को
Right
पता
back
है.
in, but the paint shots do it difficult. Sender
Yeah.
dropping down the
Ooh.
dizzy, and Martin is a gift from the heavens. Gets gifted over. Runner tries to hold on his position onto side,
फिर
but he's
से
fallen low,
open
and
में
Nari will
पकड़ा
clean
गया
it all
रे
up. But there's a
रनर.
flank again, safe. Let's see what this MVP
Shot.
can do.
Yeah,
Liquid's
nice.
all got it all covered. Too
Yeah,
smart
nice.
for that. The
Yeah.
captain's better
Yeah.
aware of the situation, and it's a knife to the face
Okay.
of Kicks to make a statement play here for KC.
Yeah.
And if Kicks come their way, and the equalizer is found.
ये नहीं करना था.
Cycling back into that thrash there as
Gussa
well
है
for Nary.
ये नहीं करना
But
था.
again,
Gussa है.
the retakes look so clinical with the way that KC look to posture themselves
कैसा
around
बट्टू?
them, very aware of any
ये नहीं करना था.
weaknesses, any openings that they have, and
नरेट भी नहीं
ensure
मारा.
that they
नरेट
cover
भाई
their backs
सेक्सी खेल रहा है बे. 40 मारा था उसने, याद
Vitality
है?
there. I mean, when you're stuck on that box towards market, the pen needed to get through.
मैं बोला
that
वो लोग
wall
market
as
ले
well.
गया.
You just get sprayed down. You have really no opportunity to get anywhere, and you need that. I mean, it's just vibes on the server when you're hitting that thrash knife.
बंदा क्या लगता है
I
कौन
wanna test
जीतेगा
out the crowds here a little bit,
Vitality?
right? I know a lot of the days it's either Team Liquid or Gentlemates fans. Let me hear it. Who's here for
Insane.
Vitality?
हाँ?
Thank you, one guy in the crowd. Who's here for Carmine Core?
Okay.
Feeling we know who are the fans in the arena right
Whoa,
now, but it's
nice.
Kicks
LOL.
first blood as Vitality look to upset
मारा
the crowd.
स्नाइपर मरा रेस.
And
बेचारा
already with
बुरा
a
लगा
numbers
रेस के लिए.
advantage,
Spam
Vitality move to this right-hand side.
Now shift all the way over towards A though. Instead, you see Magnum's completely swapped up his setup with the trips, playing over towards mid, but having these trap wires towards A just to assist with that delay.
Slowly but surely, do start to traverse inwards. That space sugar is going to allow them to get so much space, but Sender's looking to TP right back into the side. Magnus, big sneaky.
Nice
Not much
one.
health on him, so he couldn't survive much long enough. Nari going in for the
Oh,
fight. Perfect, but
भाई
Runner
रनर
is
तीन
good
कैसे
for
मारा?
it. Vitality want to seize this control all themselves. Should
Knife knee
definitely
up.
push back. He's got to give this
Knife knee
over to his
up.
opposing side. So Vitality, even though they get equalized by KC a moment ago, they'll grab
Knife
the
नहीं
lead
करना था.
back in their favor.
Runner has been stellar on his comfort pick into the duel, as stepping up to the big stage for the very first time.
Hi.
And again, toe to toe here. They find the advantage, of course, at the end of this round on the side of Team Vitality.
अभी अल्टी आएगा ना, रनर का अल्टी आएगा, सेफ का भी अल्टी
honestly,
आएगा.
Thomas, how many overtime rounds are we going here?
Oh, I don't know.
on
Oh, I
this
mean, for
map?
Lotus, I think that's destined for it. For Sunset, not quite sure yet. I think it's just iconic, the fact that both of these teams closed off their elimination matches on this map. Right, so they're coming off of a high
Which round,
on
Knife?
Sunset. So
Third
this is
round.
definitely going to be hotly contested. There's no doubt about it. But for now,
No,
Vitality,
fourth round.
slow lead. Attacking side is where they'll find most of their success. At least they'd hope so, at least for now.
नाइफ नहीं करना था गए भी
What's a ballpark maybe we'd be looking at half time? What do you think that it would provide Vitality some comfort? I know for them, throwing games has been a part of their history, especially with this iteration of the roster off season. I don't know if anybody has watched the convergence event, but they lost a 7-0 lead
एक pick free मिला उसको
in the grand final of that. So yeah, I don't think they'll want to be repeating that. I want to grow a sizable lead to be able to comfortably close out.
टेंशन मतलब लो तो जाएगा अच्छा है यार
Then you can also see
मजा आएगा
on the
जाएगा
flip
तो
side there for Carmine Core, this team, sure, things are fine now, but as we get into the later maps, if they don't start off on the right foot, that's when you can see a lot of that communication starting to fall apart. But not a concern for now.
And I think KC is one of those teams that can come sooner than later. But Safe and Alert here is moving into this A site, and nobody spotted it. Hang on a bit. And the fight is coming to the B side, but Safe is going to be waited upon. But KC take the chance to push themselves. That's 2 kills for nothing. And Carmine Core sees a lot of control. It's all down to Safe, though. He could turn this round
भाई
upside
लेकिन उनको
down.
पता नहीं ना एल्बो से वो लोग को बीच जाना पड़ेगा
They do have some awareness on the timing, though. You can see Narrate now taking back up for short.
अयो ये जा रहे हो लोग
No way they think of it. They don't. Martin's dead, but now Shin knows. Martin was a player that was low. Vitality could afford, well, KC could afford to slightly lose that person. Repositioning from Safe and Viper's bit thrown. Oh dear, he knows he's in a dire position, so he's challenging KC to cross into those Viper's bits. Like, come get me.
He's trying to draw attention, but right now, Carmine Core, they're aware that they have to focus their efforts towards sight.
A lot of players, it does split the map in two, but the fact that Runner and Sender do drop as soon as they enter the site, step foot on it, it does mean that the inevitable demise of this round extended for Vitality.
Expensive too to lose the Vipers
बाप
pit
रे
in that
बी जाना चाहिए था रे
situation.
बी जाना चाहिए था ना
Just not finding the value that Safe maybe expected to draw enough attention away. KC were comfortable knowing that Shin was
अभी
just
देखना
going to
पड़ेगा
walk up
Safe
and
को
try and
पता ही
find
कि नहीं
that
कि दो
time
elbow
up
तक
against Safe.
30 seconds
But
left.
Narrate has just been, again, such a consistent player here for Carmine Core.
टाइमिंग सेक्सी था
Every
उसका
single day you see him putting out those numbers, finding value in those picks, and still serious. She's always the one that's like, okay, let's go.
Back to square though. Showstopper from Runner. Not going to hold back on using that at all. Clearing out
Changing the
market.
pace.
There is a trick, so he's not going to be able to push much past. And the snake bite does stop him from moving even close to it.
Yeah, not finding anything there. An attempt to change the pace, but KC very good to deny that tempo.
कैसे
Magnum was not through the smoke. Because his awareness
कैसे
has been obscene.
He has something to prove.
He definitely does. Bring back the glory
लग
days
गए
of Magnum.
लग गए बे
But Martin is aggressive
Nade,
off the
nade.
back of his own showstopper, and it looks like 3 players of KC are trapped in sight unless Vitality drop instead. Who's trapped with who? Safe and Sender. All that is left. But I think that the fact that Wingman is already on the spike, you cannot stop it for a second. But you haven't stopped Wingman, and Wingman will give the round for KC. Little bro saving the day, albeit saves heroics. It's KC with the lead.
सेक्सी
Vitality
रिटेक्स
make
मार
it a
रहे
little
बे
bit costly, though. They can have solace in leaning on that at the very least, but now Nary cycled
के
back
कॉल्ट
up
है
into this
होएगा
match for
क्या
the
एक और
second
बार
time already into the first half. Okay, Magnum just knows. He's just
एक और बार
okay,
होएगा क्या
we're gonna try and break my trip. Got the little pre-fire angle. So nicely played to keep that hold. And
साइफर का पहला किल खतरनाक था
to be called here from Team Vitality. I want to take a beat though to talk about the way KC's been handling their retake situations and even into the early round. A lot of teams will tend to favor to close that mid door
बटन
by
वाला
market
डिस्को ट्रैक कर
very
रेला
early into the round, just to deny a lane for the attackers. Instead, KC, they
है
play the
नहीं वो
retake
कहाँ
protocol,
से ट्रैक करूं
knowing that Vitality are going to be leaning on Safe or Destrian to find those wraps back around into the late round, and it leaves them
इसके
much
रिस्क
more
काट पे बट
comfortable to take that market control, not have to worry about that backstab, because they will have the signal.
पहली बार बी पे इतना क्लीन रिटेक्स देख रहा हूँ भाई घुस भी कितने अच्छे से रहे बे
If you've got a leader like Salah behind his team backing them up, you've got to feel comfortable, right? He's the type of man that will, you know,
सिर्फ पोस्ट प्लान
put you in a
चेंज करने
position
का वो लोग
that
को
you can take on the world, right? He can talk, he can convince you that you're better than anyone. And I feel like those are the type of leaders that can make excellent teams. Vitality weren't able to show that last year, although they were middle of the pack. KC was a different story, completely on the bottom end. Can it all change around this time? Can 2024 be a completely different year for these two teams? But for now, I think it's clear. Economical recession for
possible?
Vitality. KC, clear advantage. They could extend this lead further.
It's an eco round here, though, for Vitality. So we
Yeah.
have to temper our expectations.
Yeah.
Here, right now, it's just about doing as much damage as they possibly can, sure, if they find some sort of advantage, but not to get too ahead of ourselves. What will the focus be? Market pressure, a constant
दरवाजा बंद भी
conditioning
नहीं कर
factor
रहे
here
बे।
for Vitality on the attack. I feel like we've never really seen them break this mid-trip, though, and look the way the KC's just full stacking.
Oh my god, there's no way KC have read it like this, but it seems
Oh,
that Sender will be able to
shit.
find one before anybody else shops, but it's a barrage of lead to fall upon Vitality.
Oh,
The
shit.
Bees
Oh,
are
shit.
quashed,
shit.
smashed, and the lead extended as expected.
Yeah, using up that neural theft just to
Tool
have that
gaya ye.
extra information,
Yeah.
knowing the fact that they fully left that A site completely abandoned in case, again, Vitality found some sort of timing behind them. Now into the buy. This is the round that Team Vitality took the timeout for to look to regroup. You've got the Seekers online here for kicks to take a look into the next round. But again, Carmine Core, they have that Thrash as well. And the retakes have been so good, especially over towards that B site. We're going to see, again, posture
use
for
kar,
this
matlab?
positioning towards
Jinx पे
mid.
by 2-0 है
Always
पे Vitality।
plotting into market. Safe tucks from that Dizzy, so
उन लोग को side weight मिल रहा है, post plant खेलने
rotation
का।
from Martin for that.
हो गया।
KC trying to challenge that, but Vitality get the better end of that trade. B-Site completely open for the taking, and playing off of the front.
I think one of the first few times where we've actually seen KC lose players into market there as well.
exactly where you are.
Neural theft,
Spike planted.
aiding.
फिर से नहीं B-main,
As well.
please।
Second tag
Oh
also
shit।
coming in.
पर वाइपर नहीं है ना अभी खुद के लिए
Slowly KC move together. The deathball approach, if you will. They've got plenty of money, so they'll look to fight this, look to give this a go. There's a Thrash Raven available, which begs the question, is Nara going to use it? Yes, he is. They're
Oh
feeling
shit।
comfortable. They feel like they can take
Oh,
on the
nice!
world. Tripwire on the one end, they need to break it. It hasn't been broke just yet, and Vitality have bought so much time. Snakebite being thrown, there are none left.
Shot.
Just one thrown just now, it's Martin with a double. KC have turned it all around, they're safe, has another say in the matter. Cam
बाप
broken,
रे।
Martin is so damn good!
नहीं जा
KC
सकते
off of a
बे,
disadvantage, are right back on top!
B-main
They're
नहीं जा
down
सकते।
2 players from the beginning of the round, a 3v5 into that retake, and that was even with the Thrash not even finding
3-5
the value
कैसे?
there,
3-4,
being
hello?
stalled out by that tripwire, watching for that market push, but Martin with the team on his back in that round.
And you can tell that spirits are really high for KC right now.
Allah
There were many
तुम्हारा
moments
पे।
throughout yesterday that there were 4 versus 5 situations and they were unwilling to go for retakes. They were scared, they were holding back, but this one, they don't care.
बाप रे।
And I love
क्या
it.
मजे कर रहे बे लोग।
I mean, it's a marking of type of smack. But
अबे
it's not smack.
सीन क्या है मालूम है, जो बी का वो जो डब्बा है ना, जहाँ पे वो लोग वन वे स्मोक डाल रहे हैं और पीछे थूक डाल रहे हैं, तो वो 2 एंगल पूरा कट ऑफ हो जाता है कि उसके पीछे कोई है ही नहीं। तो ये लोग को सिर्फ जो लेफ्ट से आता है और जो राइट से आता है वहां एम लगा के बैठने का है रीटेक के टाइम पे। प्लस क्योंकि टुट्टू है, सो 4 वर्सेस 3 इज ऑलमोस्ट लाइक 4 वर्सेस 4, क्योंकि वो जाके सीधा टैप करता है और वो टुट्टू को प्रोटेक्ट करने का। प्लस ये लोग के पास नेड और वो सब रहता है एक और एंगल खाली करने का। तो मेरे हिसाब से ऑलरेडी 2-3 बार हो चुका है ये चीज। साइट फाइट करना पड़ेगा सिटी यूटी लेके
ठीक है बोलती हूँ मैं
ना।
हेलो
यही होता है
हेलो।
जब फ्लैट को समझ में नहीं आता चैट, यही होता है।
About that, I'm sure at all.
Yeah, they need to start stopping the bleeding.
बीमेन 2 बंदे बस,
3 rounds left into this half as well.
2
We're gonna-
बंदे बीमेन
if
ठीक
Vitality
है।
lose a round here, we're bound to see an eco.
3-3
eventually
4-4
towards
का
top
पूरा
side.
काउंटर है उनके पास।
Just spray down towards the mid. Early presence to be shown here by KC. And just through that dark cover, Vitality continuously conditioning.
कैसे है मेरे भाई, सब बढ़िया?
coming out from center, cycling it back up here as well. So a little bit longer that we'll have to wait here for Vitality to make any real move on towards a site unless they lean over towards A, waiting for more of those omen smokes to be regained. Very patient, very
इधर है।
slow round.
बी
for
अच्छा था यार,
Vitality.
मेरे को पता नहीं, ये
Different from what
एक
we've
टाइम
seen
का
from
बी
them
अच्छा
before.
लगा मेरे को।
Typically, they've already pushed into a space and then pulled back, but they've been waiting for Carmine Core here.
Is it loser out? Is it best of 3 मतलब राउंड रॉबिन
Seconds in, Vitality
तीनों
are
टीम
starting
खेलेगा
moving into the
एक दूसरे
stage
से
side. Destrian
उसमें से
has
जो
left
एक
on the
टीम
lurk.
जीता वो जीता
Could be influential, but yet to make any movement. Martin, hearing all this commotion, is calling over an extra player for reinforcements, perhaps. They're still diligent, making sure this is not all a fake, not a rouge. And I think they may be under the impression that it might be, but not anymore, as the Seekers are dropped towards this right-hand side, and Vitality look to move in. Left-hand side pushed out. KC comfortable for this retake.
मेरे पास
Walking
रिटेक्स
straight on in here. Again,
रिटेक्स
there
के
is
टाइम पे
Viper's Binks
काउंटर
for retake
एबिलिटीज
here
तो
as
है
well. We're also
बूमबॉट
gonna have our
नेट
eyes on Destrian on this lurk.
ओह शिट
Timing.
Oh, Destrian's got it all
paparazzi.
covered, but Tamaj
Oh,
is going to check in, and Destrian wasn't ready for
shit.
it. Who's lurking who? Tamaj is in Destrian's head. And
चलेगा,
all of a sudden,
utils
Vitality
तो
are
है.
on the back foot. KC look to have a lurk in the making, with Magnum pushing all the way behind right now, while the rest of KC look to infiltrate with the power of numbers. Martin doubles up, one by Pachels, one by Led, and it's safe all to himself. The MVP needs to do it up against Forehand. I'm afraid it's too tough. He realizes Magnum might be nearby, but he doesn't quite find the timing. Wingman on the defuse, safe, realizes it's gonna have to be a save by him. So KC, lock and
Gecko
load,
चाहिए.
get another round.
ओमेन को मारना था उधर
And this is the round where we were expecting that change to come in from Vitality. We did see an adjustment, slowing things
भाई retake
down, not
खतरनाक
going
है
for
बे
that
किसी
same
का
map control. But again, if you're going to be that quiet
लेकिन
on
ओमेन
the
को मारना
attacking
था
side,
उधर
you're not forcing
इसको भी
anything
मारना.
out from the likes of
ये
Carmine
मारना था
Core
ओमेन
either.
को
I think Vitality maybe were hoping that Carmine Core would start to feel starved of that information, but that hasn't really been a threat to them thus far.
No. It feels like whenever it's on the retake, it's KC all the way.
भाई
Vitality
पोस्ट
actually
प्लांट
find
अच्छा निकल रहे
themselves
बे
any sort of comfort. Maybe they should
God.
change their attempt of their adjustment, but this time KC are
भाई
preemptive.
क्या
Don't
गलत
allow
पुश
Vitality
किया ये
to set
लोग
up
ने
the way they would like.
फर्स्ट
Instead of going
टाइम
more, limiting themselves rather to a single controller safe.
क्या हो
Already
गया
throwing
किसी
down a
को?
toxic screen to that right-hand side.
That's why you see them backing off that B site. They don't have the ability to control those angles. Oh, poking back here towards mid. The concern that
except with
that Carmine
excellent
Core maybe
coaches,
have
हाँ क्या?
kept some of this space. KC diligent to just play numbers. Just denying some of that vision. You also have, in case everything goes wrong, that showstopper here for Martin. Destrian still just keeping that information, but they're more than happy to leave A empty.
अभी
They've
भी ये
got
लोग को
the
free
kit
set
there,
मिलने वाला है.
Magnum, to give them that signal on the push.
प्रॉब्लम होएगा पोस्ट प्लांट
Viper split, preemptive from KC. Just like their push early on, anticipating a B hit. But that's not what's happening.
Well, it allows them to focus some of that attention back towards mid, back towards A.
30 seconds left.
But the side's taking over now. Vitality, will they adjust? There's a lot of Cypher utility over an elbow.
With this plant, Safe will have the Viper's pit into the post as well.
पिटी वाला हर्ट
Question of, do these players all
Nice.
play inside?
That's what we were wondering, right? Will Vitality play this a little bit more aggressive? And they put that Viper's pit right towards the spawn of
But-
the opponents. But
अभी
you've got
problem
one
है ये
left
लोग के
back,
पास.
right runner finding an alternative position. He has been smoked off, and with that Paintshell does reveal his position. So they will be looking at that
कैसे?
direction. Hicks is a mastermind and somehow figure out Magnum will be right before him. Martin has to take his own life, right? He takes one down with him. It's death by suicide, but Runner on a strong angle is able to shut one down. Blast Pack trying to get them off of the spike plant, the defuse rather. And again for another go. But I don't think so, it's done so. And he might be getting the kill, that's insane. Runner all to himself, but it's Narrate, the MVP, all across the other side of the pond. But this round isn't his. Vitality, get the stick.
Doing
बाप
just enough to
रे
buy time. There's the satchels, meaning everything out the side of Runner and funneling
Round मिल गया.
KC over towards shore as well. I know, oh, when you're watching Kick's point of view there, you're like, how in
पैसे
the
नहीं है
hell did
लेकिन
he get
अभी
that
भी
pick?
शायद
But
लाइट आर्मर
at
है ना
that point,
सबके
they
पास
know that the
Yeah.
retake's coming in from short. You might as well just spray down the angle and try to get some of that damage down, and it was just lucky that he was able to find the
हो गया
dome
मेरा.
of one. But it's insane just how good Carmine Core are in retakes. Team Vitality taking the king piece there as far as biding that time.
रनर अल्टी
It
है
seems like the solution to this is individual
भाई
prowess.
ऐसा
and
क्या
Kicks
मारते हैं
makes
बिग
that
किक्स
statement straight out of the bat here. Narrate no
दूसरी
more.
बार मारा मिड पे
Such an influential player, Narrate, yesterday, right? We talked about his performance
दिल पे लगी.
coming over to EMEA, stepping up. But for now, even Steven. And the this B side is
see.
exactly what they're going for. The showstopper coming out from runner, but he won't be fighting anyone. It's used
Oh,
to clear things
nice.
out. Aggro as hell.
Oh,
He's able to
trade
get
में
away.
सकता
The
बे.
door drops and so does he.
Yeah, Magnum just still committing to the spray on towards those legs that are trying to scatter.
Nice,
Yeah,
side
his
kilo.
legs
Beam
are
mat
shattered
kilo,
into
please.
Now 3v3.
Kicks going ultra aggressive. This is a change of pace that Vitality need to bring out, and it might be the best call for them because nobody's pressuring Kicks from that CT side, while KC push into market.
Magnum's making so much noise, trying to draw those eyes.
Oh,
दो जगह से पड़ रही है उसको.
but still Vitality hold back. They don't want to be too aggressive. Then Kicks does show his ground. Runner is there to assist, but Destrian has been isolated. Trailblazer onto the site, making sure if anybody is diffusing, they know that now
Open!
someone
Open!
has interrupted. One may be stunned, but Shin able to use his weapon. And again, with the stick, KC is permitted to do as they please this half. 8-4, they find superiority. The defense side is stronger for them.
I feel like there's been so many times in the past few days that
फिर
we've
से
seen
post
Martin
plant.
sticking defuses that
Well,
you
only
would
on
not
that side.
expect. And that's the full thing.
बाकी दो लोग थे ही नहीं यार, help करने
Suffer
सफर को.
to keep that watch now as we swap sides, but man,
भाई गलत retake
It's
कर रहे
crazy,
हैं भाई.
right? And you've heard it all before. Pros don't fake. Carmen Cool showing
ऐसे
why
zero
that
kills
is
कोई
the
नहीं
same.
मारेगा वो.
उसका
Don't get out the
भाई
spike, guys.
Player तो अच्छा
Let's
तो है.
sample your solo queue games.
he got concussed by the Trailblazer too. He was just like, no, my team's got me.
Most of the round
Fine.
close plant
I
को
don't
नहीं
even have to
सारे
worry
वे
about
लोग.
And such a good smoke that had come out there from Shin as well, just to cut off that back angle. Very aware of the fact that Vitality were playing in towards Boba, but now we head into another pistol.
Question is there still hope for Vitality? It is 4 rounds of difference. Could be definitely quashed to 2 rounds of difference, given they get themselves a pistol in and safe.
Bye,
He's determined
safe.
to do just that.
सेफ ने
He's
सेफ
coming
कर
alive
दिया
with
ये
pistols.
round.
Not the first time
Safe
he's done that. But they
फिर
need
से
to stick
pistol
the
kill
landing
से.
here, and there's 2 remaining from KC, causing a lot of trouble. They've garnered B-side control, but they don't have the spike.
Apologies
So it's all for naught.
for support by members. Apologies for that.
Regroup
कोई
and
सी नहीं
follow
यार.
control now
It
into the hands
always
of
counts.
Vitality. You've got
Naruto,
Kicks
I
with
love
one
you.
guiding light in your pocket as well.
It will always
Married
count.
picked Dizzy
Huh?
back up.
मैंने बोला सेफ ने
No,
सेफ
right, he's
कर
going to have
दिया
to wait
round.
for Dizzy to come
बात
back.
कैसे ऐसा
Shin, not
सोचा
sure if he
इतना
wants to take a
मतलब.
different angle himself. Instead, KC group up.
Happy to watch it from bottom mid, fully repositioned here.
Nubs.
Now, if you're watching this at the start of the round, you'd think the defenders are in attacking position and the
Spike
attackers
छोड़
in
दिया
a
फिर
defending
से.
position. It's a complete topsy-turvy here. But the spike is collected 40 seconds
One
in.
enemy
Nice.
remains.
Sender's not allowing that to happen
Spike
one
down
bit.
mid.
Shin, only one standing.
भाई,
And I'm
क्या
afraid
बोला
I don't think for too long.
हाँ? क्या?
55 points of health.
मेरे को चाय
And
बोल
that's
दियो.
not much for any of these bullets. Come on, 19. He's
30
running.
seconds left.
Vitality don't want to make a mistake. They're scared of it as well. But they do collect another pistol, the second of this series.
चार
Does help them
round
close up the gap.
safe ने निकाले.
They needed
चार
this
round.
pistol to get back into this match.
शायद से 5.
Otherwise, Carmine
लेकिन
Corp could
चार
have
तो
found themselves on
confirm.
double digits. So now the anti-eco to come through here for Team Vitality, but it's safe with the ghost. Someone has got to take this pistol away from
तीन
him.
मार
I
रहे
feel
भाई.
like what that was a 3-piece into the anti-eco of the second round, last half, and now to start things off into the pistol round, hot for him. Good looks. They just walk through his wall every single time, and he's just like 1, 2, 3.
You said good looks, and I was looking at the player cams there. I was like, yeah, they're good lookers, aren't they? Good bunch of cool-looking people. But still, it's not looks that win you the game, it's skill.
ये अच्छा है बेस
So
स्मोक
far,
वाइपर का.
Vitality
must wait a moment.
haven't been on top of KC
टिपन
this entire
सैफर
time.
खेल रहा है.
Attacking
यार
elite,
होता है यार कभी
control
कभी.
of their pace and control of their tempo.
नहीं हो करेगा वार्म अप.
Switch it all back. Sender's got their number though, and there's a bulldog there, but it means nothing. It could be a weapon collected for the attackers, and this could turn this whole round in KC's favor.
Yeah, that gun being picked
क्या
up. is
मारा ना रे डबल
massive
पिक
in making
करके.
a difference because you look over towards Vitality too. Kicks and Destrian stuck on pistols alone.
So it's 2 rifles to 1, but there's an extra player for KC, so the numbers have it for the boys in blue, but look at this aggressive push here from Vitality.
I mean, right now, KC are just waiting for the regroup to happen from spawn.
Safe as a player with a rifle, so he's the one needed to do all the damage. Spike kept back, so it's not dropped. If someone does go aggressive, it's Shin to hold the defenders back in case a push does come through. They're wary of it, but the collapse comes through as a poison cloud deteriorates. Safe picks it up and needs to get Shin as well. He does so.
Ashwin
20
bhai
points of
ke
health
saath
as
left
KC
right
move through
to ho
mid,
raha hai.
get into that B site, and it's a 3v3 for the
30
retake.
seconds left.
You must be meeting up through mid here if you're Vitality, just
Safe
trying to
bhai.
get that heal back up.
Look at Martin though.
तुम्हारे
He's gone
पास
very
gun
far
है
forwards
या
and
मुझे
he's
दिख
looking
रहा है?
to break up the momentum of Vitality moving back in.
Oh, the cam.
और वो गन किक्स के पास क्यों नहीं जा रहा है?
But you won't check that right hand side, doing a lot of damage, finding a dink, but it's not enough. Both runner and
heal हो
Martin
गया
fall
इसलिए.
back, but at least runner can replenish himself.
Heal back up now. Satchel trying to clear in this space.
And there's another flank in the making. Magnum going all the way around
भाई ये
the
लोग का
world.
पोस्ट प्लान देखो बे.
Vitality moving into this B site, so this means that
दो
KC
थूक भी
need
है.
to do a lot of damage themselves, remain safe. Is smart enough to read it, but focuses towards the rest of the site, knowing they're running out of time. Snake Bow only just thrown, so it's going to delay this massively here. Kicks. Getting one kill already, getting a second. He needs to stick it now. It cannot be interrupted. Otherwise, this round is for KC. Instead, Vitality get it all done. Getting themselves the
वापस
6
वो ही
and
हुआ
to
ना
the
वो
pistol,
लोग ने
and they're
डब्बे के
back
पीछे
in
स्प्लिट
the
करके
game.
हटा दिया
What
लेफ्ट
a
साइड
way
पे
to
फिर वो
manage
कुछ
that loss
यूटिल
of
में नहीं
map
डाल पाया
control that
स्पाइक पे.
Vitality found themselves with KC going for
जो
every
केसी ने ये
single
लोग के साथ किया ये
backstab
लोग ने रिपीट
possible.
किया बे.
But measured there with Vitality's coordination to guarantee that they were continuously taking those fights together. Thinking to the next round now, though, it's still decently costly here and there.
Save
for
by गलत मान रहे हैं
Vitality.
लेकिन.
Still going to be able to try and force
हाँ?
straight up to contest into.
3 दिन से स्ट्रीम
loadout
बंद नहीं
here on the
किया
side of
क्या?
Common Core.
Yeah, not looking like a bad bonus at all.
Poison orb emitting.
3-1-1 split here on the side of Carmine Core. And I love this deep poison orb that Safe has been putting down. It just forces Carmine Core to pay so much respect over towards B main.
इतना
Terrifying
टाइम
to
और
try and
यूटिल
push
वेस्ट
through
होता है
that
बे.
poison orb.
ब्लाइंड डाले?
Diligently
Never.
clearing out every single angle, knowing Safe could be around the other corner, but he's safe on site.
Yep, safe on site. Mike, you see what you did there.
Toxins going up.
Paranoia does get to safe though, and the cross does eventually come in here from Martin. Martin, we would like to call it Martin.
Well, it's time to see the post plant.
Still on the spike, KC gained ground control. It was KC that was best at the retakes on the defensive side.
Please
Vitality
go on
to
the
do
side,
same
Kilo.
thing, although the weapons aren't favoring them this time around. Only one guiding light available, but Paranoia for Sender could be enough for them to start crossing through. Magnum in the aggressive position. K shot to allow the push. And they have to drop back. Dizzy already utilized here from Vitality.
Nice.
Is insane with it! And KC,
Bye.
supreme
मजा
over
आ
this
गया.
B site. No Vitality player can stand
मजा आ
by the
गया
end.
भाई.
I mean, Carmine Core, this is a team where you see
मजा आ
them
गया.
in those scrappy fights, and you are
Fight
going to bet
किया.
your money
भाई,
on them.
ये
Vitality,
better है
though,
बे, anytime.
a very nice effort. I like the idea. You're throwing
Yeah.
out
Huh?
that cage towards the back site of B, and then the nade to try and push
क्या
forward
लगता है
and
जी अपने
continue
टीम में
to deny
changes
that
करेगी?
backside
मतलब मैंने
space
हाँ
and
बोल दिया तो होने
force
वाला है क्या?
KC back, but they don't go running for main. They'll still fight for that front site control.
सर्वर ने एक ट्रैप
Now
नहीं
we've
लिया,
got that
कैसे लेगा?
thrash
पैसा
up
नहीं था.
and ready here for an execution
Bonus
on the side of
round था ना
Carmine
वो.
Core.
And I think the Thrash is what you have to be having your eyes on right now, but instead it's Martin to be confronted with Runner. I like the aggression from Runner, but it doesn't pay dividends. Instead, they drop a player. Yes, they gain garage control off of it, but what else?
I mean, Moomba doesn't spot out Destrian there. He is going to give up B main nonetheless, but look at Safe. He's walking down A. Carmine Core, they're all rotating over towards him.
Risky as
Kicks there
fuck.
at the very least to try and assist.
This is quite far forward, isn't it?
It's dodgy.
And lose these two players, they've lost the game. It's a matter of if it's going to be a dry pick or with a flash, and it's Martin and Magnum, both Czech players coming out on top. The pride and joy of
GG.
Czechia, opening up this A site for KC.
The care in opening up that run, opening up that space. Now the plant to go down
क्या हो गया इन लोग
extremely
को?
open here for Martin. Play any which angle that you'd like into the post plant. But with the money situation on the side of Team Vitality, they have
क्या
to
हो
save
गया
into
किसी
these
को
assault
अचानक
rifles.
से?
They do indeed. They have to save, and KC, this is just increasing their lead
Huh?
further and further. And remember, today is a game of resilience, of stamina. They've got 2 best of 3s to play out. If they hope, well, they're definitely going to be playing them out. Whether they win them or not is a different question, but they need to make sure they're not playing way too many rounds. If you're going to be winning matches, make sure you close them out quickly, because you have to
आपको
keep
दिन
up
से
with the
गया.
other team
अबे
that wins the other
मतलब
series.
क्या बे?
It's a
किससे
difficult one.
यार?
You've got to win 2 best of 3s. Imagine playing 6 hours of Valorant in one day. It's got to be so draining. So for now, KC, if they're able to find a lead here and closing up soon enough,
6 hours कैसा? ऐसा खेला तो भाई 4 घंटा खेलने का है. 4 भी नहीं 3 शायद.
These hero rifles as well. I mean, you're looking at the fact that Carmine Core, they have a showstopper. They have that Thrash to work with, and
Gekko
you need
better
that firepower
Sky
to try
और
and
Sunset
contest and
से
execute like that. Even just try and
मतलब
shoot out
ऐसा
Thrash.
नहीं है.
0 point.
ये लोग work कर रहे हैं,
Now
but
looking over towards Team Vitality, what did
I
they
think
choose
double
to do with the
controller
remainder of their buy?
is always
Cycling
better.
up
Gekko
closely
plus
into
1.
Runner's ultimate. They're looking
Gekko
towards
और
that
Sky
showstopper as we see
is
timeout to be called
insane
here by Team Vitality.
combo.
So that is my expectation. I'm going to be looking towards one of these guns, whether it's Sender, whether it's Destrian,
ये लोग
moving up
सिर्फ
with
कैसे
Runner,
Gekko के साथ
likely
जीत रहे वो नहीं
alongside
पता.
Kicks as well to find that
But
space and farm one of those orbs up.
I know we've been criticizing
Heavy.
Magnum the past couple of days from his performance. Yesterday, he redeemed himself. Destrian is now on the same seat. 0 kills to his name. That's got to hurt. Mentally draining. He's got to step up. And you're right. You have those two
Destrian भाई
rifles.
बता.
Do you
कि
keep
ये
it
लोग
on
में
Destrian
info
or do
देने
you
वाला
tell
कोई
Safe
नहीं है
you get
बे.
it? Because if you tell Safe you get it, Destrian is like, oh yeah.
क्या है
I know
लोग
Safe
बस
is
सिर्फ
better
कैमरा है
here.
बस
I know he's
Magnum का.
performing much better, but also drains his own
और
confidence.
क्या है कुछ
right?
नहीं है.
It depends. It depends. I think also you do have that opportunity to give it up on your own. Just that option
Destrian
to
बंदे मार
throw
पा
that
रहे
out
बेचारा
there and
यार.
volunteer for it, which is definitely less of a hit towards your confidence.
And that's exactly what happens. Vandal dropped over the
Reset होना पड़ेगा उसको.
I mean, it makes sense. You got to put it on the person who's fragging the most
Yeah.
on the squad. If you're gonna make that
कोई भी
gamble
बोलेगा
and
नहीं
move
मार
it
पा रहा
all.
कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है.
Tough for Destrian too, because he was
Find
providing
ways
value to the
to
team. I know the
head
numbers
the
aren't
team.
saying it right
कभी-कभी
now,
नहीं
but
नहीं
he's
मार
looking
पाते
for that
कुछ नहीं कर
information. Those lurks there on the attacking side for Vitality. It was just that Carmine Core had a read on him every time.
सेफ को सपोर्ट
Now
नहीं
as we
मिल रहा है. I
enter
don't
round
know. They need
17,
to reset.
KC clear lead. Vitality trading, and this difference of rounds could only increase this one. Unless Vitality bring out some sort of magic.
लग
The
गए.
likes of Safe and Sender.
Poison's off.
अभी तो ब्लाइंड भी नहीं है क्योंकि बस खत्म.
Showstopper that I was talking about now cycled in with that B-main
Ult
control
में कर
there.
पाएगा
That
initiate,
Vitality is
लेकिन
so good at conditioning. KC take a
समझ
bit
रहा है
over
दो
towards the other side
इनिशिएटर
though.
चाहिए रहता है यार.
Retake protocol here on the side of Vitality.
Yeah, I think they
ये
were
लोग पता नहीं कैसे वर्क
banking
कर
on the
पा
fact
रहे
that it could be
सिर्फ
mid
गेको
push,
के
mid
साथ.
crunch, maybe a B site hit. And because it is an A site hit, they could be reconsidering this.
भाई ये तो
I think
रीटेक
they also
पॉसिबल
just
ही
like
नहीं
guaranteed that nobody
है.
would get caught out by that thrash, so they had as many numbers as
लग
possible.
गए.
Showstopper coming out here from Kicks, not able to find a shot. It's Martin actually that finds
Heavy.
Runner. Insane.
Heavy
And now
रिस्टिक हो
KC are fully
गया.
ahead. Nara's got enough angle. I don't think it has been checked either. Maybe saving Grace here. Tamaji is low, so could be an easy pickup. But Smoke
नहीं कर दे
covering
रिटेक.
one of these ends while Vitality grouping up towards spawn. They pushed forwards, but everybody's looking their direction. Poison Cloud blocking one of the sides. But Power on
Sexy
Yasuko.
blind
It's
भाई.
delayed them massively. Martin finding shots through the wall. But so far trading equally, and KC can afford to do that. Martin staples himself ahead. Kicks can't do a thing.
Bye.
Martin coming alive.
Bye.
6. Carmine Core only 2 rounds away from closing out map number 1.
भाई गलत खेल रहे
Martin,
बे.
shorty counter coming in.
Yeah?
But was that the first one of this match?
No, I don't think so.
No.
We saw
ऐसा लग भी रहा है कि ये केसी खेल रहा
You
है.
know what? I've seen so many. I don't know what day it is at this point. I don't know what time it is. What side of the world am I on?
Yeah, where are we? What are we doing here? Martin knows. He's well aware.
Well, I feel like what I just described is probably how anyone on the receiving end of his shorty probably also feels in those moments.
Yeah.
ये अच्छा ब्लाइंड है.
Kicking it into high gear now.
It's a punch to
Carmine
the
Core.
stomach.
Absolutely.
3 down.
Pressuring towards top mid.
Trade भी नहीं
Much
हुआ
more
यार.
aggressively than we had seen before.
इतने खुले में मार के गया वो भले स्मोक में मारा.
Well, for KC it does. Vitality, not really.
No kicks being down. That's tough looks here. No
Seven zero kill
flashes,
पे
as
हो
they
जाता
have to
है
play that retake, so having to play a bit more forward. Sender, that's a big pick to take down.
That's exactly what he needed. But the Viper's in the right direction here. Viper's Pit would have come through if it was a B hit, but no. Instead, it's going to have to be used for the retake if it is used.
Carmine Core reeled back in, not having that explosivity to enter on
Viper
towards
के पास
site. Look
ulti
how
भी है.
aggressively Safe is positioned.
They think they need to find a pick off of the other side of the map, or at least keep Vitality busy and spread those defenses thin.
Safe.
Poison orb.
There's an orb down. The
can hear the
delay coming
commotion.
through. It's
Whoa.
all about
बाप
They wanted to
रे
draw out the
क्या
Viper's
बेट
pit early.
किया.
I mean, that was the plan all alone. The spike did
30
hold off
seconds
to his
left.
right-hand side.
Sheesh.
But I didn't think Safe would be panicking that much. Well, he did hear all that movement, and it was enough. Dizzy spotting out Sender as he tries to shut it down.
Oh, the timing.
Magnum contesting in mid.
He hears Destrian on the rotation.
He was also hearing safe, so it's a matter of
भाई क्या हो गया
timing for
किसी
him to
को?
cross, but he's realized safe has gone all the way through spawn.
Question camera.
Smoking the one end Magnum will be there on time to find a
Bichara!
shot. Not the second though. Still, KC have got 3 versus 3 and Viper Spit blocking one of the entrances. Vitality have got only one way to move into, and KC have got 2 players looking that direction in the poison cloud. Shin is good for the first, leaving 2 to do it for Vitality. Sender desperately finding an upper angle, but it's not going to be it.
वही
It's
मरा
not gonna do
यार
it.
3
And
जन
Safe
के बीच
has
में
to do
से
magic.
This is the man
वही
you want in the
मरा.
clutch.
But with 8 bullets and not much time, with a spike ticking moment by moment, realizes even if he does grab the final kill, even if he does find a clutch in that, there's no time to get the defuse. Backs off KC, map point on their own map.
लेकिन टेक्निकली जब वो लोग
Comfortable right now
3
for
बंदे
Carmine
वापस
Core.
सी एंगल से आ रहे
You see the
कैमरा एक
smile
बार
on
खुलना
stage
चाहिए
there
था
for
उसको.
Tamaji, and now for Vitality, it's all about trying to regain. 6 rounds is a tall mountain to climb here up towards Everest to try and take it over to some sort of overtime. Vitality do have the Seekers available into this round, but man,
शॉट
they do love playing
भेज
under smokes.
I just don't know what to
They
do.
do.
Oh.
Oh no. Oh my heart.
And that's the top frag on the team Vitality that is feeling that right now.
अयो
Ascent. It has got to be Vitality's pick, given that they
यार
feel already doom and gloom on Sunset.
To be fair, though, I know that it was lights out for Fnatic versus Vitality on Ascent. However, we
बुरा
didn't
लगा
really get to see
यार.
Vitality actually get started on that map. We didn't really get to see what they actually had to show as far as their hand goes. Because Fnatic, I feel like we're kind of just mowing them down by pure
मैं
firepower.
जब एक बंदा बोलता है ना I don't know what to do.
Can't
gotta
quite
back
find the
off.
shot. It's a very short angle to peek. Not many pixels he could have used to his disposal.
No, and again, Carmine Core, I mean,
Give
these
up हो गया
5-person
है.
pushes have been working towards the safe side.
Yeah, KC aggressive though this time around. Runner's able to find
Dart.
the first pick, and that's exactly what Vitality need. Martin through the chaos is able to
Let's go,
overwhelm.
Dustin!
Onto the side, thinks otherwise though as Kicks needs to maintain pressure onto Elbow. He's the only player left on the safe side as Vitality mean to group up the rest of the players to try and help him out, but he's done enough. Yes, the wingman gets the spike down, but Vitality have the numbers and it's exactly what they need to try and bring it all back.
What?
KC,
बचाया.
oh, let it go in Kicks on the flank is back to stay to Margie. Only one
shit.
remaining, that's drawing it back to a 1 versus 1. The spray is
God.
dropped, and Kicks wins it. A triple kill. Vitality not losing just
Dustin
yet.
is back,
Kicks the
baby.
unsung hero here on the side of Team Vitality. I feel like yesterday, too,
Okay, let's
this
go,
was
let's
a
go,
player
let's go,
who
let's go.
might not have been pumping out the same numbers as Runner,
Reset
but
करने
his
में help
impact
करेगा उसको.
frags were all the difference in turning a lot of those rounds into Vitality rounds there. It's closing this gap slowly. But, man.
It's a hard one. It is.
is.
But the thing is, I did see a few smiles here from the Vitality players right after that, right? You can see Kicks, you can see Runner. They're both of them doing a little bit better on that mental.
Nice, Kimmy. Guys, we're so in the
Unsafe.
game. There is a 12-12 chance, guys. There is a 12-12 chance.
There is a 12-12 chance. I love that. That's a big contrast to the previous round.
Right? Just the immediate flip. But that's also something that you're expecting from, say, the experienced player on this team to be able to mentally bring things back here for the rest of the
जल्दी गाली
squad.
खाने वाला हूँ मैं.
A little bit of damage has to fall off. Again, the opportunity to refresh into that health with the assistance of Kicks.
And reminder, Vitality did win yesterday through a reverse sweep. Right, not only a reverse sweep, but the second map where they had to draw it back in their favor.
Safe यार
It
cute
was
है.
an
भाई
overtime match
वो
where only a fraction of a second on a spike diffusal could have
बंदा बहुत अच्छा
completely,
पता है.
changed the whole tide of that match. It could have been Vitality out
God.
and playing this match.
Okay, Destrian starting to find these
Are they
picks
like
for
coming
himself.
Oh,
back?
The fight doesn't care. Rejuvenated.
Are
Kimmy,
they like coming
aka Kicks,
back, you?
has given him hope in this series. And KC might struggle a little bit to close out this
timing.
match. Tomaji on the flank though, his brute thinks to a fathomable extent. Where KC, of course, did all down to a 2 versus 2.
wrap back
There's a
around.
wrap from Sender, but also Nare going for a wrap around himself.
Where does he go? There's a camera towards top mid.
30 seconds left.
They don't know where he is.
No, but again, this cam could spot him out if he does opt for this positioning. He is going to
Cam. देखा.
And it does.
seen, not tag. Oh, tagged up. Okay.
Yeah. Well, they know he's dropping back, but he has to keep his back covered. Takes off the tag.
Wingman's gonna plant spike.
And Wingman's going to take care of taking that spike plant.
Try and bait that push over towards short, expecting
तू क्या गया उसके पास नहीं है
dark cover.
No short push just yet.
No.
So Vitality might believe that he's no longer in that position. Narrate holding to the back of Cypher, smoke covered. It's a bit off center to make the illusion.
उसके अंदर blind
Spike
fix
is
का
planted in the
oh
middle, but
nice
still, that is not going to
अभी
be
भी
the
बेचारा
clutch
वही
here
मरा
for
यार
KC. Instead, Vitality maintain composure and close up the gap piece by piece.
You feel the tension here for KC. A big breath there coming out from Narrate after that round. But I mean, for him, not much he can do in that 1v2. Is great timing coming out from Vitality. But the fact that Tamashi finds so much value on that flank too. Okay, guys.
He smiles to the camera.
I'm pretty sure production paused it for a fraction of a second there too. Just be like, hello.
And
But man, okay.
I mean, bits and pieces now are jumping up for Vitality. Sender having a moment, Kicks having his, Safe as well at the start of the previous round. Things are starting to work out for the whole group of Vitality. And I'm sure they're hoping Destrian can jump in that train as well as his teammates are lifting him up as well.
And on the other
Hi,
side,
Binks,
the
hello.
runners farmed back up into that showstopper here as well. Can't say the same for Martin due to the pressure that Vitality are putting on towards feeling like it's an option to try and find that orb. Having to back
क्या
off.
लगता जाएगा क्या ओटी
4-1 split here. It's Tamashi on the flank.
Still in the back of your head, you've got to remember KC are 1 round away. And with that, no matter how much pressure you've got, no matter where you are in the round, it could be KC's map.
Emotionally, though, Vitality have shifted that momentum into their favor.
Is it going to be enough here? Runner. He's the commotion down in mid. Calls Kicks off. And the KC aggress. It's been respected, but 40 seconds on the clock. Kicks has to do it by himself. The spray is rough. Nari bringing Carmen Court right back on track.
The positioning, though, that we're seeing here towards elbow here for Sunder.
It's left all to himself. He's going to have to do a lot
30
until the
seconds
rotations do come through. And that's
Nice.
Sender doing all so much. First pick onto Magnum. But can he maintain
Blind
the
अच्छा
pressure?
था
Yes, Safe is coming in his direction now, being a 2-player stack. But it's up against a 3-player stack from KC into
Blind
elbow
hai.
while leaving Tamaji on site. Wingman, realizing there's one to the left-hand side of the corner.
Oh,
Showstopper coming through, and
shit.
it's perfect from Martin. Can't follow it up with his
कैसे
rifle.
click
It
नहीं
sends
हुआ?
it bounce right back up. But it's still Vitality keeping pressure onto
बाप
the site.
रे
Pushing in, Destrian doubling up, and it's all down to Destrian, but it
बाप
shall not
रे
be. KC show
क्या
why this map is
headshot
picked by
लगा
them.
यार
Show while they'll be
Destrian को
superior at the out of the gate
भाई
in
KC
this
अच्छा
series.
खेला
Sunset goes to Carmen Court.
Narrate to close out that round as well. It got tight, though, right down to the
बेचारा
wire
यार
here on Sunset. But Pavlos, we've got
KC
more
बाप
valorant
खेला
to come.
We
लेकिन
definitely
बाप
do.
खेला
Don't go anywhere,
बाप
folks. We'll be back with more valorant.
गलत रिटिक्स गलत चैट 4K वाचिंग लाइक कर दो आज हमको एक विनर मिलेगा 3 टीम में से बेस्ट रिटेक्स यार हाँ बे कितने टाइम बाद ऐसे रिटेक्स दे करेंगे बे
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso.
मजा आया ना
Don't ask about Lola. I, Caballo Grande.
You have to choose one. एक साइड VCT फाइनल्स वॉच पार्टी एक तरफ गोल्डी भाई बुला रहे हैं जड़ गैंग के लिए ओनली वन ऑब्वियसली भाई गोल्डी भाई पागल हो गए हो क्या
Andalusian crush.
सोचने का भी नहीं है इसके लिए
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin.
गोल्डी भाई
In
भाई
this series, I'm going to walk you through attack on Pearl. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle.
Always.
You're going to be able to fight this.
हर काम के ऊपर आज ये मैं EMEA और अमेरिका दोनों है ऑब्वियसली अभिषेक भाई कैसे हो मेरे जान का टूटा बड़ा बोले पीछे डैड कैसा है अभी सुपर दैट वेस्टेड आंसर वाली सी गाइस चैट में किसने सोचा था कि मैं VCT फाइनल स्विच करूंगा एक बंदा भी मेरे को नहीं लगता चलो 3 मिनट ब्रेक है। मेरे को आज बीच बीच में जाना पड़ेगा क्योंकि मैं कुछ हैवी और अच्छा प्लानिंग कर रहा हूँ, लेकिन मेरा दिमाग काम नहीं कर रहा है फॉर द नेक्स्ट एस12 वीडियो शूट, जो कि 28 को परसों होने वाला है। तो मैंने सामान मंगाया है, लेकिन मेरे को एक दो कॉल करना पड़ेगा वो पूरा वापस लाने के लिए। तो मैं हल्का सा मॉडल से बात करके आया और वो फ्री है। वॉक कर लो, ले वॉक करूँगा भाई। एक सेकंड में आया।
इसका आईफोन मैंने सेटअप कर दिया, लेकिन इसमें मैंने कुछ डिस्कवर किया जो नहीं होना चाहिए। गेस करो क्या? एक ऐप, आने दो इसको, आज इसकी खबर लूंगी। Plans for new PC, I am looking. Yes, Vishesh, yes. आज या तो ये रहेगा या तो सोफा। ये सोफे पे जाएगा ना। आज या तो ये रहेगा या तो बेड। नहीं, कंफ्यूज हो गई। ये रहेगा या तो, मैं तो रहूंगी इधर। सोफा भी हटा दो। सोफा भी मत। आईफोन, यस, आईफोन मेरा होगा।
Welcome back to VCT EMEA. We just finished map 1 between Team Vitality and Carmine Corp, and both teams came in hot thanks to our aim labs warm up. PC Martin going at it, as you can see on your screen.
See, you get this option of converting,
so here joined by Steel and Lothar,
transferring all the apps and data of your Android to your iPhone.
Started to really run away
Ruko,
with
Didi,
it.
ruko. Let me explain you guys. Okay, you get this option. तो उसके सारे जो एप्स है उसके अभी करंट फोन OnePlus 8 डब्बा में, वो सारे अभी आईफोन में शिफ्ट हो गए। ठीक है, शिफ्टिंग तो हो गई, पर मैंने ऐसा ऐप देखा है अभी एक जो नहीं होना चाहिए बट है। एक शादीशुदा मर्द होके ऐसे एप्स रखते हुए बताओ, तुम लोग को बताओ। मैं एक मिनट, दूसरे सब वो साइड कर देते हो, एक ही ऐप ये साइड रख रहे हो दूसरे पेज में। ओए फोकस, ब्राइटनेस कम करना। दिख रहा है, दिख रहा है, फुल स्क्रीन। हाँ आज तो ये गया। चप्पल लेके आती हूँ। इतना बड़ा चप्पल किधर गया मेरा?
The handsome boy is coming. नया जॉर्डन डब्बे में से निकाल बेशरम। हाँ, 1 साल हो गए तेरे को गिफ्ट देके।
तेरे फोन में मेरे को कुछ मिला,
तेरे लिए ही इंस्टॉल किया था, वो भी बोल ऑडियंस को जरा।
तो अभी तक क्यों है?
क्योंकि मैं अनइंस्टॉल नहीं करता, टाइम नहीं है मेरे पास फालतू चीजों के लिए।
फालतू बोलता है तू। अभी लॉगिन करके देखूं?
कर, क्या हो गया, कर ना।
आईडी बोल।
मेरे को याद नहीं, फॉरगेट पासवर्ड करो।
आईडी बोल।
अरे याद नहीं, फॉरगेट पासवर्ड करना जो भी है।
मैं याद हूँ।
हाँ, अभी 2 साल हुए नहीं ना।
डेट कौन सी है शादी की?
रुक जा, मेरा टॉम सोच रहा है। मेरे हिसाब से सबसे बेस्ट मंथ मेरे हिसाब से नवंबर कर सकते हैं मेरे हिसाब से।
मेरा हो गया, मेरा हो गया।
क्यों हो गया भाई?
मारो क्या तेरे टॉम को एक।
सोच रहे हैं ना टॉम।
तू वो बता पहले, क्यों है ये अभी तक तेरे फोन में?
अरे तेरे लिए तो इंस्टॉल किया था ओवर एक्टिंग।
तो 3 साल हो गए।
हाँ तो मैं नहीं करता ना, कर देना अनइंस्टॉल। काहे बच रहे हो?
मारो क्या तेरे टॉम।
एक्सक्यूज मी।
अभी तक है, अभी तक। ओपन क्यों नहीं हो रहा है? ओपन ही नहीं हो रहा। 3 साल से बम्बल पे है ये।
हैशटैग ओपी इन दी चैट। हैशटैग ओपी हो जाए।
और ऐप्स होंगे, रुक देख।
रहेंगे तो उधर उधर बैठ के देख सारे ऐप्स। बैठने दे, साइड तो शायद तो बैठने दो। 10 घंटा स्ट्रीम करना है, साथ तो
चैट तुम मेरे को जस्टिस दिलाओ।
जस्टिस क्या ओपी लिख रहे बोला। मेरा चैट है, तेरा क्यूट फैन नहीं है ये।
बाय।
लगा क्या? थैंक यू देव भाई ना मान रहे। एड रिप्ले, बात तो है, गेम में रिप्ले होएगा तो मजा तो आएगा। बात ही हैज अ वैलिड पॉइंट। आज सीधा रोड पे जाएगा। एक तो इसके लिए इंस्टॉल किया था, ठीक है। जब मैं इसको पटा रहा था तभी इसने मेरे को बोला मेरे को ढूंढ के बता बम्बल पे करके, तभी मेरे को मालूम पड़ा कि ऐसे भी कोई ऐप है। ला ला ला। और बोल रही ओपन नहीं हो रहा, वाईफाई कनेक्ट ही नहीं किया, ओपन कहाँ से होगा? नूब्स। सीधा बिल्डिंग के नीचे सोएगा। मुझे आज पता चला, मेरे को भी भाई। We are in the same boat.
And had a horrendous game, and that's putting it nicely. So we definitely Mitchell stepping it up. Here's the agent
Sound,
select.
क्या
What
sound?
is going through your head right now,
Look,
gentlemen?
I'm the resident Reina hater, so
नया
this is
phone में
something
कहाँ
that
से
I'm
आया?
actually
उसने
incredibly
transfer किया सब
surprised
कुछ?
about, because there's a potential though for some comboing. The Reina blind here combined with
क्यों नहीं हो
the
रहा?
Sky Flash and the Harbor Wall is something that
मेरे
we've
को
seen
पहचान
from
क्यों नहीं
Vaporwave
रहा है
being
phone?
used in the Pacific region. Combine that with the space creation of Raze, this actually has some legs, I would say.
I think they're going to have to be really active. Luckily, they're starting on attack, so they get to use the Harbor and the Viper in
भाई
conjunction
इतने
to
सारे
do a
ऐप्स
lot
है
of space
मेरे को एक
and
बात बताओ
defensive
सब में
value
आईडी पास डालना
to
पड़ेगा ना
control. That's going to allow them to use mid really well and then do a lot of these seesaw type of attacks where they can bounce between A and B really easily through catwalk. They're going to have interchangeable lurks. It could be Viper lurking,
YouTube
it could
किधर है?
be Reina lurking. But as you pointed out, the Reina with the Sky has a unique, it's not really unique anymore, combination
सब
where
में लगाना
you
पड़ेगा
use
बाप
both
रे
flashes at the same time. If you look at the Sky Flash,
डिलीट कर सब
you're
अभी
blind,
गाली
so you
खा ही
look
चुका
away,
तो
but then
डिलीट
the
क्यों
Reina
करूं
Flash, you need to shoot it to break it, so you eat the Sky Flash.
दूर
The
करने
only
से
combo like that is
मतलब।
Sky and Gecko. So
It's gonna be an interesting
रोड पे
match
मत
for sure.
सोना
Can't wait
Elmon
to
भाई
see what they
excuse me
cooked up for Ascend and for all the action. We're gonna send it over to Ash and Pablos.
Thank you very much, Zoe. It is indeed turning out to be
बोला
quite
था बाय
the
डिफॉल्ट आता है
interesting
वो
one.
यूज करते रहे
Reina,
आईफोन मैंने तो यूज ही
how are
नहीं
you
किया
feeling about
कभी
this one, Ash?
थैंक यू फॉर द 200
He's the resident Reina hater.
भाई लेकिन मॉर्टल बाय ओपी बे 2 मिनट में उसने ऐसा आइडिया दिया ना मेरे को 2 मिनट में कल पूरा प्लान करना पड़ा 2 मिनट में बे ये न्यू आईफोन में 3 साल पहले ऐप कैसे डाला मतलब मेरे पुराने फोन से सिंक किया क्या लगता है कमबैक लव यू दे बाय
Talking about, okay, maybe in some scrim bucks could have a read, but how do you read into a composition like this?
Well, Martin is going to get traded straight out of the bat as KC do find themselves onto this A site.
By Reina?
Through from short, but with the door dropping down.
पड़ी नीचे उतर गया चुपचाप पड़ी सारे लोग वो भी नीचे उतर गया
Surprisingly, KC are falling low. And the same could be said about Vitality as they do cross through the top of the screen a couple
कॉमेडी हो रहा है बे
down to bare minimum health, but trying to bring their health bars back to fuller HPs. But still KC grouping up together. Haven't been able to get the spike down just yet. They haven't found the comfort as Vitality look to peek out. All of them are stacked up. And it's Runner to double up. And all of a sudden Vitality have the lead. No way that just happened. KC have got fuller health bars, apart from Shin, who is down to 24.
A lot of damage to be done here. Spike not even planted yet, and it's got to hurt. Down to 3 health.
भाई ये राउंड किसी जीत गए
Tamaji's gone completely aggro. Kicks is so smart to read it. Gets some shot across. And Tamaji, though, with the upper angle, is catching the rest of the players off guard. Rana in close distance is doing so much with 3 kills to his name. And Kicks now approaching. Tamaji knows where the opponents are. But they also know the same. On the spike, putting pressure on Tamaji to peek out. And all Kicks needs to do is wait. Wait for the peak. Wait for the Margie to just push past him, and that's exactly what he does. Vitality, the first team to find themselves on the board in this map.
I love that Kicks keeps that upper angle as well instead of dropping down, risking that 1v1, knowing that the spike was not planted there for Tamaji and just waiting for him to push out to try and deny that defuse. Now, we are going to see the force out coming in here for Carmen Core. They're opting to bring some of those SMGs into this round. High risk, high reward, but the saving grace here is you look towards Shin,
कितना डैमेज दे रहेगा
520 तो दिया रहेगा allowing you to close that gap and you can play the death ball,
which could mean why they jumped into this competition. But this force is unprecedented. It could go wrong, could allow Vitality to gain a lead. But I feel like KC
force कर दिया
really don't have much to lose. Usually you'd see this if you're further behind on the score, but this is the beginning of the game. I mean, already seeing Stingers come out, that's surprising. Still, KC aggressive towards the left-hand side. 2 players to the back of it for the defense. But Sender closer. Stinger in his hands, but the flash is immaculate. Sender's still alive, but he needs to find Martin as well. Is not able to do so. Martin is so damn quick. It's disgusting.
door not closed though here, and you're looking towards Vitality. Make you have an outlaw to work with for Runner.
It's a 3 versus 4, and the guns from KC are going to make this too difficult. Magnum hiding off of the crossfire. Runner not allowed to push through the smoke.
You get so much value out from that poison orb as well coming out from Tamaji, and now he's going to go and cut that down. But still in this 2v3, knowing that they have a Bulldog to work with, into the next round alongside that Spectre. It's a decision to save too much opportunity into the post plant here for KC. Vitality don't feel comfortable breaking through when all of those smokes just the cycle continuously back up.
How much KC are keeping Vitality on their toes right now. So like you get pistol, you're expected to get a second, but no, not allowed, not permitted. It's ours.
I mean, why not? And it's that quick scale up that we were talking about at the beginning of this round here. Going 1-1 now, KC taking away what would be expected to be that anti-eco here for Vitality.
3 साल से एक ऐप क्या यूज करता है? पढ़ा रहता है बे, यूज थोड़ी करता है. ऐप पढ़े रहता.
The adaptation onto Sender, obscene. And who would have thought this Stinger can still do so much damage from that distance?
I would.
Yeah,
personally.
you do. Oh yeah, you're a Stinger enjoyer. I forgot about that.
I'm like Mitch with the Odin, but with the Stinger. Like that's my shtick.
Change कर दूंगे इसको
Do you run Stingers even on buy rounds then?
Huh?
Do you run Stingers on buy rounds?
I will technically throw and keep it until I lose it. So.
Reasons ढूंढ रही है, देख रहे हो मेरा iPhone 15 लेने का. बाप रे.
Does get a pick off of Safe, but closing up the distance. You're not able to do a thing. Stomped on. Trampled on, and KC full A-site access.
And a hot start here for KC is what really drives them in these maps as well. That confidence that they're able to build off of early. And for Vitality, this is tough looks. This is their map pick, right? Not expecting to lose out that second round, but we are very early into this. Vitality will find those weapons into their hands in round 4. Otherwise, they're trying to do a little bit of damage.
इधर wall खत्म होता है उसके just आगे need भी डाला है, वो देख रहे हो?
Could still be stuck on that stair. You might not even want to take him down.
I love that the consensus, at least on the desk and you know in Valorant as a whole, is that Ascent is one of those maps that has had one of the driest metas really, and no many changes when it comes to agents, maybe a few changes in initiators. That was nuts, Runner. Yes, but the fact that we see already changes in this new patch. In the likes of Double Controller with Harbor and Viper, teams are cooking here, Ash. VCT EMEA isn't here to make things repeated, keep everything the same. They're looking to be colourful, change things up.
And I think with the kit that you're seeing here for Carmine Core as well, there's a lot of room for innovation when you're running both the Viper and that Harbor. The potential for those double lurks that the desk was talking about there as well. But then you're also looking at the fact that narrate this player.
भाई देखा वॉल डाला लेकिन उसने कोव डाला ताकि हेवन से स्पैम ना पड़े जब तक एग्जीक्यूट हो रहा है. भाई मेरा हो गया भाई.
He's able to have when he's just able to honestly go frag out of this 3-2.
नाइफ भी तोड़ा ये लोग ने.
So no one caught. Martin on the short push, safe, quicker. But there's still one more contender. It's Tamaji closing up the distance, but Safe is low, which means could work out for Tamaji. But there's also P coming in from mid. And Sender's gonna all locked and covered.
गलत हो गया टाइमिंग. दोनों को मार सकता था वाइपर.
on the back foot in this round. Maybe Vitality square it up. Paranoia, perfect.
वाइपर दोनों को मार सकता था यार.
Andalucía flawless.
Much needed to get back into this mentally as well, because it can be frustrating dealing with the utility that Carmine Core have to work with. But beautifully done by Vitality to cover all their bases, adjust the way that they were looking to play on these sites, and of course that's also with weapons finally into their hands.
What I thought this is the same team called Melons.
Curious question as to how both these teams
KC का नाम पहले Melons
था. Handle the coming rounds with Carmine Core again. You have no
what
idea
is the process
what
to enter in esports or wall of form भरना पड़ेगा.
Strategies, whether it's the quick pivots. Meanwhile, for Vitality, they're on this meta composition. And it can be a lot easier to read through, so they will also have to be on top of those adaptations.
And you could say the opposite for KC, right? Can't read them that easily, unless you practice against it. And it's hard to get prax into someone doing something too unorthodox that you'll tend to not run up against. Well, some pings going around, just illustrating where the Harbor smoke will come through. KC look to move into this A site, and it's greeted by a lot of Vitality players. All but Sender are in close proximity, so there could be some spraying coming through. Martin with the showstopper, he's looking to take space up himself. If he doubled up, that would be crazy, but Magnum is there to follow it up.
इधर जा रहे हैं मारने को, साइट जाओ.
They don't only want the A site, they want tree, they want everything. But This time around, Center comes in. It could be interruption from Tamaji. And
Hey,
Vitality are not given an inch.
No, I love the tree control. And now you can see Carmine Core Shin is rotating back over towards top mid in case Tamaji needed that help, not looking to allow him to take some sort of 1v1 up against Runner, who, of course, is going to be moving over towards the other site, trying to save this weapon. Can he get a pick down with him? He cannot. So a team ace to come in here for
Bro, वो लोग site लड़े, वो लोग shot लड़े, वो लोग tree लड़े.
For the fact that they're immediately trying to deny that tree control, pushing it in, making it uncomfortable for Vitality to even try and pull back to play retake as a team.
We're only 5 rounds in, but I already feel there's a big back and forth coming in. No team really being able to staple any momentum their way. It's a big adaptation on the fly situation.
I do think, though, when you do look at the composition on the side of Carmine Core, there is also the question of what depth.
I love you. Do you love it too? Side by.
Do they just have their set plays? How well are they going to flex around?
It's a big question to have, but Runner is smart to peek out of the
Shot.
top. And he does it all by himself.
Runner OP,
Runner OP, because that's where Runner shall hide. Shin is the only player from KC who have gotten a kill this round, but how much does that mean? How much can you do? Sender pushing through mid doesn't give Shin a chance. At least Magnum has crept past, so it has given an inkling of hope.
Walking behind Kicks.
He doesn't have the spike though, so it doesn't really matter.
Information found at the very least. Time to work with.
I mean, he's going to have to walk past Kicks again, doesn't he? Unless he goes through Market, but that's not going to happen.
Angle.
He's going to sneak up on him, and that's a pick. Making a 1 versus 3.
Orb available here though for Magnum. Gonna get the Seekers online. However, Vitality are pushing up. He's aware of the space he doesn't have.
Yeah, if he goes for the orb to take there, they'll know exactly where he's coming from. Trying to isolate them one by one. He's good with it! He's got the Seekers now, but there's one left, but it's taking the long angle. Destry catching him off guard on that. What an attempt by Magnum, but it just doesn't take the cake.
Destry doing so well with that positioning, though, going wider than anticipated, knowing that Magnum had been cutting the pie. Clear out every single inch, just be ready for those free fires. That was too close for comfort. That was way too close for comfort.
फिर से नहीं बी जा रहे. Fireman B push.
Seeker also wasn't extended there either.
Seeker's coming through now from Magnum. Now the Swarm doing a lot, and it does deter them from entering.
Oh
Cascade,
shit.
not quite initialized, but the Harbor ult clearing out the site perhaps, but they're not able to take advantage of it. No one pushing through.
Oh shit.
Maybe only Nare has found himself the stairs proximity. Look at this. Crept up really close. Kicks destroyed on site, so the rest of the team is focusing on getting the plant down. Nare might be running out of the Empress, so he's taking charge over a kill, but not able to reposition.
I mean, it does the damage. The Runner's down to 3 health on that.
Paranoid, blocking out one of the entrances.
And so many levels.
Charge, but he can't be too confident. A bullet anywhere between a wall as well could be his demise, but it's Destrian to lose his life first.
Runner ने एक मारा ना मान जाऊंगा मैं मान जाऊंगा. ये HP पे एक मारा ना मान जाऊंगा.
2v4. Surely you back off.
Yeah.
You don't have it.
The call's been given, but Runner can't run. 3 points of health, exactly. 1 bullet across the wall. That's all that was needed. And KC with 4 players remaining by the end of this round. Will we be picking this one up?
Comfortable here. KC looking really good. Sure, a couple ultimates needed to find that round win, but nonetheless, cycling them up.
So ने arbor का ult खाया.
Not get out
पहले
of
तो wall से block हो
zone
गया.
Quite in the nick of time here, but
Boom
looking
bot
into this
खाया.
round, this is still doable for Vitality.
Blind खाया 2
We do
Sky
see the
का
replays
2.
coming in, how well KC are playing together as far as these swings go. But
By
into this
KC
next round
deserving,
here,
bro.
you got a null command in the hands of Safe. You got a lockdown. You've got also the blades here for Runner,
Deserving
allowing
KC.
this force up here on the side of Vitality, expecting to see all 3 of these ultimates to be expended, a recipe for retake.
Very much so. And as Vitality do address.
Satchel भी गया सब बे.
See some movement towards that right-hand side from the defenders, but the attackers have got a different idea. Western flank taken. Tamaji first blood.
The other side of the map. Okay, hold on, just bloodbaths.
This is way too split up, but KC have confused Vitality altogether, and they're still winning out on trades. Not quite there for Nare. Does have reinforcements. Runner does use out the blaze, but Nare comes out on top. Hang on. This is why you play Arena, because now you've got full health.
And the other side is empty. You've got the Spike actually heading over towards a free site for the taking here.
And Vitality have
Not
got
reading
no
my
idea
chat.
still that
Kaise hai
A
yaar?
site is the meat and potatoes of KC's attack.
Oh, look
Shin
at this right
finally
back
drops.
around. Narrate has mid now. They're expecting him still to be somewhere on site lurking. Safe aware of it.
Do they hold back really? 2v3?
You have to, because you don't
Safe
know how
ko
far
safe karna
KC is
padega,
pushed up
guns.
over on A, right? So you're playing the contact play over towards spawn, knowing that a swing will come in if you're Carmine Core. To
Sound
find
diya
the
abhi
trade.
main.
You have no opportunity to break back in. You have to save.
It's mad how much impact not having info has in a round. And for this one, it's a clear example. Vitality have got
सारे matches
zero
देखोगे
confidence. They have
अमेरिका
been
के यहाँ.
peeking every single corner, left and right. And for that reason, it would have bought time. They knew that their odds were in the gutter, not only in numbers, but with the unawareness of the situation. But Nare wants to go in for more. He hasn't had enough. And Safe is there ready for it. They know where at least he is, but the Crossfire feel it's going to be a little bit too strong. And with that, the round ends in favor of the boys in blue. It's 5-3.
Martin bhai,
Starting
cute
to
to ho
edge
aap, ha?
off with a slight lead.
Cute to ho.
Okay, timeout now to be called here from Team Vitality. We saw initially, I know we missed it here, but okay, no, here we
मैं
go.
तो पूरी
It's the
stream देखता.
replay.
Bye bye bye
That
bye.
is
Best of
very
luck exam के
cheeky
लिए.
coming out from Destrian to
इसका
throw
paper है, hard
that
jinx
one
करो
way
जल्दी
over
जल्दी.
towards A main. I guess enough
आपका
noise
paper अच्छा
was
नहीं
made
जाएगा,
over at B that
मेरे
he felt
हिसाब से.
comfortable pushing his own one way there, but you had two players just lying in wait, expecting maybe some sort of flank to come through quickly to try and sandwich that B take that was all a ruse in the end.
Yeah, I think we have to bring back the narrative, though, that Vitality have been good on comebacks in this tournament thus far. Against Gentlemates, another French organization, but this
बस
time
मैं
French
house
team.
use. I'm
Been
good
able to do it
cheese.
on overtime,
रहना कौन
first
खेलता है?
sweeps.
रहना
Now this
छोड़ो,
time out
blue
has
क्या
to get
दबा
them
रहे
right
थे?
back in the right mindset. 3-5 is the score, and of course, not too far away from Vitality.
मेरा भी guys जिस का भी exam है, best of luck.
Given that this is their own map
सबका
pick, this is
exam
where they
गलत
would
जाएगा.
expect to get the
आज
win.
का.
Nevertheless, while KC is looking to close out this series as soon as possible to play the least
मेरे
amount of
शब्दों
games
का
today,
गलत
so they're not
इस्तेमाल हो रहा है.
overworking themselves.
I mean, it's got to be frustrating, right? And so the fact that those ultimates that we talked about, sure, the Blade Storm was popped, but there wasn't even a chance for Vitality to try and use that null command, try and use that lockdown. KC, they were looking to get ahead of it.
And
not get the
game
space,
prediction
the
दे दो.
comfort to be able to throw
मेरे
those
साले गलत
ultimates
जा रहे हैं.
down.
मेरा
and
100% रेट है.
it-
कैसे बस मैं क्या
I feel
सीन
like
है
just
dinner
the
का?
creativity
क्या सीन है?
here
कुछ नहीं.
within this team composition on the side of Carmine Core, it leaves a lot of room, a lot of opportunity to change the tempo, to change that pacing. And it's been fast in a lot of these rounds. But it's also that ebb and flow. It's always a constant threat.
Well, the Nano Swarms are used early to prohibit the early push from this B site, but it's Nare that doesn't care. He's come alive on this trainer. And when you know that fragging is going to ensue, when chaos comes out, it's perfect agent for the situation. Call it inefficiency,
Sender.
but it's fighting efficiency within it, and it's Magnum within the cove to pick off Sender. Casey keeps on giving. Runner finally putting that Sheriff to test and gets himself an upgrade.
The mid control here. Martin not able to
3v3.
find anything though. Destrian to get the trade. Down to a 3v3.
Viper ult.
Viper spin.
Nice,
Drop down.
nice.
This is going to be difficult for Vitality, but they do have 3 rifles, 3 players alive, and it's the same for KC.
Thing is, you don't even want to pop that null command. It's a signal and beacon as to where Safe would be playing.
Yeah, it's difficult. You don't really have any utility to allow an explosive push here for
2
KC.
flashes.
But on Vitality, on the other hand, do have 2 flash drives. Paranoia as well. Could do everything here for them. Nare closes up the gap, but Safe is able to pick it up, which allows Shin to be in a 1v2. No command
Oh
coming out
shit,
here,
time
but
नहीं है.
he might
Oh
think he
माँ
would
की
do
आँख.
so.
Oh.
Double for Shin.
Oh.
Keeping their hopes alive. And the lead even greater.
ओहो भाई 2-0 vitality का क्या हो गया?
Core comfortable knowing they go into the next half minimum even. And again, Vitality, no opportunity to use these ultimates.
गलत कैसे? आपकी बदुआ से कोई बेचारा पास हो जाएगा. भला होगा ना उसका. पढ़ाई से पास होना चाहिए, बदुआ से नहीं.
We have to start seeing some of that usage. This was got dicey. It gave
Kind of
us.
nuts, though.
I know. I mean, the shots were so clean coming out from Shin, but a bit of lack of communication, that lack of spacing in those trades.
And it's those moments that you hope to have your protocols well tried out, you know?
You need that round.
You're playing in the top leagues, and those things will be punished.
To be fair, some of those players were on eco weapons.
That is true.
So the full loadout is what we've got our eyes on.
Could have been an opportunity for them to turn it all back in their favor, though.
Yeah, early on, but so far,
भाई
quiet for
किधर
KC.
क्या करने के कुछ
Carmine
नहीं
Core.
भाई इतना पैसिव देखना
Narrate's always making noise.
Yeah, first out of the gates, he's very loud about every single thing he does.
Draws so much util.
Oh my god, he's drawing so much attention. He still comes out on top in a 1v2. That's simply not allowed. While the rest of the team is moving on to the left-hand side as well as mid. And even though the trades are looking even better for Vitality on this end, it's still not good enough. The B-side taking over, the spike will be going down.
Runner down to 5 at that now. Again, retake situation. No command available, but Safe, the one that's healthy, is not going to want to tell them where he's coming from. Again, a beacon with that ultimate.
आप कभी मैच देखने स्टेडियम में तो कितने लोगों से पिटोगे क्यों पिटेंगे
Economical collapse, have to use this flash to move forward. No more flashes
इस बार जब
available for them.
RCB
It's going to have to
जीतेगा
be
ना
a
तुम लोगों को
dry
मालूम
peek. Two
पड़ेगा
players on the flank, but they have to break the wall until impact is coming towards them. So it will alarm them. Shin on the
2-0
other side,
जीतेगा
he's
RCB,
done a
याद
1v2
रखो।
clutch earlier. He'll be happy to shoot upon them. Runner is low though, so that also adds pressure to them. Safe, aggressing. That's the first shot going into Vitality's way. Runner not quite able to find Shin there, but Safe is keeping the hopes alive. It's a one-on-one, but there's not much time left. He waits for the peak, he grabs the kill, but it's still going to be the attackers with the round win.
Something that I will say though here for Vitality is they are making these rounds close. They're making them tight. Carmine
गया
Core,
बिसी
no
क्या गया
opportunity
भाई
to really
नहीं गया भाई
build
हेलो
too much economical advantage over their
वालों
opponent
में
at the very
प्रेडिक्शन जीत
least.
बिंग जिंक्स होता है भाई वालों के बारे से
But they are looking, they're making this composition look good. A lot of it coming down to that individual prowess. Again, Team Vitality, 2 rounds left. The 4 ultimates, we've been watching them not get used this entire half thus far.
It's crazy that they're just holding on to these. It's just wasted value.
I feel like they're waiting for that perfect moment, for that perfect chance where they have the numbers to play into those retakes, but sometimes you have to get proactive.
Feels like Runner, that's what he's trying to do. And even though when they try to get proactive, it's always Narrate there to stop them. It's impeccable how much impact he's had. And speak of Narrate, he's right in front of him, but at least this time Runner gets one before he drops.
Okay, Reckoning on towards site. Nobody
लोगों को
home
पता है
on the
सब
side
बहुत
of
दूर है।
Vitality. Now the opportunity. They're 4v4. They can play these ults. You have a Hunter's Fury for kicks here on the plant.
Yeah, probably going to wait
भाई
for it
लोग
as well.
कोव
Try and
घुसने
get
के
them
लिए
off
यूज
it.
कर रहे हैं
Drops back just a little bit. Nara is low, and it's just enough to get picked up. Spike not yet planted, and that's a lot of value off of one Hunter's Fury. 2 kills picked up, and Vitality finally have the lead. They've been waiting for a round like this to find themselves on the defense scoreboard. But you can see Magnum very close by to this. There's 2 players above and 2 players in front of him, and Kicks has got his number. Shin, try all you must, but Kicks is alive and well. And Vitality finally square up another.
Kicks doing it again
बार
as
बार नहीं आता
well.
बिंग
This
ने हर एग्जाम
player
से
that,
पहले विश
sure,
किया
it's not
मुझे
a
आई
clutch
स्कोर
when you look down to the
96%.
numbers, but he is clutch when it comes down to finding the value with these picks. To take 2 down there with the
आज
ultimate
जिनका
and
एग्जाम है उनके
just
लग
shift
गए तो
these
फिर
rounds. He's the one that we're looking towards in these moments.
I am
Despite
sorry.
Runner, again, putting up the numbers to be able to bring Vitality back into these games.
I love that the KC coaches were like, yeah, good job. That was actually a pretty decent round. Well played, Vitality. There's some respect on the other side of the spectrum. But that has drawn KC to a really difficult spot. Not much going on for them economically.
No, again, with how close these rounds have been. So eyes towards Martine this time around. You've got the judge, you've got that showstopper opportunity to close that gap with the satchels.
Reaching deep into this pockets for this one. It is the last round of the half, so they've got to expend everything. And Martin, with this sense of urgency, clears out B. They would like to use the showstopper to the best accord, and Kicks is down, expecting him to be in that corner.
कहाँ जा रहे हो साइट दूसरी जगह पे है
Yes, the spike is being planted, but KC might be taking too many fights that they didn't want to take. Paranoia also doing a lot. Flash drive, allowing Safe to peek out for yet another time, and they're picking off
Finally punish
KC
हो गया,
players
finally.
left and right. And it's all down to Shin with a judge, not an optimal weapon with long distances.
Oh, they've got to read into this as well. The Cascades give away his location.
At least he'll try and close up the gap. But
फाइनली पनिश हो गए भाई फाइनली पनिश हो गए नसीब
Vitality close out the final round of the half, and I think they'll be happy about that one. Close out and a good note.
And you've also shifted the momentum now, Casey. They had a hot start here on Ascend. Vitality's map pick. Now we're looking towards the pistol here. Vitality need to get this pistol in pocket to continue carrying this forward. But the frustrating thing, I think, too, is that the smokes that you're walking through, they're not any normal smokes that you can just pop flash through comfortably with safe on that KO. It's the fact that you've got that toxic screen, you've got those poison orbs, the decay that's going to be applied to you, and then if it's Shin you're walking in towards, you're slowed. You're not able to actually have that same kind of momentum on those sight hits.
Big pressure point in this game, but we approach the second half at a very close score. Only 2 rounds between them, and with a pistol and a follow-up, that could quickly adjust.
Market okay.
It's Vitality now on the attack. KC taking on the defense.
One suppressed.
Proactivity versus reaction. And it's Vitality to take the first step now towards this A site.
KC,
so many players near mid, by the way. Looks like they want to move them in as a unit.
I mean, 4 players. Magnum alone, dash in.
It's a good guiding light, though. Keeps them at bay. And Kicks is the only player from Vitality not playing with the team, and he finds 2. It's incredible. Martin finally puts him to his grave, but he found a lot of damage there.
So much value again with those picks.
Sender stuck back. Nana Swarm to delay them from pushing. Paranoia assisting as well. Could have allowed them to back off of that. Runner's thinking of helping out here, but the Painters have kept them out for a little longer. But with the Frenzy, he can just spray upon them and get a double. Knowing Magnum is, as he's touched the spike already, does move a little bit further forwards, but he's got 2 to deal with. The captain of KC has got a lot to prove, but he's running right after Deshman because he knows at least where he is from. The double right click does the job, but with 20 points of health, he's got to do it against Runner, and I don't think he knows where he is. And he has to get the spike defuse as well. And it's Runner with a frenzy to find a bullet between the eyes of Magnum, so Vitality get themselves the second pistol of the map.
Incredible coordination coming out from Vitality over towards the tree as well. You've got the Nano Swarm that delays coming out from Sunder, and then that Paranoia to just push back Carmine Core, who were looking to swarm the individual stuck over towards mid-cubby. Man.
We're seeing a lot of skirmishes right now, aren't we?
Yeah, we are. It's getting scrappy.
Down to individual lurks, down to individual plays. It's been the name of the game, this map on Ascent. I mean, it's what do you expect? Seeing Arena on KC.
ये फाइट करने ले रहे हैं भाग कर रिटेक करने को.
Good read into it at the very least with Vitality. Thing is again. Oh, okay, Magnum.
I mean, he's spotted.
Just do a little bit of pressure over there.
4 जन का वो है.
Find anything with the guiding light though.
Just a bit of reconnaissance. Oh, 2 players' feet spotted, and I think Led is going to head in their direction right now. Spray down is sweet. Somehow Magnum is kept in a 1v2. There's no guns for him to collect because they're all on site, but at least I was going to say a pistol, but he's going to pick up a weapon now.
It's good timing for the rat back.
भाई गलत नहीं खेल रहे कैसे एकदम.
Weapon he can pick up here towards the choke as well. One guiding light to work with, yeah.
Okay. Maybe it's doable then, because nobody's looking in his direction. Headshot as accurate as you can be, Magnum. With a classic on that distance, it's not going to be it. Vitality follow up, unlike the previous half.
Hey, it was expensive though. Carmine Core made them work for it there on site with that gamble stack. But again, this is what you want to see coming out from Vitality. Okay, what do we have to work with? The buy coming in from Vitality, actually, they're going to be looking to force into their bonus round as much as they can, opt for the light shield. So buy guns into next. Still a big purchase. So a head-to-head here as far as that weaponry goes. Early information to be found. Martin's boom bot. Let's sniff that out.
Well, Vitality.
Try out a little
bit KC again in mid. It's exactly what they did in the pistol as well. It's like stacking them up here in case of a crunch. Waiting until the toxic screen does fall, and it's for a good reason, but it's still a trade, right? It's a jet for Arena.
It's always Magnum alone to be that solo anchor on the opposite side from the stack, and he's also already used all of that sky utility. Nothing to refresh anymore either, so he doesn't have anything but his own senses. He's going to hear the owl drone here towards A.
And he'll back off out of it. At the same time, KC aggressed towards his left-hand side, so information garnered, breaking down an alarm bot, but Vitality look to extend their push towards B.
I mean, you deny an orb over towards safe, taking Martin to 1 from the showstopper.
KC take the gamble that is potentially an A hit, so they vacate the area. Vitality have got a perfect case scenario here where they don't need to clear out many corners to clear this out. But the one corner covered is where the impact comes from. Shin with a kill, and he jumps back in sight.
I mean, the spike discovered there as well. Shin, I think, just about dodged that knife as well. Now, towards Boathouse.
And with Shin buying all this time and with the smokes and all the utility thrown at them, it's delayed them so much that there's rotation coming in. So KC have got plenty of players on the defense of this site. Shin to the back of it with the first one contested. He gets a triple by the end of his death, but it's still a 2v2. On the spike they go, and Tamaji might want to use
Sky
to push past the smoke. Is Magnum with a pick. KC get
Incredible walls coming in there from
माँ कसम भाई Shin Opa in the chat भाई क्या walls है Arbor के बीच क्रॉसिंग के लिए कोव भी डाला वॉल भी डाला काफी मारा
Shin was able to have here towards B, and the comfort of being able to even just fully focus his attention towards that B main choke. They closed that mid door. It's not a threat to be stormed.
इतना improvement कैसे का
conversation topic is Eng, right? He always has been. Eng, the new coach of Karmine Corp, the previously world champion under the organization of Gambit Esports, and you know, you want to bring success to Karmine Corp. You know you brought on one of the biggest stars in the coaching world to have ever existed, and working side by side with Magnum on this one, it's a whole new project. So it's difficult to bring these rookies to that level, but Eng has worked with rookies before. He's brought them to a level to perform. And not only worked with rookies, he's worked with duelists, which is a very similar scenario to this Karmine roster.
Being able to bring that raw firepower and then slot them into roles that feel comfortable for them too, and just figure out where they individually shine.
He's a mastermind, that's for sure. I don't think anybody can take that title away from him.
Hey, into that timeout though, that was a Karmine Corp timeout to be called. So the discussion here likely revolving around the fact that sure, economy dwindling for both teams. It's so close. Round. Showstopper to work with here from our team, but I'm sure they've also got their eyes on the ultimate economy of Vitality. One away for both Safe and Kicks.
Defense plan lined out here for KC. 2 players spotted onto the A site from the KO's dagger.
भाई स्काई ब्लाइंड है रेना ब्लाइंड है रेज अल्ट है गलती से भी ए साइड सीधा मत जाओ नाइस लड़ना तो पड़ेगा ये
लोग a lot of pressure into mid themselves. 2 on shore, 2 from mid, but there's a smoke on one end, so it does prohibit the cross from coming in. No trade available for KC to pick up. Vitality get a kill scot free.
And they're gambling this rotation already towards this A site. They can hear the stomps.
No command. How much utility can be thrown before it's popped off? And the answer is a lot. Snake bite and paint shell, so it's delaying this push quite a lot, allowing the rotations to come through, but it also gives Sender time to group up with the team. Hunter's Fury, what can it deny? Tamaji on safe, but he can be brought back to life.
That's a spike.
It buys a lot of time here, and the showstopper from Martin not quite able to find the pick he would have liked. Instead, he's the one that gets shut down, and Destrian, the player that has had the best of performances the previous map, redeems himself on Ascent with a triple
by
He's woken up, warmed up into the second half of the
nice
last
reset.
map, and now looking to carry
nice round
here over towards
everything
Ascent.
nice.
Well said there, Pablos, as we head into the next round. This is off the back of a Karmine Corp timeout as that. So now you're looking towards the fact that there are going to be some economy difficulties here for the blue wall. That's also with the showstopper being used, and man.
That's a proud coach right there. All needed.
2-0 आएगा, 2-0 अब भी आएगा 2-0.
And his teammates are cheering on for him as well. And off the back of
KC जीत सकता है लेकिन.
And I'm sure it will be resolved shortly. Is being
pausa.
exciting so far, right? Very back and forth. I think the biggest streak of rounds that we've ever seen was KC on the attack towards the end 4, but that was broken by Vitality. So it doesn't feel like one team is running away with this. It's very hotly contested. It very much plays in the balance with teams not being able to hold on to an economical advantage, you know, to be able to invest in buy rounds after buy rounds. A lot of these fights are becoming quite scrappy.
Due to also just like the team composition on the side of Karmine Corp, you're looking at the fact that you've got Magnum. Sure, he's been using a lot of his util though into the early rounds because he is usually playing that kind of like solo anchor on some of those sites when you see the money stack with the other 4 players. And then once that's done and dusted, what do you have to work with? Not much. It's not like you're running a sentinel on that side that gets to lock down one of those sites, those choke points there. Often you see the KJ setting up towards mid, for example, like we saw for Sunder.
Pausa. Bye, love you
Play
too.
with their lives. They opt to play with that positioning. You will see them just standing there as three, staring down towards mid, and then they just have to guarantee that they are winning out on those engagements.
ए मेरे
They
पास कितना है?
lose them. Where do you go from there?
मेरे पास
Very
कुछ
true.
नहीं है शायद.
I think this gives us time to reflect on the journeys of these two teams, right? Carmine Court last year, not the best of performances from the old roster, but now it's a new start, a new beginning.
0,
They
10,
did start things off strong in their
100,000,
first match
10,000,
against
lakh,
Giants, right?
10
2-1,
lakh,
Giants
1
X, excuse me.
crore, 10
And
crore.
0-2 against Heretics right after. But what was the most impressive, I think, from all of them is being able to shut down Foot at the final mark, at the elimination game, because let's be fair, Foot has built out expectations. One of the biggest teams that Turkey has ever been able to provide. And with an upgrade package of the likes of Yedege and CNED, Carmine Court being able to deal with them that quickly, well, I wouldn't say quite quickly, but in a fashion that, you know, no one could deny their success and their deserving position to play up against Vitality today. There's no doubt about it. While on Vitality, on the other hand, they've had a different road, right? They had to play against the...
टाइम आउट के टाइम हम क्या करते हैं? हाँ? देख रहे हो ना बख्शोदी? भाई तू सोता नहीं है क्या? सोती तो वो थी. ला 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 दिलों का शूटर है मेरा शूटर. बिंक्स भाई आईफोन कैसा है? वाइट कलर मस्त एकदम.
It's just not having the mechanical firepower to deal with them, not even being able to kind of play as a team, just kind of picked apart in that kind of regard. So while I get your point, I will have to agree to disagree on that one. I think that when you look at the matches, in reality, Carmine Court has made a lot of their fights a lot tighter. But there are also parallels between these two teams as well, because you're looking towards the fact that both Vitality and Carmine Court, they've dealt with some tough losses, some blowouts, both of these squads, yet they're also teams that have been capable, despite the fact that you see a lot of rookies on these teams, a lot of the ones looking to take the big stage for the very first time here in VCT EMEA, just flip it. They look tense on stage in that map where they're losing really hard. Okay, break, next map, completely different attitude going into it.
This truly is the year of the rookies, though, and I think these two teams reflect that massively, right? And whoever you have your eyes on, it's a different conversation. You've got a star like Runner completely running down the tier 2 team for a while. He's been a highly anticipated prospect, and many would have expected the jump into VCT from him. And he's doing really well. Like, there's a reason why Safe has handed off the leash to Runner of that duelist role. So, you know, there's a lot to be talked about. And for that reason, we are throwing this to the desk to see what they've got to say about this game so far.
Thank you so much. Welcome back to our desk. There's a potential bug in the game. League officials are still investigating, but that gives us some time here, Lothar and Steel, to discuss what we've seen so far. Heading into this, Agent Select, you guys got very excited. KC is coming up with a very unique composition, and round 5 was a really great example of how they execute on this. Lothar, you have a illustration.
Yeah, I wanted to show round 5 because it exactly shows how the team wants to utilize their composition and the utility that it has. So we're going to jump into round 5 when it's in full A execute. But before we actually show the execute, just pay attention to how on mid you're going to have this Viper wall just actually condition the enemies. Almost every round is being preset up before the barrier drops, so it's something that covers the bottom mid and the potential short push from the tree area. So that's something very important as well. But we're going to play the round and pay attention how the harbor wall just kind of mimics the typical smokes that you're gonna have on the A side, but it leaves a lot of space on the heaven, which actually is a big problem for the execute. But fortunately, the team exactly knows how to play with this kind of with those kind of smokes, because they play very aggressive. I'm going to speed it up a little bit. I'm not sure why it's slowing down. But right now, right here, when we're going to the site, this is something that I want to talk about. right here, this harbor cove is being used to safely enter the site. And that's something that we see also on the B side, because typically with this harbor wall that you're going to be using on heaven over here, you can get spammed through. So this showcases to me that KC exactly knows which task every player has, and to make sure that this execute is worthwhile to do, and also everyone understands what is their role. And after they do this initial push on site, they're gonna be, let me speed this up a little bit, they're gonna just push over their own smokes to establish dominance, because they know with this potential vision denial that they do, players will most likely play retake. So they establish the dominance before planting.
Yeah, I think one of the things to point out about Ascent specific is that every team is just like, you need to run one of these mobility agents. Usually it's Jet, sometimes it's Raze, and the point of it is that when you get to these choke points on this map, so whether that be B main or A main, you have to get out of the choke point, otherwise you get crossfired from all these different positions. There's traps with Sova darts, with Cypher trap wires, Killjoy can set up utility as well, so getting out of that choke point is like the biggest thing ever. So if you're able to just drop a cove where everyone is able to get into it and then just past the choke point that they can spread out into all these different positions, then it allows you to bypass the main issue of getting out of the choke point on this map. And so I think it's a really good job that they use this, and they can be really explosive with this composition. But I like what you pointed out with the Viper wall, is that it's a conditioning tool in the sense that they could place it there and then they could choose to use it that round or 3 rounds in the future, and you never really know what's happening. But it allows you, and we'll see it like further on in the game on their attack side, is that they use it for a lot of these like misdirection plays as well. But here they chose, okay, let's just do a 5-man execute, let's be really explosive with our abilities, with our agents, and get in their faces. And yeah, like you said, if your opponent is defense and they're playing a 5 versus 5 retake, they're going to have all of their abilities still. So if you stick yourselves in the site, 5 people with 10 different abilities are going to just dump on you, and you're going to lose. So what they say is, oh, site's free, okay, we need to stabilize. We have to take either tree or we have to take heaven, one or the other. They still have their Viper wall for tree. Okay, let's go tree room together, stabilize this, and now we can create a crossfire on that retake instead of having the defenders have the information.
But to be able to do this successfully, you also need to, let's say, divide the amount of tasks that every player has, because if you use all the flashes for the initial push on site, then you're not going to have anything for this next.
भाई इसमें बहुत कुछ है यार अभी Streamlabs में. What the fuck? क्या है ये? टिप्पू मेथड, ये मेथड, ये क्या है?
Exactly what's gonna be the second part of the execute, and he still has one more flash because Reyna used her own flash for the initial entrance on this site. So making sure that the leader of the team knows exactly what are gonna be the steps and the responsibilities are gonna be divided between the teammates is allowing this composition to thrive. And even though it's a Reyna with minimal amount of utility, it has her own job and it does it well. So honestly, I'm so happy to see KC actually cook up a different composition than what we typically see on Ascent, because it's just interesting to watch. It's interesting to break down, and it actually makes me excited, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they've been cooking and we have been eating as a result of that.
भाई ये है क्या बजरंग सिंगा भाई हो सबसे ज्यादा मेरा स्ट्रीम देखा बजरंग सिंगा ने है किधर लेकिन Silent viewer क्या?
Vitality right now, and you're on the receiving end of this. You have to just really just be like, okay, this composition, I look at it, it's going to be really explosive, it's going to be cutting off our info, and they're going to play with our rotations a lot. Let's just get as many rounds as possible, because
Bhajan Singha, Mir, Manraj Bhai, Akash Anand,
what is it going to mean
Tesla,
for we switch sides and they have to play defense? What are they going to do? They have to be like really active. They
Gaurav
have
Sahu,
we can punish them really easily.
Peter John,
timings because they don't have a sentinel. We know that they're going to have
हजार घंटे देखे लोग
fights or retakes, and they can
American planes देखने वाला
let's stay in the game as much as we can. Let's get as many rounds as possible. 5 rounds. Okay, we can work with this.
ये मेरे top
they're going to be
1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 लोग हैं top 8 जिसने हजार घंटे देखा है.
So we might still
Litmus
have a
800
really long game
muted
ahead of us. Like, I don't
800
think anything's
IPW
over.
law
That
800
surprise punch just, you know, jumping
Jerry
on them,
900
that's gone now. Now what else do you have left in store?
माँ का 800
They have
900
actually
घंटा
two big gaps. One is the one that you mentioned, this the lack of sentinel, right? But the other one is the lack of recurring cycled utility from an initiator. They don't have a Sova, right? There's no way of getting initial information with the dot, and then on 40 seconds in, you're gonna have another piece of information. That is gone. You have to take the map control on foot, like you explained. So that if Vitality is able to expose those two big gaps, as you said, this is gonna be a very tough match for KC.
And it must be kind of devastating here for Vitality, because I think coming into this, they were considered the clear favorite. They will be playing 2 back-to-back matches, which they're both expected to win. So what are the comms like in their booth right now?
Yeah, I mean, this tech pause to be able to give you a chance to just breathe and just be like, you know, trying to get rid of all the bad juju or whatever's going on. You're just being able to just be like, you know what, like they tried to surprise us with this. Let's just, like, you know, mentally reset a little bit.
Oh yeah, तक ही जाता है.
When you go into this and you...
What I'm hearing is someone pulled the cable on accident, quote unquote.
well,
Oops.
Spill some Red Bull, you know. But when it comes to comms, I'm not sure if you guys saw it.
कितना ये digit 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16
spilling over the entire team. He was keeping up the 20 bastion at that point, and was saying, like, when he got a double kill, now it's a chance, now it's going to be at 12-12. That is very important to keep the mental side of the team on the good side, you know?
Yeah, we actually have an update for everyone watching. There was a potential bug
Guys,
in the game. It was, of course, reviewed. Vitality claimed that they couldn't...
Corsair, I love you, yaar.
Reviewed the case, and it was apparently a game bug.
बहुत ज़्यादा यार आपका
Funded the
AORUS.
weapon back to KO, removed extra orb, claims KO's death from both Killer and KO, and removed 200 gold from Viper for the kill bonus.
देख
So
रहे हो?
no rollback will happen since KC did win the round, and we are ready and set to head back into the game. So let's toss it back to Ash and Pavlos.
So that was all a very
Cheating
smart
karta
way
hai,
of
sala.
explaining that nothing changed.
Cheating
We're
karta hai,
back
sala.
into the series 8-8.
Hello, boys, I
back
love
to
you,
normal.
love you,
Well, there was
dude.
one thing that changed. You know, you get a little bit more money.
A little bit of money, a little bit of
Bigger deal.
orbs.
But at the end of the day, you know, those things can make a difference, right? When it's buying a full
Yeah.
weapon, when it's being able to invest into full
Cheaters.
shields as well, those credits can make some difference.
And just to clarify on one thing as well, that was the Vitality did win out that round. I think there was a miscomm on that one. So because initially I do think we did say Carmine Core, and that would have been a questionable situation. But our lovely admins to be able to go and look back towards us allows us to get straight back into this game here. Again, Vitality on.
Oh!
Carmine Core on defense.
क्या हुआ था? बोला ही नहीं ये लोग ने. क्या बग था?
The mid side.
And if you only just tuned in and you missed all the action, it's a very close fight so far in a sense. Sunset, Carmine Court was able to turn it towards in their favor at the latter stage of the map, and now it's Martin
It's a judge.
on the push here. He's got a judge with him, but the TP is enough to lure him in a different direction to be finished off for
पैसा नहीं है किसी के पास.
Man.
Comms
Still able to
बताओ.
get out. Magnum will clean up, so gets that judge right back. Seeker is up here for Magnum as well.
भाई ये सच्ची मेरे को थोड़ा टिल्ट कर रहा है बता ये चीज.
Well, the
कि लोग
Trailblazer doesn't allow that.
क्लासिक से
There's
ऐसा
one player
मार
that
रहे
is
हैं.
stuck in
थोड़ा
that
सा
position. KC not really
Tilt
putting
हो
too
रहा.
much pressure into mid, instead polarizing the defenders to both sides, 2 for 2. Magnum keeping close though, doesn't look in the way of on this angle, but the fact that the toxic screen comes up gives the call for him to drop back. Nare, so quick on the Marshal there. Runner tries to dash in, not given a chance. This Destrian though, with a TP on site, will catch him off guard, and KC trailing behind when it comes to the weapons.
Arbor ult वो करेंगे क्या?
Destrian is low at the very least, still reckoning here as safe goes for the plant.
Planted.
Still, it is a 3 versus 3. So if a pick is collected, it's not the end. Wouldn't be too bad. Try and build up those orbs. Try and build up some sort of a way you can come back on the second half on this defense. But Vitality right now, don't lose those weapons. You've got 2 rifles, really strong ones. Try and do it for free. But so far, so good for Destrian. He's low on health, but he's able to do it all by himself. Shin, that's a superhero landing if I've ever seen one. But it's still 1 versus 2 and a long way to go. The time is ticking in.
ऐसा वॉल काट के सब नीचे कूद के मार गए.
Nothing to do. Has to hide. Save that
भाई
rifle for
दिमाग
himself.
तो है बे
Every
लोग
single
में
player have found a
केसी
vandal
में
to take
दिमाग
on for
तो
the
है
next round, but it is
दिमाग के लिए
around
मेरे
for
हिसाब से
Vitality
full
to
points
put them in the driver's seat.
Hey, just
केसी भाई को full points मिला दिमाग के लिए
that still got dicey. I mean, that was Nico round there for Carmine Core. They still
Jip
make it
attack.
tight. Vitality looking good.
कितने हैं
Destrian with a great entry
आया
towards that side team.
शिवम भाई thank you for the 500 love you Bunks भाई love you too शिवम भाई
Nasty, right?
Thank you so much for the 500 और भी लोग हैं जिन्हें हायर प्लस हाउस के ऊपर देखा है साइलेंट व्यूअर्स है और माल के साथ बिछाने की कभी छेड़छाड़ करते हैं कौन
find more value with those eco weapons, but now heading into the next round here.
हम लोग कुछ छेड़छाड़ नहीं करते हैं मैंने और पिंकी को ही दिख के रखा
keeping Sender back just a little bit, but still Vitality look to move towards this right hand side. Mid is also being taken over, and with the blades of Runner, you can't be too comfortable face checking that, but Nare's had a good game so far. Can he deliver again with the smoke coming up? It's safe with the first pick. And it's a push towards the
Arjit bhai, thank you for the 100!
Flying up the knife, 0 point. Where is it going to land? Over towards heaven.
There's 3 players on the stack here for Tree, so KC can start raining bullets upon them. No pick for them. That's super crucial. But they retain control, and they go even further. Martin aggresses, safe reads it. That's Vitality clearing up ground. Nare finally finding a pick, but I'm not quite sure if he spotted out Sender's gun.
Hello!
A 180.
And 2 versus 3 now, favoring the Vitality side with a spike on sight, and Sender there as a guarantee. Nare is going to try and read it, and he's good for it. 3 for his name, 2 more left, and he could get an ace.
Okay, 2v2 situation. Spike.
इसमें chat ना करो तो no watch time. Oh, ऐसा है
calm
क्या?
down at all. Runner low on health, could be a clean pickup with a couple of bullets to the torso. And Shin is there to stop it. Shin is there for a double.
हो गया भाई.
Enough madness.
हो गया.
Recalibration.
हो गया.
9 to 9. Back to square one.
हो गया मेरा.
That round, it started off looking
भाई
so
एक बार
good
नरेट
for
का वो वाला
Vitality,
शॉट
but
दिखाओ
heroics
प्लीज
coming out from Nare on the
Please.
right towards Tree.
ठीक
Just
है.
isolating these 1v1s.
ठीक है.
The awareness, knowing that Sender was moving over towards Cat as well. Seeing that elbow and then clicking that button.
या फ्लिकता वो.
Your journey ends here.
Yeah, there's some really cool story, voice lines out there. I
What
don't know, my favorite one is,
fuck?
I think sit down. I think that's a line that he has.
Well, no Gecko here, so we can't find out if Pavlos is lying to us or
exactly. Just Google it and maybe you'll find out. Either way, Tamaji going for a little hop, skip, and a jump.
मेरा हो गया निकल गया almost. Stream lagging? No.
Instead, turn their attention towards this A site, and Magnum is there. He's got the weakest weapon of the lot, Spectre. So he's on delaying duties and drops back, realizes better to be found with his team. He can use his guiding lights for the retake.
Just one left in his pocket to use here, but also got a nade in the hands of Martin as well. Spike still not planted. All of KC are around A.
Oh, they're looking to collapse as soon as they hear the spike being planted. Not even that. They're not going to let them settle at all. Magnum pushing through it. The Spectre's doing damage. No way. Already the advantage to KC, but they back out. They're happy with the pick. Sender, though, in the flank, but the 2 players looking in this direction. They're chasing around after him, but Sender gets a double. Finally shut down, but it's equilibrium across the board.
Okay, plants come down here.
Runner. Damage onto Tamaji, but you need to find more. Nare going all the way around here. But the fact that Vitality are playing onto site, I don't think it will matter.
Sprinting over towards Amy. They know that they've got Vitality corralled here towards backside.
But it's taking a long time for KC to initiate this rotation, which allows the spike to
marega.
take away. Puts
marega.
Pressure onto KC. Nare wins off 2 at the back of the site. It's safe to get a double, to leave it onto a 1 versus 1. Nare, how much do you push this? Again, you've got to get the spike diffuser as well, so you're going to have to hurry up on this attempt. It's a spray down and a headshot collected, which allows KC to win another round.
Finding double digits here on the defuse, right down to the wire. You spoke about how risky that was. That wrap back around, keeping things tight.
बोल रहा हूँ हम लोग चांसी में
Now, oh
कभी
my
माल
god,
के
into
साथ
this.
मिलना
I love the way that, again, I believe it was Lothar,
मतलब
talked
मेरे
about
जैसे
it
और भी लोग
on the
होंगे
desk,
बात
the way that they're using the coves coming out from the harbor to find that space. A different look at it this time. It allowed KC to find more of that control of Heaven pop out a little bit further than you would expect. But the creativity there coming out from Karma and Koran, it's
तीन
for
राउंड दूर है
Yeah, I feel for KC,
तीन राउंड
this
दूर है
whole
ओपा
setup
ओपा से
looks like a push and pull, followed up by another push.
तीन
Right?
राउंड
So much that flexibility that this composition allows, that Vitality aren't ready for it, not prepared for it. And the timeout comes through from KC. Begs the question here, they want to be able to close out this game. 3 rounds required for them to do so, and the series is there. I know Eng definitely wants to not make this difficult.
3 rounds.
Securing the second map is the best case scenario for them. Again, this is a long day. 2 best of 3s required. Going to a third map can tire them out before the next series.
To be fair though, KC, they are the ones that have a bit of a break. So for Vitality, you're also thinking about, okay, if they lose the series, then they don't have momentum backing them up into their match up against the next contenders. Against Koi on the other side of things later today for match 2. For Karma and Core, again, every round's been tight. Sure, Vitality, we've seen more of their success here into the second half. Karma and Core now trailing behind just by 1 round here into the second half, and the advantage due to how well they performed on the attacking side.
मेरा हो गया पॉसिबल नहीं 1.8 से देख रहा हूँ हर दिन जब भी देखा तब हाई कुछ ऐसे लिखना पड़ता शायद टाइमर चालू होने के लिए पता नहीं कैसे
Sliver of a difference every time.
Magnum taking the close end, still with the Spectre, no need to upgrade, it's
Oh,
done
it's
its
here.
work.
Nary here to back him up for the first time ever though. Normally Magnum alone.
Oh, Narite just peeks out. This time, though, doesn't dismiss away. So it's just the one pick. So Vitality take side control. KC patient now. On the bounce, they've got 4 to deal with this retake.
No command out, but you've already got a high tide coming out from Shin early feeding that.
But the fact that KC can't use their utility, they're going to try and find strength in numbers. So far, pushing all together, but it's not working out for them. Somehow, Sender does find a kill with a classic, which puts them under immense pressure. Safe, up close and personal, gives Shin a smooch, and it's down to 1v3. He can't handle for the world of him. Vitality right back on the case, and it's double digits on both sides.
Being able to pick Safe back up there meant everything for Vitality. And again, Karma and Core, we've seen 2 of, I believe both timeouts were used in this map already here. And each time Vitality were the ones to actually find success off the back of it. Because again, it does give that opportunity to try about things to your opponents too. Now you're looking towards money situation. It'll be a hero rifle into the hands of Nary after this round. But a lot expended there for Vitality.
रनर मर गया भाई
command. Now nothing to work with. Kicks 1 away from cycling up to that Hunter's Fury at the very least. We've seen his success on it.
It's 2 for 2. Magnum this time again is at the position where the push is coming from, but you can't really say much about their buy. So likely Vitality to find the lead after this. But the Nare on the Vandal is the player you kind of need to look out for. But because he was set up on the A side, his influence may come in on the latter stage of this half of the retake on this round. I mean, they're not given a chance really. Dink by Dink. Runner just playing whack-a-mole. But finally Nare shows that the moles whack back.
Trying to heal up here. Gets a little bit done. So shields replenished there. Side of Nare. Again, Shin though, no weapon in.
Bye, hello, lag ho gaya.
Yeah, this is Vitality going to take the lead here. It's their own map pick, right? So it's something that they would like to head their way, but you know, considering losing this, they'd be already 0-1.
13,500.
And sort of hope that there'd be some sort of a tiebreak going on for them to stand the chance of 1 win, 1 loss all across the board. So they need this win, they need it quick. Everyone from KC falls as we enter another buy round.
You would have also liked to see.
Guys, किसी को lag हो रहा है क्या? तो मेरे को पट से बंद करके चालू करना पड़ेगा.
I guess the fact that he can
मतलब 1 second
purchase
लग
the
गया.
light shields even into the
सही है,
Guardian
बराबर है
if he
सब, बराबर है.
wants. It will end up being the Vandal at the end of the day, but because he's on that Reyna pick, it's acceptable. You get the opportunity to kind of refresh with your utility as long as you can find an execution onto one of your opponents. Again, neck and neck here on Ascent. Vitality's
सही है, सही है, सही है, ठीक है, ठीक है.
They're playing the standard comp, the meta comp, and they've done well to adjust. to how Carmine Core are playing with something so extremely untraditional.
Not only the alarm bot, but the turret was placed in B. That was broken, and
एक तो मेरे को ये नहीं समझ में आता यार वाइपर लोग ने अल्टी मारना क्यों छोड़ दिया यार
push, but the fact that they're pushing so quickly, it might not even matter. Moving into short, and KC have got a good read on this. 4 defenders, it's strong. Paranoia, not quite useful. It does clear ground for Runner to move into. Magnum clears it out. Hunter's Fury from Kicks. This is hoping to buy space. Marty from the sky, but it's Nari to get a kill. It's KC on top. The defender's doing wonder work. Deshrin, he needs to pick up the pieces.
That spike down, he's the one to recover it, at the very least. And closing that door as well. Now you're seeing Sender wrap back around here towards mid.
लेकिन ये बहुत लेट हो जाएगा.
So if they take this fight, it will favor them. With the guiding light, they start pushing forwards. It's the best call to make before a rotation coming in from behind. Destrian using from the shadows to get away, but it's Kicks with a double. No way, this Odin is doing so much work. Not quite shutting down Tamaji, but he's turned it all around for Vitality.
It's a 1v2 now here. And Tamaji has to make the race.
Well, Vitality is back, baby.
KC had this locked and loaded. This should have been the situation. Kicks has completely turned this upside down.
Does have a Viper's Pit to play with here. However, look at the way they're playing contact with each other, looking for those trades. Jangle covered.
And this B site is so difficult to find isolated fights. Vitality know the protocol here, know this 1v2. And Tamaji doesn't check his right hand side.
Vitality is back!
To Lotus with one more to go.
Match point here, and Carmine Core,
भाई जो
that was
भागे
a round
वहाँ
that we
से
needed to see the win out from them. And again, like you said, Kicks the one to just
ये बराबर था
completely
इसके
turn
बाद
this
सब
around.
छोड़ दिए साइड रे
You've got Destrian who mad dashes away with the from the shadows over towards that B site. And all the attention still drawn. Safe can't even believe it. He's just like,
No.
all right.
He can, but I want to hear if the crowd here in Berlin can believe it. Anybody think that Vitality can draw out the comeback? Well, there are some believers. I believe this is a Carmine Core house, though. And if Carmine Core are able to close it out, with 2 rounds to go, to potentially draw us to an overtime here on Ascent. Viper's Pit early onto this B side.
इसके बाद अमेरिका से करोगे obviously.
Man, that glitch pop Odin. Mitch is living his best life right now, watching on the sidelines.
अमेरिका से तो fun है
Over towards
बे.
Carmine Core. Again, Magnum far forward towards a very
Alt कर दे वाइपर में पहला राउंड करना चाहिए था.
here, but you see the spike creeping up. Safe is alone, so he's not going to push the issue much further. And there's a judge waiting on the other side, right?
Yeah, you can't be too comfortable. Going to his close quarters with these weapons. KC fly into their pockets. This is the best they can afford. Narrate, the person with the better weapon on the server. For this
runner by मारते तो है बे. Send for the win. 2 matches today. Let's go.
Snakebite delaying. Ultron. Inevitable to fight Tamaji, but doesn't quite. Shit. Close fight to the action. Tamaji with a bullet to the head, though. This is KC actually turning all around in their favor. Paranoia is strong, but Tamaji still, they don't know where he hides. So he can survive for now. Look how deep into this Keeks is. He moved into the Viper's Pit and now full garage control. If Magnum pushes right past him, he can do so much, but Magnum is quicker to the trigger. And KC are suddenly on top with numbers.
Opportunity to get that heal up
Critically
here for as well.
Magnum used up his guiding lights. Unlike the previous iteration of Sky, it can't be
Six
brought
का
back
scene
from them.
पूछा उससे क्या scene
There's no waiting game. They're going to have to go for dry picks. It's going to have to be a really far forward push from Martin, but it's Magnum with the first shot. Runner, the rookie, the new duelist for the squad.
Oh,
but
anti.
cannot do it up against the 3. It's Marty.
Mega membership lots of love. Love you too, Abhinav bhai. कभी लिया दिखा मैं मेरे को.
Just a hop, skip, and a jump, and now 1 round here to take us to
Arjun
overtime.
bhai, thank you for the first super chat and thank you for the 100.
As well. You've also got the reckoning.
I feel that committing Viper alt is like committing the side on
perfect timing coming out here from Magnum.
Proactive.
Carmine Core, they knew.
No, but if you commit a Viper's alt, it's good. No, एक side नहीं आएंगे.
There's too much potential to even lose out a duel like that. When Runner is performing so well today, again the rookie onto the duelist.
क्या लगता है? माँ की आंख. KC के पास 2 alt है.
At least for the first seconds. Then, wrap towards the left. Still, Vitality may have a game plan here, but KC need to read it. It's Shin and Tamaji to the B defense, and no one in for mid.
ये लोगों को मालूम रहेगा कि ये लोग A पे तो नहीं जाएंगे. Harbor और Raze का ult है करके.
But it's a matter of Vitality finding out what the setup looks like, breaking down utility, break down the information, getting Trailblazer towards that ace site. That's a lot of information from Magnum, which allows an extra rotate coming through from Martin to help out in
और
mid.
Madrid बंग में अभी आज वो है round robin.
Narrate's got that covered.
उसमें से जो एक जीतेगा वो जाएगा आगे.
Push on through. Okay, the flash.
Flash comes through. Nare looks away, but safe. Quicker to the trigger. Numbers advantage.
Save by
Magnum on a walk.
mood में पे.
Pushed out so far right
Save
now.
by mood में.
Guiding lights here as well.
आज के पूरा दिन save by ने अच्छे खेला.
No one has a clue. No one has an idea of what Magnum is cooking up here. Oh no! It could have gone horribly wrong. But he does recover. He does get the kill against Runner.
अभी भाई, thank you for the 10 gifted मेरी जान के टोटे. Guys, जिसको भी gifted मिला है उसका पकड़े.
He recommits top mid though. Sender's still waiting. Even clearing out towards spawn. Vitality all the way up here towards A. The time is so low, Pablo.
Showstopper, it works for Destrian! And Martin keeps the hopes of KC alive. Not much time remaining. The spike has to go down with Safe getting a double to deny the denies. It's a 3 versus 2. A 2 versus 2 scratch that. As Magnum closes in. And Tamaji on the other side. This game was always destined for overtime. And Carmine Corp know it well.
बोला था दो अल्टे बोला था ANH के ANH के बोला था
to be much cleaner now taking over towards OT where everything is reset here. Carmine Core, it was a back and forth on that economy even on the round wins. It came down to usually 1 maybe 2 players at most.
भाई महंगा वाला नहीं है but still love it too Mad Max.
Seeing the replays, okay, so excited. And like our job is not done yet though. Like
no.
Taking notes.
दो round all in करना दोनों teams को all in.
Ahead of himself and the talk that these two teams are having with their coaches. Carmen with Eng, Vitality with Salah. It's time for overtime.
गांड दुख गई भाई इतना दिन बैठ के.
Things
I love it. These are my house views.
And this one is anyone's game. They're ahead and they're looking to be amongst the favorites to get themselves into playoffs of Kickoff. Vitality lose it. Well, Vitality win it. It's Lotus up next to decide the fate of these two teams, at least in the first series off today.
Can Magnum lead them to success in that last round to take us to overtime? It was the IGL that brought us there, that positioning over towards top mid. What can he do? Again, often playing away from the team to help
look at favorite A execute.
The information that he's looking for.
That's right.
Picking up the A site in full here on the side of Vitality.
Yeah,
more
Martin
than happy to play the retake.
Opens things up and actually goes a step further. Moves up into heaven, but doesn't take a fight. And while this take has taken place, KC don't drop a player. Flanking Magna.
Chagawat
will come in just a little later as Destrian looks to push through the tree area. It's got the paranoia, and that's going to be the crucial one. But the flash from Magnum is immaculate, collapsing upon them. KC want to have full control over this. Case and Safe kicking and screaming throughout this, which allows Safe
ए साइड भी ले ले, ट्री भी ले रहे, उसका भी ले रहे, उसका भी ले रहे. थोड़ा वॉच पार्टी करने के लिए क्या करना पड़ता है? मेल, राइट को.
Stunning calling coming out from Magnum. I mean, the timing is perfect. Again, they know that Heaven is that weak point with the way that the harbor wall goes out from Shin, leaving that option open there for the defenders on the retake. So
blind कर करके मार रहे, कहाँ से आगा?
In towards tree, you always have a lurker looking to clean up and things in case things do go awry. But now Carmine Core, operator coming out here for a narrate on the defense. Glass cannon on the Ranger.
Yeah, and the fans of KC need no encouragement to boost up the team morale.
There.
The moment they think there's a chance, the comeback already on the making. Martin's close by, blast pack trying to get out of it, and he's successful in doing so. No trade for Vitality, and the A-site takeover.
Stunning repositioning there coming out from Martin. Now the retake game becomes difficult. Neri does have a Lear to work with this off. Tough to make that space.
KC not going to hold back. They're going to go for a push and pull here, but it's Samaji to drop first due to the snake bite. Send it with a spray. Vitality want to stay in this. RT off the back end. Runner doing
तो
so
हो
much.
गया
Runner with a double. And
तो
another
हो
was the
गया
AORUS
भाई
Vitality to
कुछ
keep
तो
them in
हो
contention.
गया
They knock right back
कुछ
on
तो हो
KC's
गया
door,
बे
sides here once again.
something like happens
Overtime coming in the long run. We had that yesterday, 20 to 18.
कम
How
कर दी
far do
बे
Vitality and Carmine Core
Hey, this
take
isn't
us?
Lotus here, Ash. It's a set, which doesn't mean a thing, but still.
Yeah, I don't know what you're getting at there.
I don't know. Lotus is the overtime map. Changed my mind. But yeah, Ascent seeming so far to be having a similar fate. 13 to 13, round 27. And Odin for Tamaji.
Just trying to do a little bit of damage.
full BA
Kicks has been playing this
तीन
map for a
बंदे
little bit too
तीन
long to know to not overstep his welcome. So he's definitely dancing with a crosshair placement of Tamaji. But Runner's there as a caveat. He's got himself a lock position, but the guiding light does realize someone is nearby. But Runner himself is blind as a bat, and Magnum will be able to slap him into the ground. 4 versus 5. Sender in trouble. Has to hold down the side. It's all down to Kicks right now as he sprays down on 2. Has he done enough to Vitality come back on this? Because KC have a man's advantage.
2 flashes here for safe.
Not going to bounce back at all. Not going to hold back. Flash strike
Mera ho
instantly.
gaya.
Fragment to one of these corners. And Narek close by with a shorty is a scary prospect.
Easy dismiss for him if he can find a pick.
Trying to find Spray through the wall. It's a desperate effort. And Narek takes full advantage of that movement from Destrian. Moving in safe is all by himself. Again,
This is one game away from 2-0 Vitality.
Turn for yet another time to see if they can close out this series in a 2-0 fashion.
KC
Carmine Core changing the pace there into that round, and then you also saw
मेरा हो गया
Vitality.
भाई
They weren't comfortable to make those rotations. I feel like Carmine Core on the defense we've seen, they're happy to swing those rotates back and forth, happy to play the retake if they end up losing at that space, and still diligent to see where they've left gaps on the defense. Meanwhile, for Vitality, Magnum's just been such a pain in the back.
Right.
Like, there were 2 people still posted up towards mid, posted up towards A, despite all the noise that was being made towards B. Just worried about, okay, is their IGL just like ratting around right now? Where is he?
कोई तो बोला था 2-0
He was indeed.
भाई गलत भाई गलत खेला भाई मतलब कैसे 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 खेला बे कैसी
Strong showings here.
हाँ Vitality out नहीं है
But it's a moment when both teams
लेकिन next game वो लोग को जीतना पड़ेगा एकदम boom bam करके
You're 1 round away. It means nothing for Vitality. The last comeback they had was from an overtime.
Resetting that mental. You can see frustration on the side of Vitality right now. Sure, serious looks on the side of Carmine Core as well, but they do have a little bit of more smiles on their faces with some of those celebrations.
For sure, but you say frustration of Vitality, I see focus, right? They're completely zoned into the game, in a flow state. And that's what you need to get yourself up to snuff. It's not 14-12, guys, it's 14-13, just FYI. Game's close, not over just yet. And Carmine Core on the top. I've got a chance to close it all right here.
Aggressive look towards B main this time. Nary alone. This one Molly popped here from Sender just to keep him from taking that angle. And the spike originally postured towards that A side, now shifting back over to
ये wall करके लोग को mid clear करना पड़ रहा है
to actually stack over on A though. 4 players.
Shimba, thank you for the membership.
Here on the B site to allow Narrate to kind of maneuver around it if he does end up getting swarmed, but a slow look here from Vitality.
Big TP from Destrian keeps Magnum guessing.
B जाएंगे क्या?
But Vitality.
क्या इस शॉट पे थोड़ा आवाज हो सकता है B जाने से पहले?
They're just starving Carmine Core of information right now.
But KC not really eager to find out much either. Very defensive positions. Only strong onto that A side, really.
Even a fake smoke over towards B. You've got the nice lineup too. It's just safe though. This stack is still on A.
But still, look at this. It's Shin nearby, and he's done a lot this game. But can he do it again? No, the answer to that is Sender's bullets. And all of a sudden, you've got to deal with Tamaji on the side, but he's been smoked off. It's Magnum to do it by himself, and KC have got the advantage. Vitality, 25 seconds spare, and they can only head to this A site. No other recourse, no other remorse. There's nothing else for them. They've got to go for this A site safe. Closing in. Vitality desperate for the hero of them to do it all himself. but it's going to be Carmen Corp, the first to take the step towards kickoff playoffs, grabbing a first win in today's matchups with a 2-0 win against Vitality.
The blue wall looking good, shutting down the swarm of the Hornets there in Vitality. And they are ripped away from their title of the kings of that French derby from yesterday.
But like we said, today is all about resilience, being able to hold on to your mental, to your capabilities, to be able to close out. They've got 2 series to play, each of these teams, and playing each other is a difficult one.
वैसे वरेना का सिटी पूरा साइड खाली था तो उनको थोड़ी पता है वो तो अपने को पता है वो लोग सोच केसी कितना अच्छा खेला वो लोग ने रोटेट ही नहीं किया वो लोग को रीड आ गया था कि फेक होने वाला है
straight into their second match. Instead, it's going to be Vitality versus Koi facing off next, and that begs the question.
बाप के लाभे सेफ देख सबका तारीफ कर रहा है
Team Vitality, they unfortunately don't have momentum backing them up into their second game, but you know that Sala is going to be there to cheer the boys up.
Chins up, he says. Keep that morale going on for you. But for Carmen Corp, they're the ones to win the first series of the day, taking a bow on stage for us in Berlin.
बाप खेला बाप खेला बे बाप खेला बे बाप खेला बाप खेला बे बाप भाई अभी फंडा सिंपल है ये लोग ने वाइटलिटी को हराया वाइटलिटी को आ चुका है गुस्सा ठीक है अब वाइटलिटी दूसरी टीम को हराएगी ठीक है फिर जो दूसरी टीम है वो केसी को हराएगा और फिर पॉइंट्स डिफरेंस में मालूम पड़ेगा कि कौन जीता और बाद में लोग बोलेंगे फॉर्मेट अच्छा नहीं है मैं बोल रहा हूँ यही होने वाला है मेरे हिसाब से हाँ क्या बोलते हो अभी है कॉय वर्सेस वाइटलिटी वाइटलिटी 2-0 कॉय में कौन है कॉय में है शेडोस ठीक है स्टार्स ओ ठीक है ओ फक शैडो है बे गुरुबीनो है कामो है भाई है तो सही अच्छी टीम शैडो वो वाला एम वाला प्लेयर बे क्या लगता है कौन जीतेगा ना वो वाला एम बनता है भाई कौन जीतेगा ना कॉय 2-0 मेरे हिसाब से कॉय 2-0 कॉय 2-0 कॉय 2-0 कॉय 2-0 डन कॉय 2-0 बेबी
Red Bull gives you wings.
ये क्या है बे
You're stressing right, you need some meditation. Don't let them ruin your vibe, no time for rumination. Let's leave it all behind, take a flight, aviation. Want you girl by my side, let me show you. Won't you hit with me, I miss your body baby. No, I cannot believe that you're still single lady. Wishing I could retreat. You here with me. Be my lover, be my Jovi, be my woman, be my lover, be my Jovi,
म्यूजिक तो है थंबनेल टिक करो नहीं कर सकता एडिटर बिजी है म्यूजिक तो है मंडे ट्यूसडे वेडनेसडे थर्सडे फ्राइडे सैटरडे संडे मंडे
I want you here with me. Be my lover, be my trophy, be my woman, be my lover, be my trophy, be my.
चिल्ला कुछ नहीं कर रही हूँ फिर भी चिल्ला रहा है गेम खेल रहे थे मैं नहीं मार रही हूँ ऐसे ही चिल्ला रहा है मैं तो गेम खेल रही हूँ अपने हेलो मैं गेम खेल रहा हूँ स्पीड
Welcome back, one and all, to the VCT EMEA 2024. Vitality coming off of their first game, and it's going to be a loss, and they have to play again immediately after this. But let's talk about Carmine Corp. I mean, it was a very close second map there. But man, how exciting was that to watch? They really pushed it. Once again, a lot there is to say, of course, about the compositions that we saw, and a lot is to say about Carmine Corp's just general approach to it. They played really reactionary and just very cohesive.
Yeah, I think we've seen a little bit of everything this event so far. We've seen a lot of, letdowns, and then we've seen a lot of cool things where we see, a new roster coming up and implementing a lot of cool, innovative things, not just with their agent pool and their compositions, but also like they were playing fundamentally really sound. We saw a lot of good things from them in terms of moving together, triple peeking together, the spacing, the first person going in is moving a certain way to take the enemy's crosshair away. So I think we saw a lot of really good things from Carmine Corp altogether.
Yeah, I'm so happy that you mentioned all of that because this is something that is lacking in almost every single region. I'm always getting mad when I see people just overpeaking advantages.
Both are getting mad. That's a new one.
I'm grumpy, I'm grumpy. Like even in the green room. So when I see that in the match, I get mad even more. But with Carmine Corp, I have to say, right now, they're super enjoyable to watch. They have nice, new, creative compositions, but they also play them fundamentally well, understand what they want to achieve. The double peaks that you mentioned, like I was like literally smiling when I saw the triple peak on lane with Martin just dashing out on one satchel, but then good spacing between them. All of that is really nice to watch and exciting for me, and not the boring perfect valorant, that you typically see.
Yeah, I mean, we saw a lot of positives coming out of KC here. Looking at round 9 is something you want to tell us straight. A great example of push and pull from Carmine Corp there. They really kind of broke the ankles of Vitality.
Yeah, so I saw a few really cool things here. So as we pointed out earlier with this wall that we see happening at middle and it crosses all the way to cat, this is one of the things that allowed multiple things to happen from Carmine Corp. It allowed them to take middle control, it allowed them to do cat splits, and it also denied a little bit of information. So here at the start of the round, we're seeing this push towards B, and they've shown a few different things happening here. They've shown the sky is there with the bird, with the dog. They've shown a harbor there with the cascade and his squiggly wall thing. And then with all this pressure that's happening, they're also making their way up with a Viper wall extended on middle here. We see that the wall's up. It's denying the information from anyone that's playing down by mid. Those players are probably rotating into market to help B. So we're watching these players walking up catwalk basically for free. And yes, they're against an eco. No, it doesn't really matter that it's against an eco because what it's doing is they're getting all the way into B site here. So as I slow this down, we're able to see inside B site here. They've shown that they're all the way up close. The KOs suppress the sky. The Reyna and the Sky are taking a lot of space and making it say like like, hey, we're over here. This is forcing a reaction from Vitality. And one of these reactions that's going to happen actually is going to happen over at middle by Catwalk.
नया mouse
And
use
then
करेगा
what
इतना
actually
दिया है.
happens is the attackers slow down. They're like, wait, we have all the space at B for free. Okay, maybe we actually go back to B with the spike. So that's what they do, but they're also holding the positions in middle this entire time. So it was a very open-ended strat where they're going towards B as a distraction, then they actually make their way over back into they're holding the mid space, waiting for a reaction. No reaction comes. The B players have a free sight. They go back into B, and then they hold the mid space. But it was open-ended in the sense that they could have gone A if Vitality had pushed off Cat or it pushed through mid, or Vitality was defending B, then A site would have been open, and the B players are just a distraction, and then they play to live. So it was a very open-ended strat, and they were like doing a misdirection like magicians. It's like, hey, over here, and then just like, you know, getting them in the side.
Is that how you would do it?
Yeah, you would it's a wave up here and then shake them.
Day के दिन कुछ नहीं खाया बोल के कल वड़ा पाव और वो कौन सा डाइट चल रहा है बता दो. पूरा बॉटल पी गया वो.
Intermediate triple.
Oh man, well here's the thing though, Vitality are now in the unfortunate position where they have to play back-to-back matches, so they have to be able to just compartmentalize all the things that the magicians just did to them and forget about it and just restart completely mentally, as they will be going up against Koi in their upcoming match. So let's talk about
this. Already
you know, what was going on with Vitality in their first match. What do you want them to fix for their second match?
Actually, there's some good stuff that is happening for Koi.
Oh my God!
Vitality.
Yeah. Sorry. So we have a lot of actually tape against
Planning
their opponents, and we know how they played. So that's something that Vitality have to think about when it comes to countering the opponents. But in general, I feel like Vitality needs to revisit what just happened against KC. From a coach's perspective, I feel like there are two ways of doing that. Either you quickly fix the mistakes that you have been doing against KC, like being just completely pushed and pulled in many rounds, like you just had a perfect example about, right? And then make sure that this doesn't happen against the next opponent, or make your players completely forget about this match.
क्या कर रहे हो? तेरी बंक्स की लाइटिंग कंटिन्यू रख. मेरे पे थोड़ी है, उसको खाने का है. मेरे को पता था इसमें सेल्फ कंट्रोल है नहीं.
कितना सेल्फ कंट्रोल भाई? हाँ? खत्म करो, घर जाएगा.
इसके लिए मैंने सैलेड्स खाए हैं इतने सारे. पाव भाजी नहीं खाई मैंने 15 दिन से.
मैंने भी पानी पूरी नहीं खाई 1.5 महीने से.
मेरे को वेट लॉस करने की जरूरत नहीं.
मेरे को भी.
साउंड बढ़ाओ ना माइक का थोड़ा. इसका फुल है भाई. ये देखो आवाज आ रही है.
आवाज आ रहा है.
आवाज आ रही है.
आवाज आ रहा है क्या?
हेलो हेलो हेलो.
आवाज आ रही है
अभी.
आवाज आ रही है.
इसने क्या डाल के रखा है रे बाबा.
आवाज आ रही है क्या? हेलो. अरे वो बराबर है, वो साउंड का सिर्फ एक डाल के रखा है, सप्रेशन बस.
ये क्या है?
वो पता नहीं. ओह माय गॉड. हाँ बराबर. क्या होता है इससे? क्या होता है?
बोल.
हेलो. उसने वो
बोल.
हेलो.
ओ देख बड़ा.
ओ हाँ बहुत बड़ा. कम कर.
अभी ठीक है गाइस. नहीं अभी.
अबे बहुत ज्यादा रेड पे जा रहा है वो.
अभी ठीक है ना? अभी ठीक है ना?
ओ माय कान पड़ गया. रेड पे जा रहा है पिंके.
अभी ठीक है.
अभी ठीक है. थोड़ा बड़ा.
अभी
थोड़ा.
अभी
थोड़ा. अभी ठीक है.
हाँ.
अभी ठीक है गाइस. हेलो. ठीक है.
अरे क्यूटी गाइस. क्यूटी
लैंग्वेज.
ये नहीं रे बाबा. ये नहीं रुको. मेरे को तो मजा आया। मेरे को ऐसा लग रहा है इमेजिका में हूँ मैं, कर ले।
इमेजिका या इमेजिका क्या जाएगा मेरा
Full hats.
621
कितना? शर्म करो बोस्टर के घर, मेरी मेरी फ्रेंड है, मैं उसको फॉलो करती हूँ ट्विटर पे। वो अलग बात है कि उसको मेरे एग्जिस्टेंस का पता नहीं है, बट फ्रेंड है मेरी वो।
कौन?
I was 80 kg, went to gym for straight 3 months with strict diet and reduced
मेरे एक
62.
बात बताइए, अभी कितना दिन इधर रहेगा, सच बताओ। हाँ,
जितना दिन तेरा कप रहता है ये टेबल पे।
ओपन कर दूंगा मैं इसको। देख लो, देख रहे हो ना, देख रहे हो ना, सुप्रीम कोर्ट देख रहे हो ना।
क्या देख रहे हो भाई?
पूरा दिन मारा मारे, पूरा दिन।
Você só daqui, ó. नो नहीं, नहीं देखा वो लोग ने। हाँ। भाई ये कौन सा डाइट प्लान है खा पी के? पूछ उसको गणेश, पूछ। पिंकी जॉइंट यूट्यूब, हाँ चैनल गया ना तो सोचा उधर ही काम कर लूं।
तेरा चैनल है क्या? नहीं है?
हाँ मतलब एक हफ्ते के लिए गया है। क्या हुआ? स्ट्राइक आया रे मीम रिव्यू का एक क्लिप से।
और देखो मीम्स।
नो मीम रिव्यू एवर ऑन माय चैनल। मत डालना कुछ डिस्कॉर्ड पे गाइस, टाइम वेस्ट ना करो। लाइव कब आ रहे हो? नेक्स्ट मंडे, मार्च में मिलूंगी सीधा।
कैसे नेक्स्ट मंडे?
नेक्स्ट मंडे, संडे को तो आया। 7
नूब
days.
नूब 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 पिंकी है नूब 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 नूब।
Anupama wale. No, it was actually dangerous, and I also said don't try this at home. There was some stunt performed on the road.
Yeah.
And I was just reviewing that clip. But it was dangerous, so it's okay, I accept it. Yeah, I shouldn't have posted. But the funny thing is मेरे live stream पे नहीं आया उसका कुछ strike और video पे आ गया, video like highlight पे। वो ट्रक वाला, हाँ ट्रक वाले क्लिप पे। बट लाइव स्ट्रीम को भी मैंने एडिट कर दिया, अभी तो नहीं होगा उसमें होपफुली। ये ड्राइंग चल रही है फुल इधर।
देखिए एक कप चाय हो जाए।
अभी पिया तूने? बिंक्स डोंट, प्लीज स्टॉप ड्रिंकिंग सो मच टी।
रेड बुल,
नारियल पानी, जा अंदर नारियल पानी वो पी ले।
तू ही तो नैने तनना, तू ही तो तनना ना 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 ना
में से
ना 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 ए तू ही तो तनना ना 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 तू ही तो तनना ना ना ना। भाई क्या गाना गाता हूँ मैं।
ऐसा लगा ऊपर के मकान में ड्रिलिंग चालू थी।
देख सारे डांस कर रहे। भाई आवाज कम करो का नहीं चाहिए, एक्सक्यूज मी। +1 सेक्सी सिमर, थैंक यू, लव यू माय मॉड्स। कल प्रियांक जिंग का ट्वीट देखा ना?
जिंग ना क्यूट है बोलता है, इट्स जस्ट पीस ऑफ कार्डबोर्ड, आई कैन मेक दैट, आई कैन मेक दैट। यू गिव मी अ बिग पीस ऑफ कार्डबोर्ड, आई कैन मेक दैट।
जिंग 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 जिंगाट, जिंग 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 जिंगाट। मेरे सारे स्ट्रीम्स लाल है, लाल है, सब लाल है, पिकेट लाल है।
वॉल्यूम कम था वैसा कर दो। तुम लोग को सब चीज से प्रॉब्लम है, वॉल्यूम बढ़ाओ, वॉल्यूम कम करो, वॉल्यूम ये करो,
अबे
वॉल्यूम।
मेरा एक स्ट्रीम कैसे कॉपीराइट मारना भूल गए क्या लोग? बाकी सब लाल है। हेलो हेलो हेलो, चलो क्या
खाने का क्या, तू अभी खाने वाला है या बाद में?
बाद में, स्ट्रीम के बाद। स्ट्रीम के बाद खाऊंगा तेरा दिमाग। कोई है?
They're down after match one, but definitely not out. Taking the stage once again. Give it up, Riot Games Arena for
Red because of
Team
songs, obviously.
Vitality. And of course, last but not least, Coach Baba and
साला
Coach Sala,
बोलते हैं।
it's been nearly a year since these two have faced each other. But today, right here, the stakes are at an all-time high.
Have fun guys, ऐसा बोला। बाईस प्रोज एंड कॉन्स देखते, ठीक है। प्रोज एंड कॉन्स, प्रोज ये है कि ये लोग का सारा लोग का हाथ गर्म है अभी, समझ रहे हो? लास्ट 2 घंटे से हैंड वार्मर ऐसा कर करके सारे लोग का हाथ गर्म है, ठीक है। और कौन ये है कि वो लोग का सारा गेम प्ले ये लोग ने देखा हुआ है, सारे स्ट्रैट्स, समझ रहे हो? तो अडेप्ट करने के लिए इजी रहेगा। तो कौन जीतेगा? जिसका हाथ गर्म है या जिसने मैचेस देखे? क्या बोलते हो?
Koi Lothar, do you think there's anything they saw in that first match from Vitality that they will use?
Well, they didn't see a lot of operators, so that's good for them, no?
Yes,
That's
yeah.
the kryptonite from the previous matches, so that's maybe something they're going to be paying attention to. And the map features are not so bad. We're going to get Sunset. Perfect, because we talked about some of the rounds from Koi on Sunset, and we still have some in the bank for the Telestrator when it comes to comparisons. So I'm very happy to see Sunset and Breeze coming up first. I'm not sure about you, Josh.
Yeah, Breeze is going to be interesting because we saw Vitality play this actually in their series yesterday.
कोई सिंगल डिजिट हारेगा ये मैप, तो सिंगल डिजिट, ठीक है? हाँ, अब भी करूं मैं? हेलो, हाँ या नहीं, अच्छा तू तो कॉल में बोला करके कॉल किया, या यस यस, ठीक है। जीतने के बाद एक और फोटो, डन सीन। ठीक है सर, बाय, ठीक है, रखता हूँ, ठीक है, ओके, बेस्ट ऑफ लक, बेस्ट ऑफ लक, ठीक है। आगे से राइट मार के पहले एंट्री लेना, या बराबर, ठीक है, चलो चलो भाई। अबे अच्छा टाइम है अभी भी, अरे बहुत पार्टी कर रहा हूँ, डिस्टर्ब मत करो प्लीज, या लव यू, रखते हैं। मतलब क्या बोलने का भाई, क्या बोलने का?
the choke or omen TP across the choke or use
Game के
power
बीच में
eye
बोल
to
दिया
get
call
the
करके.
operator to have to shoot it or respect it or fall off, they would just walk into it. So it's not a matter of what do they need to do. It's like what do they need to not do. Just don't walk into it.
Dry peeking is the first enemy.
क्या आप भी वाइटी शॉर्ट्स पर स्ट्रीम करोगे? नहीं. वाइटी शॉर्ट्स पर क्यों स्ट्रीम करोगे?
Give a little bit of attention to how Movistar Koi is playing their opening defense on Sunset. That can be repeated maybe, and let's see if that actually happens and
Right,
how
it's
Vitality
short
might
position
counter-strat that. Because in the previous game, Koi had a aggressive...
Vikas bhai, thank you
towards
for the
Koi,
$8.
and then raised Satchels on top of that. If they will repeat that, Vitality should have an answer to it. And if they do something completely different, then Vitality
Shorts
should
में 8
also
घंटे
be
का
prepared
shift.
for that. In case they will expect a very aggressive...
Check image
push from
section
Koi,
of
because
a
that
server.
composition,
Fix the
double
thumb.
initiator with so much push through walls with the stun and the paranoia combined is something that you need to be ready.
दादा अगर बिना एक्सेस के वॉच पार्टी करो तो क्या होगा? बैन होगा चैनल.
Yeah, and they have a lot of with a double initiator. They're really good with doing these trap setups.
लेकिन ये
with
मैं अभी
doing
नहीं कर
these
सकता.
retakes, but they're not so much good with doing like these standard like split strats where it's like 2 people over towards B and 3
ये
people
मैच
over
के
towards
बाद
A.
करना
They
पड़ेगा.
need to kind of be a little bit more active in that. And as you talked about, they were being able to be active, especially on the pistol round towards A main. They have
भाई मेरा
cross
image
map stuns
section
and
ही load नहीं हो
everything.
रहा.
We also need to
ठीक
look
है.
at how they're going to leverage their ability, synergies, and combos. For example, the Fade Tether with the Raise Nade to deny the plants on B. That's going to be something that we look forward to. We're going to look forward to all sorts of different synergies that
That's
you
it,
can
ये
do
use
with
करता
that
बाद
comp.
में.
But one thing that we know
Thank
from
you.
Koi is that their attacks aren't really their problems. It's their defenses. So we do need to
मत
see
करना वो
them
short
have
पे
a little
live
bit better decision
करने
making
का है.
when it comes to
मैं क्यों
moving
करूँगा?
around, when they're going to start with their retakes, how they're going to use their abilities or save them. Like if you can't hold the site, then you need to save all your abilities so that you can do a nice retake. You dump all the utilities to kill the bomb plant.
Go करो 2-0 करो.
Well, remember the fortune for them, they actually have.
कौन जीतेगा ना 2-0?
Recurring
कौन
utility
जीतेगा?
for that purpose as well, right?
Yep.
Indeed. Now the maps are vetoed, agents are locked, and we are sending it over to Tom and Mitch for map number 2, match 2, Koi versus Vitality. Almost got there.
We got there in the end.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Zoe, and our analyst desk. Look, Vitality and Koi. We've already seen one of these teams today, Tom, and now we get to see Koi step up to the stage as well. Their objective is to take this series against Vitality, move on, and defeat KC. That'll get them through to the playoffs. Meanwhile, for Vitality, it's a little bit of a harder road. They got to 2-0 this matchup as convincingly as possible and hope that Koi 2-0 their match against KC to force a 3-way tie. It's a tough road, but, well, you've made your bed. Now it's time to lie in it.
Just don't lose the first game. We wouldn't be here.
Exactly, yeah. You already had your say in it. Now it's time to leave it up to the other teams. So it starts here, and really every round that they lose could be contributing to their ultimate downfall for the side of Vitality. This is where they want to bounce back from the match we saw earlier. Already, Trapwire going to be distracted, taken down without any players being caught in the crossfire. Good trade out as Runner takes over control of the market, trading out the mid lurk.
Nice.
And they're even pushing aggressively in towards the spawn. Vitality not content with the site control. They want to fight all the way through and isolate some of these duels. But there's a few more
nice
players
trades.
than
एक
they'd
और लाले
anticipated. Now it's a 3v2.
A lot to try and hold on to here.
Yeah, आराम से.
Grouping up the side of Koi, the Boombot already going to give them quite a bit of information. Need to clear the close corner as well, but that flash
blind. Omen, तू भी दे blind.
His sky has
Omen,
looked
blind
fantastic and evening up that score.
Blind
दिया.
George.
Now into the 1v1.
Nice.
Moving it onto the
Not
youngsters
nice.
to fight this one out to see it takes the victory. And the pistol king of kicks will close it out again.
Not a bad start for Vitality. That's what we wanted. The pistol round under their belt as they strive for victory here. It wouldn't be over for Koi necessarily either. Obviously, they have that, as we said, the best case scenario for Vitality really is forcing out that 3-way tie. That relies on Koi not being too decimated mentally from this series. Vitality, you want to do it. You want to win quick, not just for the round, but also so they still have some gas left in the tank, right?
Yeah, the only team that are really going to be smiling at this point is sort of no matter how it goes, KC are just out there going, if we win our games, we win. And it's exactly the same for Koi. The only person right now looking at everybody else is going to be Vitality.
Vitality.
For now, though, A little bit of early aggression from Shados, and yeah, that's about expected when you peek into 4 people. Obviously didn't have the info of how many were going to be there, and the Koi stack was on the other side of the map. So a B site after plant, Vitality, it should be fairly comfortable to take this one home.
Yeah, a few small threats. You still got a nade online for Camo, still
भाई मेरे को एक बात बताओ, ठीक है, मेरे को एक बात बताओ, अभी लोड़े तो लग गए हैं, ठीक है, वो दरवाजे पे कोई है.
Spike, and if any Vitality players do come out swinging, take them down, drop their weapons. But as we can see, looking at that hood, there's not a lot of weapons in play for Vitality. They're doing the standard 3-2 setup, 2 pistols. So even if they lose a handful, it's not going to be the end of the world for them. Maybe along the way they can farm some valuable ults. Okay, the damage is kind of being done already. Now the exits might actually be very valuable if they weren't cleaned up so quickly. Just Starzone 36 HP, a nice finish to the round, and 2-0 on the board. Well handled by Vitality.
Yeah, I think something worth mentioning in this series as well is the Veto is actually quite interesting because you've seen a lot of sunset when it comes to Vitality.
हाँ, मैं क्या बोल रहा था, सुनो, अभी वो लोग जीत चुके बराबर केसी, ठीक है, अगर यहाँ पे वाइटलिटी जीता तो दोनों का स्कोर 1-1 है, तो कोई को खुंदक नहीं रहेगा कि भाई वाइटलिटी ने अब भी आ रहा है, क्योंकि कोई के हाथ में रहेगा कि किसको आगे भेजना है, वो भी अलग पावर है. हाँ ना?
First map that they didn't pick, they're going to be feeling very comfortable, and I'm intrigued to see what they've got planned for the second.
Now Vitality have an idea to move through market for
Same
now,
as
4 players. A trap going to be easily destroyed. The information given away. The reaction from Koi is instantaneous, pushing up on B main to seize this control as they look to fight their way to at least maintaining another angle. They can blitz back in on B. The problem is they've been isolated. They've been grouped up.
अगर अभी कोई जीता तो लास्ट मैच जो जीता वो जीता.
Scribino, sure he'll make it past the trap. That's
अभी अगर कोई
up,
जीता तो.
but it's more about getting out of these angles, getting away from these players who are hunting him down so quickly. They knew where safe was. They weren't able to deal with him. But the problem is, on the other side, Grabino's down. Starzo, good luck to you in this 1 versus 3.
चलो guys, मिलते हैं रात को.
Yeah, I can't see much for Starzo in this sort of scenario to really find anything. And the early start from Vitality has been great. Something I want to keep an eye on throughout the entirety of this map is how much Safe is going to be getting away with. Because it's the same scenario we've seen of him versus multiple different teams. We've zero with a Viper's Pit, where he would just push top mid Viper's Pit, like doing a lot of weird stuff. But this round, he was just sneaky enough to get an opener. And while the rest of his team were pincering in, it cut off all the rotations to actually help on that B site. And with full market control and mid control, well, it becomes very, very difficult for the defensive side to really do anything in that round. A 3-0 start. Vitality's attack again looking stellar.
Round difference
and now you come in with what, the single rifle, a few pistols. Okay.
अगर अभी ये जीता,
maybe those can be farmed up for Koi, but
Vitality
on the other side of things,
और
Vitality
next
shows
Koi ने किसी को हराया, तो फिर round
in terms
difference
of
count
weaponry
होगा.
and utility.
I like the
I'll find you.
Weapon kept over on Starzo. Isn't alone. There's some minor upgrades across the board. The stinger for Shadow could be big. Well, 1:30 on the clock. This is somewhere for Vitality to slow it down again. We've seen the mid control. We've seen Safe attempting to lurk up A. He's gotten some good value as well.
पता नहीं, कुछ भी हो सकता है भाई.
But the game, thinking back to yesterday, Tom,
मेरे को लगा नहीं था कोई इतना अच्छा खेलेगा, लेकिन खेला.
Pumping brakes and letting gentlemen push into them time and time again.
कैसे अलग फ्रॉम में, लेकिन अभी रेस्ट है ना, कैसे को ब्रेक के बाद कुछ भी हो सकता है भाई. अरे लो.
Strategies, eventually you've got to roll the dice and take a gamble. And it looks like based on the space that Safe has slowly been chipping away, they'll go towards A, but Koi have read this. The weaker weapons are fully stacked up here. There's a stun to play off of. The first fight luckily slows them down. It's not going to prompt the squad to go charging forward. The flash is perfect from Kicks. And the running spray, even better. Still a few on the site, but it's left down to just Shadow. And oh, we said the Shadow could be deadly. It's only good for the light player. The one with
Shadow ही मारता है. रात में सन का वॉच पटेगा, obviously हो गया भाई, obviously. कितना बजे है आज? कितना बजे?
Question is what
please bolo 330 koi, please.
Rubino, he was picking up the operator yesterday, so he was able to do at least a little bit of damage with it, but I'm not so certain if if that's going to be the major change here, because this composition, obviously you have the breach, you're able to go for those sort of setup plays for camo to maybe get aggressive, but they do have the ability to delay at least a little bit, more so than what we saw from Gentlemate's comp. Early push though, fast pace out of Runner.
Yeah, unfortunately no one's there to break that trap, so it's going to cost him a couple seconds. He's stunned up and now taken down. Grabinho with a quick kill. The showstopper finds absolutely no value in round number 5 for Vitality. They need someone else to step it up. The plan coming in from Sender isn't exactly going to shift the sands of time in their favor. Not when Koi still have that man advantage to work with. And a flank on the way from Grabinho, quite far away.
Safe as well, though. That's the man that you always have to be careful of. Because he's looking to cut off anybody that's going to be in that position. Now, the one thing with Grabinho, well, I was going to say he could TP, but actually he can't. So he'd have to break the trip if he wants to get through it, and that's the information over.
Yeah, that was it. The fact that he didn't have that online lane certainly lurk, like you said. He snuck into that position a few rounds ago. He knew that he likes to play this spot. He's a deadly lurker, but somehow he's found so much value, and with a missed shot from Grabinho, they're hot on his tail. They're not giving up either, knowing that there's an op on the other side. This is a weapon they definitely want out of his hands. They'll get a chance, and they'll find it. Sender cleanly taking the kill. They won't retrieve the operator, but that wasn't part of the game plan. 5-0 with credits struggling on the side of Koi.
I am perplexed so far by this pick, because firstly you're picking into a map, as said, there hasn't been a massive depth in map pool from Vitality so far. Like, you talk about they played a lot of Sunset, a lot of Lotus. That's about like 60% of their map pool so far. They played Breeze once, they got destroyed. They played Ascent twice and they lost both. One to Fnatic, fair enough, but the other to KC. So we're not really seeing that this team has played a lot of maps within the pool, and you've gone, I'm going to challenge them on the one that they have. It seems like an interesting choice. And the thing is, with that choice, is you allow them to start the attack. And that's where we have seen a lot of value from Vitality. Slow pace rounds, as you said. These lurks from Safe being fantastic. 7 and 3 at the top of the board. And as of right now, I'll be honest, it doesn't look Koi have much of a plan to deal with that.
No, it definitely doesn't. I think the fact that you're seeing these rounds fall in such convincing manners. I mean, the presence towards B, the fact that all eyes are on site, they retake together on the side of Koi, and then they are just blindsided by Safe, who is biding his time. We can't see this happening again and again. The protocols on Koi really being put to the test, and with this being their map pick, Tom, look, it's not a good start, but it's not out of control just yet. This half can still be recovered with rifles in play for the side of Koi. They are up against a Viper's Pit, though. So if they lose control over a site, it's not going to be easy to get it back.
Oh, look at the pace. A complete change. I think runners realize, okay, I can just put that pressure in. Cam is going to try the showstopper, but not even anybody to be found. And again, it's just a ruse. They've gone back up top mid. Now, there is a trip available. Sender could, in theory, TP past this. Instead, are they going to use the Viper's Pit? I saw Save tempted. He really wants to lock this down, and they forgot about Runner. He went into the side at the beginning of the round. They forgot about him.
Yeah, that is a pretty big blindside for Koi. A player just sat there. They have no idea. He's able to double up on the kill.
Silent blast back.
Yeah. The suppressor was on. That's the problem. And a Viper's Pit used, again, covering off a ton of the space, basically all the way back in from the spawn side, which is even being covered by 2 players.
Yeah, 3000 watching. We are very close to 5k likes. जिसने like नहीं किया, पट से like कर दो.
Literally after, obviously, seeing that it's a 4v3, but hearing the Viper's Pit go down, the call is to save. It's not likely they win that. And this is the kind of round that typically, if it was a closer game, you would be going for. But your opponents are stacked on money. So if you get 3 kills and lose the round, doesn't matter. No effect.
And you have no money.
And you have none. So you'll have no money for the next, no rebuys. Your ults are coming online. This is really, the line in the sand is right in front of you. You can't let Vitality run away with any more rounds. So I think it's the right call to take the save. It seems weird because they still have the firepower. We've seen these clutches all week long, but I think it's a smart play. It really relies on them finding something better in this round.
Yeah, I'm
और
almost starting
फिर
to wonder if
lunch किया
Vitality have just got to pay us
ठीक
to
है
cast their matches when they play Sunset, because
something strange going on.
literally they won 13-3, absolutely dominated Gentlemen the other day when we casted them play, and then they
क्या
got
किया
on play earlier and
Bike
didn't,
wash
didn't
किया
go very well. So I'm not saying that the teams
ठीक
had
है
any difference. It's obviously just us.
बाद
6-0,
कॉफी पी के आया
utterly dominant.
इसके साथ बाइक में कौन था
Koi,
अकेले
well,
भाई
I'm
अकेले
not really, other than
यार
maybe
दर्द
not
है
even the
लाइफ में
pistol round. I
अकेले
don't think
भी
there was
क्या
much. Oh, that was a 1v1. That was the closest round.
There we go.
Pistol round. Other than that, it's all gone wrong.
यार
It's
भाई
so, you can see him in his chair. He's just like, I
फिर
can't
घर
believe
आया
what he's just done. He
ठीक है
just
ठीक है
walked
रैंक
through
पुश करो
Poison
बेटे
Orb, killed him instantly.
आप वॉच पार्टी देखो बस
It's ridiculous.
I mean, the time
ये सब इधर मत बोलो ट्वीट करो जाओ
Runners just taken two. Oh, that's devastating. Vitality 4 versus 1. Shados, hey, making a good
भाई
attempt to the first, but he's
7-0
down to
मार रहे बे ये
16
लोग
HP. And again, that call is going to be made. This time, presumably just by him.
7-0
Doesn't want anything to do with this 1v3. Runner
भाई अभी
kicks
तो हुआ
and
था
Destry
वाइटलिटी का
all
मैच
full health,
इससे
all full
राउंड रॉबिन
shields,
वाला सीन है
nobody's
ना
hit him.
दोनों EMEA और
Shadow
पैसिफिक
saves.
में आप पैसिफिक बोलो
7
अमेरिका
rounds
में
in a row for the side of Vitality. This is
सारे
gonna be
टीम्स
tough,
दो दो गेम खेल लेंगे
to try and find the hope for Koi. Like they picked this map, but the idea is
वाइटलिटी अगर पहला मैच जीतता और ये जीतता तो क्वालीफाई
And
वैसा
the thing is, most of the time you'll talk about like, okay, maybe this setup's gone wrong, and this, but I genuinely can't think of anything they've really attempted.
अभी वाइटलिटी ये जीता बराबर
Run a blast back into the round.
इसके बाद
3
होगा
seconds
कॉय
in, he's on the
वर्सेस
side, you
केसी
forgot he's there, he's killed 2 people. The next round, Starzo's dead within 5 seconds because
पैसिफिक में भी
Safe
सेम
walked through a
सेम है
smoke.
फॉर्मेट
The round before that, someone walked up top mid and killed your mid player because you didn't realize he was there. The round before, someone's instantly showed
Koi
up.
पूरा
and
lost
you
लग
know,
रहा
it's
था
like,
lost
I'm not even thinking about the plays that Koi are making. Because the round's done by the time they have a chance to... Like, they're like, guys, we're going for a mid-push, Starzo's dead. I guess we just carry on. Like, it's insanity, the amount of early advantages that Vitality are getting. And I think that, yeah, that pretty much speaks for itself. The fact that after losing a match literally minutes ago, they're having a little giggle at the fact that they're just getting away with this stuff.
But I mean, Salah has no choice but to laugh like that. What's the input even going to be? Well played, guys. You did great. You just caught them off guard by blast packing in.
5 seconds.
I don't understand what's going on. On the side of Koi, they've got weaker weapons here, but it's more so to do with how off guard they are in a lot of these opening engagements. Vitality blitzing it down, finding free kills. And again, I don't want to make it sound like this is a round that they should be winning on the side of Koi or anything like that.
Shados was doing the So Marcus twerk to try and get them to stop shooting at him. I don't, he's not even looking the right way.
But it is an eco, right? And
कोई किसी के सामने जीतेगा लगता है
not going to use the rolling thunder, anything like that.
ये देख के नहीं लग रहा है बट लोग रिसेट हो जाते हैं
9k on pretty much everybody.
What damage are you going to do?
If you kill all 5 of them and you do that the last round and the next 2,
I can't
we're
afford
chilling.
a spare operator.
This late as well, yeah. Like the damage would have to be defusing the spike, killing all 5 and defusing.
क्या क्या
That was an Andalusia flawless. There you go.
You can't do that. No, replay it, please. Replay. I'd like a replay. Of the,
Who's
it's a
POV?
timeout. We've
Who's
got
POV
time.
do you want?
Both. Jackson as well. That's absolutely ridiculous.
Well,
the man
luckily,
has jumped into the corner.
An Andalusia flawless, so you always get a
17
replay.
times. He literally... I've never seen anyone do that. Not even in my ranked games, trolling. You have to be kidding me. And he wins it, too. It says it all. It says it's all there is to it. 8-0. Look, I would pay a lot of money to be a fly on the wall for these last 8 rounds. You notice we got a lot of cams from Salah. Well, his rival Barbar on the other side. I think he might have yeeted that camera out of the room.
The camera doesn't exist anymore. We're going to have to replace it.
Oh, there he is. Let's go. He's looking calm. He's looking collected. There was a little smile when he said whatever he just said.
It does
there.
say, I think it says breathe in and out on the board. I think he's probably just had his eyes up to that. I gotta breathe.
Kangaroo shot.
And it really is, because serious talk, when you come into a set of rounds like this, where you have, clearly you have an idea of how they're going to approach it, of how you're going to approach it.
भाई हम लोग ने देखा है टाइम आउट के बाद चेंजेस आती है हाँ अपन ने देखा है मैच फिक्सिंग वाह भाई अनुभव इतना पैसा लगता है पता है टीम बनाने को
it's easy to get lost in this, and it's easy to get frustrated and let it slip out of your hands. I think that's what this pause was about. Koi have to believe in their game plan.
Grilled chickens.
Probably have to
Diet.
change it up from what we've seen
इतना
so
grilled
far.
chicken खाएगा भाई.
वही है diet भाई.
I'm not certain, Tom. You know, if at first it doesn't succeed, I'm not sure how many tries you get.
रात को देखने वाला है तो?
You know what? It's been at least what, like 20 seconds.
दो Sentinels के matches है.
कितने बजे?
Good.
That's not bad.
1:30 से चालू है.
Record set here on Sunset for Koi. As we progress into the next 30
and
seconds.
Kicks is low. Okay.
Advantage.
Yeah, maybe there is a chance. Stars is going to have.
हाँ
to
बाइक
fall
में
back.
किसके साथ गया था?
Yeah, they managed. I think a lot of it was just that Runner was.
मेरे को एक
cheesing
fan ने
these
photo
opening
भेजा है
duels.
तेरा.
I can only assume that him and Safe
भाई
must
इधर
have
मैच
the
इधर
majority
रहता
of
ना
them
वहाँ
so
पे
far.
एक बंदा
They are
पीछे
going for this
बंदा
mid push again. This has been something that's been successful
साला
for
फायदा
them
उठा रहा है.
in the majority of matches they played, and a showstopper out. Nightfall's good, and Runner's killed himself. That's what it takes. It's a trade in the opening duel, and they will be able to even things up once again. A lot of low players, Kicks.
By 9-0
They know
पे.
exactly where they are. An afterplant though, inevitable. There's not going to be anything they can do to stop it.
Yeah, the realization was there from the side of
इनको तो बहुत अच्छा
Vitality
लगता
that
है
this
भाई
was
ये
a big stack coming out of Koi. Curious because so many rounds have been A plays that they decide to fight mid, stack back to B in the end. And now they're left retaking the A site. Not a lot to work with on the way back through. Again, we had Rolling Thunder previously.
और मैं ट्रिप तोड़ेगा तो लग गया. तीनों मिलके भरेंगे उसको.
Garbino, yeah, you're right. No shrouded step to work with. He's going to have to just destroy this cam, play it like a normal agent, and they're ready to fight this now. Two players on the corner. Good flash, good swing, nice and easy. It's traded out. The work done by Camo as Safe falls. No Viper to play with afterwards. That spike being diffused. Spray is good, but now they've got a wild spam and hope they find him. Only half in the end for Camo.
Are we gonna see the first 13-0?
And again, goes to Vitality 9-0.
Yeah.
When will Koi wake up?
13-0 नहीं हुआ अभी तक किसी का.
नहीं.
Jinx कर दिया मेरे
Well,
साला.
it seems like Vitality are doing a good job to improve their round difference. The only problem I have is if Koi don't wake up soon, I don't think there's any world where they beat KC.
They need to beat KC.
बेटा rank push करो चलो.
In a way
चलो
for Vitality right
रात तक
now,
rank push करो.
this squad has to rely,
चलो
like you said,
अब
on
से
Koi
आगे
being
निकल
able
गए
to wake back up.
He said, so close.
15 दिन से मैंने नहीं खेला टिट्टी की गांड.
Good lip reading, Tom.
भाई
Wow,
मैंने 15 दिन पहले चालू किया खेलना.
It's tough. I don't know what you do say as a coach in this position. Pull your players back into it.
Oh, they're going to hit the second one. There's not really anybody to actually deal with it.
Mara
On the
nahi
crossbow.
be.
They have the trips there, but no one who can actually react off it. Re-aggression in towards the market. And they gambled on the wrong side again. Camo though, okay. It's looking like we might finally have something to write home about for Koi. He's managed to find a double opener, has the showstopper. Rolling Thunder will clear out the angles. Still a post plant to deal with though.
Oh, a nasty corner for Kicks, but they've managed to deroot Sander, and they've spotted Kicks' barrel. This should be easy from here on out. Safe in a 1v5. Showstopper if they needed it, but they most certainly do not. Instead, they're just fighting him, and it's diffused. They've bought enough time. In the meantime, Koi are finally on the board. They can take a sigh of relief. It won't be a 13-0, but they're going to need to keep this up. And again, that was Camo catching 2 quick kills as these players try to fight back out towards middle. If that doesn't go their way, well, the round comes into question yet again. They use the Rolling Thunder on the way back through, but they've kept the showstopper.
थोड़ा सा. अरे हनी भाई मैंने नहीं किया यार.
Well, a long, long road to recovery. We've already mentioned it.
कामों के पास अल्ट है.
But the fact is for Koi,
कामों भाई double satchel हो जाए.
they win the series, they win the next one. It doesn't matter. Even if this map goes awry, it becomes irrelevant. Oh, they've started to really. Okay, we got there in the end. Not exactly the way I expected it to go. Safe somehow still gets the kill onto Starzo. And Runner is just full sprint. They've been marking this position for quite a while now. The TP is not going to work either. A little bit scruffy from the side of Vitality.
एंट्री कर से अरे कितना बार फंसेंगे वो ट्रैप पे.
It's a much different look from them. A push from one player, 2 players up mid, the others going through to B. Much more scattered, much more scruffy, like you said. It's left them in a tough spot. No Rolling Thunder to break through. Kicks can play a little bit closer, but the cam spotted him. Has to be careful. Made it around the corner, but 3 players have been spotted. Dodges the stun. Flash ready. He can round it on the corner. Looks like he wants to take a kill first. Nicely done.
God.
Here comes the flash around the right side. It's not caught breach though. Shadow
9-3 cards,
had the
9-3
cage to
cards.
protect him. Stepped out to cover.
9-3 cards, let's go. Comeback आ चुका है. 9-3 cards.
For Koi. The building blocks are slowly falling into place.
Let's go.
Hopefully it's not too late.
It's definitely a long road back.
मंदिर में प्यारा इसका मैं आप चुप रहना. मैं क्या कर
The safe definitely seems like he's having a good time. He's got away with some absolute ridiculous kills so far in this matchup, and that is the thing. It's like, from coming back from 9-0 on a mentality.
Yeah.
Is Shadow playing a breach op? Sorry, I'm going to have to interrupt myself.
Gap,
that is a
gap,
very curious
gap,
choice.
There's 2 seconds left to change. No, we're going breach operator. Okay. An interesting take, a quick blitz out. Looks like Camo wants to do his best impression of Runner. He's gone blitzing down, but he's left tiles. He's fallen back while Grabinho is the one to lose his life on A main. They're down a smoker. No controller to play around, and
अभी भी slow कर सकते हैं.
Does mean that some gaps won't be plugged up for
अभी
them.
भी कर सकते हैं slow.
With the rotations,
I know
gamble
exactly
with the Cypher utility sitting on the B site.
Yard.
They've opted for A. Ult out of Deathstream gives them info.
Hurt से भी जाएंगे
It's
क्या?
hard to decide though, because if you sprint straight to the B site from here, they will be able to rotate in time. Instead, they send Sender ulted in, but this is not the full commitment. Viper's pit on mid, that's not the idea either. It's an A play. That's the long game that they're playing. I love this from Vitality. The traps being destroyed, the fact that Sender's here, they assume that the rest of the squad is going to come barreling through B main, barreling through mid and market, and they'll be able to catch them off guard. But they could not be more wrong. The Viper's pit will make it very difficult to rotate back. They have to go all the way around through the spawn. Although the pit's actually dropped. Safe pretend. Oh my God, Safe's pretending that he's left this position. He's hiding in the corner now, but the player's coming on his right. Oh, he's seen the barrel. That timing just about worked out.
He's just playing mind games. That's half of what Safe is doing throughout this match so far. Spotted out Shados as well. Just needs to try and buy time for his teammates. And dealing with Safe is something they need to do. Just letting him come in from the backlines in the last few seconds is not something you're going to be able to deal with. Trades coming out, Runner doesn't know the second player's there. Shadows coming in, has actually managed to find the cover, and he's going to go just for the defusal. He knows that Safe is pretty far away, just trying to stick it all the way, pulls out his gun, but Safe will win it in the end. You didn't deal with him at the beginning, and you won't deal with him at the end.
Not a bad round from Safe. Dropping the pit, a great idea, but the timing damn near caught him. He could have been in a lot of trouble in this round.
मेरा हो गया.
Apart. That would have been a lifeline for Koi. But there it is. That kill onto Shadow buys him the time. And a quick sprint to make it here before that's defused. The box just about keeping him alive. 21 HP in the end. That's 10-2 at the halftime. Vitality with a stellar start to the series. This is Koi's third pick. And they barely got off the starting block. Vitality could close this out 13-2. This pistol carries a ton of weight. For the side of Koi, their attack side's about to be put to the test.
Yeah, and honestly, the danger man so far in a lot of their pistol rounds has been kicks. This guy always seems to
match है आज तो आज heavy matches रात को.
Winning a 1v3 in a game the other day. Actually, Runner did the same thing as well. They got a lot of good pistol players on the side of Vitality. Even when I think it was facing off against Fnatic, I think they even won both of them. So we'll see what they can do here. An early stack up outside of this B site, a little bit of control into the market, and while the flash
again
will let Kicks know at least a little bit of extra information, but it is just going to be the slow walk up from Koi.
The contact play.
Camo bhai, part se headshot do Camo bhai.
Opening fights when he has a chance to take those duels. Ran into Safe though, who immediately pops down his utility, slowing him. No way to go through that orb once the snake bite is down below. Deep nade with a stun from Camo. It could do some decent damage. I don't think it's made it quite far enough for a kill, but that certainly has. Good shot. He follows it up with Runner. Nade back online. And Safe, he's going to have that to deal with fairly soon, but he's dropped the spike, meaning they have to push into him through his orb potentially. He's on the edge of it, swinging.
Shot be Camo, shot be.
A little bit too clean in this pistol.
देखा % shot.
Get a healthy boost of rounds at the start of this half.
Yeah, no, exactly what they needed. A lifeline to be
Still
a
all the best.
long road to recovery.
All the
Good
best
round
boulder
from Camo
मेरे
as well.
को.
I think he's someone especially even if it's just a little bit of a fake comeback in this map where he builds up some stats and then heads into Breeze, which is a glorified aim duel.
क्यों भड़का था वो?
I'm guessing that must have been from like a round before, because that one was pretty clean.
It was a nice round.
Like, I don't know what he could have been frustrated at.
Someone Camo misses one shot. Like, God damn it! What was that nade, Camo? You got 3 kills, but the utility was off. Now I do imagine that was an earlier one, but who knows with Barbar? Who knows what sets him off? For Vitality, quick mid push, low weapons. Indeed, you can see no upgrades whatsoever. Classics, well, somehow they win the opening duel, but the numbers advantage brought alongside them perhaps helps out. Nade to cover the retreat. I like this, you know, the players are not committing for the most part. Safe's being caught in no man's land, but these things happen.
I'm a little bit wary of the fact that Koi did
Safe
seem
कहाँ
a
से है?
little bit unaware of a potential push. Like the distance that Vitality got before anybody realized was that they killed a player in the corner. Kicks dodges the flash. That's already another drop. Shouldn't be getting anything more than that. He's a little bit further behind. Now I don't believe there's any sort of trip to stop his flank. It does seem though that Starzo is locked in on this position. Oh, maybe not. Never mind. He's no longer locked in on this position, and he's locked back in, but it's too late.
Yeah, but I think a bullet to the back of the head will make you lock in pretty quickly.
I must wait a moment.
Wait a moment on that. We can see the lasers.
भाई
Looking back, the line of sight visible for a second. That's what made it so difficult for him.
W production W.
And the side of Koi are slowly
दोनों का
chipping away
angle था वो.
Vitality's lead, but here is where things get scary. You can see the hood pop back up, and the rifles will come into play for the side of Vitality. For Koi, sometimes you have an ultimate that can help you out. It can maybe bridge that gap. We don't really have that here. I'm curious to see what their solution to this round will be, because there's a lot of weaknesses. Typically,
भाई 10 4 से तो नहीं हार सकता भाई Vitality.
Paranoia
अभी वो लोग खेले हुए ये मैप.
Oh, they're ready for it though. 3 players ready on this angle. Somehow Camo still wins that fight, and he takes down Sender as well. What a double opener. They needed something in this round. You mentioned an ult. I feel like he's just gone nuclear himself. Didn't need any help.
Mugan bhai, thank you for the membership.
And after plant now, you almost have to sit there for Vitality and go,
Bhai
is
nahi
it worth it?
bhai nahi. Possible nahi hai none.
They will have recovered so many weapons as well. That's the other thing to think about for Vitality, with 2 players dying inside the elbow. Even another weapon just got upgraded. Shados now has a rifle too. And it's those problems that really I think tip this scales in the saving direction for the side of Vitality. The weapons being carried through is just worth that little bit more. Koi, 5 players alive still. Great early round. Paranoia left. Blast pack up on the right. Honestly, the fact that Camo finds this much value is insane, because the stun doesn't hit. If I'm not mistaken, the flash did not catch Runner,
No,
but he just wins the fights, plain and simple.
He wins the fight. Also, he's offset
But
when
away.
landing, so he has to wait a second. It is still crisp enough. And the second player he fights, he only has 45 HP. So if he gets hit by 2 bullets anywhere, he's dead. So, yeah, just
अबे गांडू streaks
from the young duelist, and if they're going to have any chance in this
आप
map,
एक
he
वाइडी
needs to be
सीरीज
on.
बना लो मेरा
A
हो
little
गया
bit
करके.
worrying for Vitality. The same sort of flaws. It's just
Is
you
it
were in
fair?
the right place at the
Vitality
right
already
time, just
kind of
didn't win
warmed
those
up.
initial
अबे तो
fights and
दूसरा टीम को भी तो
weren't
दिखा है ना
ready
ये
for
लोग
maybe
क्या
such
करते
a
करके.
aggressive- I say they weren't ready. They had players there, just didn't hit the
They did.
shots.
Yeah. That's one of those
ये
things.
same map देखा है Vitality कैसे खेलता है.
On an aim level, couldn't win the fight for
If
Vitality.
only there was a lamp for that.
You spend much time in there, Tom?
I need to spend more. That's the only answer to that question.
Lag or
Can
erase.
always be the answer. Well, for Vitality, 3 players on A start a round. They go up for a bit of aggression. Don't see anybody. Koi are just slowly looking for mid control. They've got a trap to deny B aggression, trap to deny A aggression. Eventually, group up and push. And we'd seen this a few times from Vitality. Similar rounds. Koi often had a very good lead with stacks towards the site that Vitality were going on. Even if it didn't work out, they still had the numbers there. For Vitality, that's not really the case. The rotates are a little bit slower. They're much more patient in the way they play that. So you'll see Kicks, Runner, and Sender having to defend that while the B control was still being sought after. Safe has made it out though. He's nice and
Seize थोड़ा useless नहीं है, सब dodge कर लेते हैं.
And the spike is just starting to rotate in towards middle. It's leaving with a lack of time on the clock for Koi, and pushing through his own Viper Rob. Instead, he actually picks it up in front of his opponent, and nobody actually deals with him. Timing for Kicks not good though. Grubinho, a little bit of a cheeky playthrough. They still got a couple of players to deal with. Make that just one. It's safe, completely surrounded. The timing couldn't be any better. And although the clock was low, that's not going to be any trouble at all.
The patient round from Koi. I think that plays well, like we said, for Vitality. This isn't a team that you can show a bit of presence on A. You remember the round, Vitality on the attack side, Sender teleports to B, breaks a trap, and there were 5 players there. 15 seconds later. The thing is, Vitality don't work like that. We saw it in their game against Gentlemates. That was a team that tried to push and pull the map to cause those rotations and find easier sites to hit, but every single time there would still be whatever they started out with. If it was 3B, after your fake, there were 3B. Maybe there were 2 if it really worked, but they're not the kind of team to just throw all their eggs in one basket.
Still
though for Koi.
अबे time pass कर रहे हैं अभी ये round के बाद जीतेंगे वो लोग. Vitality ये round के बाद जीतेगा. Comeback कर दिया. ना.
A beautifully played round to put them 6-10. This is where I start to consider it a game again.
Timeout लेगा क्या साला?
When we get to 8, that's when I'm like, okay, there's actually a possibility of this happening. Also, we've now got a Salah pause, which I'm always going to have faith in. I think he's been very good at sort of turning the tide.
साला भाई अभी यही बोलने वाला है कि भाई देखो, मालूम है तुम लोग जीत सकते हो, लेकिन हमको राउंड डिफरेंस भी चाहिए. ठीक है, राउंड डिफरेंस भी चाहिए. तो ज्यादा बकचोदी मत करो, थोड़ा थोड़ा इधर उधर बकचोदी कर सकते हो तुम लोग, ज्यादा नहीं. ऐसा बोला.
It would just be maybe not over rotating.
290 के में बता दो.
He's caught running, and then the players on the B side are completely surrounded. I think also it's mainly just going to be about catching that pace, because Koi has done some very fast rounds, and then in that last one it was about a slow mid lurk, and the rest of the players just patiently waiting, and they were seconds away from safe spotting that B push.
Sorry,
like, he literally was right next to Starzo, just didn't even realize it at the time.
600 more.
So it's still Vitality firmly in the driver's seat, but a little bit of life in Koi, and I think it's a good time for a pause. 4 rounds lost in a row. Couple of buy rounds in there as well.
भाई इतना मेहनत करके भी सब स्किल में बढ़ रहे हैं.
Plenty of opportunities, but
मैं सब करने बोलता नहीं हूँ.
Have sort of thrive on that attack. I think we've seen most teams in this tournament thrive on the attack. I think this map has really lent in that direction. Now, I will say, it's a newer map. It can very easily that will change over time. I think one of the
जो लोग भी नए हैं like करो, ठीक है.
To sort of push it through a smoke in top mid. If I'm still seeing that in 6 months, I'm worried.
Yeah, I think that is it. There's a lot of gaps in the defense so far from most teams that we've seen play this.
See you later.
That right there.
I will get in my cam to check if there's someone there.
That right there is Karmaton. You play those fast blitz round in the blast packs, you catch him off guard. Shadows got shot in the back a few times trying to run away. It's good to see Destrian blindsided by the same kind of play by Showstopper Camo on another. Vitality's numbers thin out, and Kicks was quickly rooted back
next round जीतेंगे मेरे हिसाब से.
And a lot of these rounds.
Hey Pinky, one more thing.
Immediate burst of action and a defensive squad left to save. It seems like we're in a similar spot again. Surely Runner and Center, because they're sticking around. Center's going towards market. Are they going to go for this? 10-6 in the lead. I guess they're feeling it, but individually, Koi have been ahead in so many of these fights. Doesn't feel likely. And with Runner falling, even less so. Center may now be thinking about getting out, but that choice might not be his anymore. With Camo coming to challenge, but luckily he's dealt. And he's out.
It's an interesting one as well, because it seemed like Sender was watching for a
इसके
lot.
इसके बाद अभी क्या ult build आएगा.
So it just seemed a little bit disjointed in how they were even trying to play that 2v4 and the fact they were playing it in the first place. I feel like for Destrian, that's going to be a learning curve round of just like, okay, I've got to be careful, because we saw a lot of those aggressive A-site takes. I don't think we saw as many from Vitality where there was someone watching it and they were dead that fast. Like a Cam is literally, he pops the cam to check it and Camo's like, you're dead.
कॉफी क्या है तूने
It's
पिज़्ज़ा
already
मंगाया?
too late.
Don't look at me.
But it's interesting because
मुझे लगा छोटू सा आएगा
he
ये
had just jump peeked and got shot at. So
And
you know
he'd
there's
just been
someone there.
stunned by a breach.
Yeah. Well, I guess
So they knew he was there. He was stunned. And he popped the cap.
क्या ना
I'll have a look if they're pushing. I wonder if they're pushing me after this.
पिज़्ज़ा क्या है से पिज़्ज़ा
Oh, look,
मंगाने का छोड़ के?
there's a man there.
कॉफी क्या है
Well, an unfortunate reaction. These things
हो
happen.
गया मेरा.
Panic play.
यहाँ से कमबैक है. यहाँ से कमबैक है.
It is starting to get a
7,
little bit
11,
worse.
7, 12, 7, 13. Game
खत्म.
खत्म.
Tom, and well, I don't know if I'll give you a little bit of a breather because Vitality do have pistols here. So if Koi hit 8, I'd almost reset you. I'd say, okay, 9 is the line, right? The next buy round. Once we hit that 8.
That's the thing. I genuinely think 8 is already there because they're getting to a point where they're on the favored side of the map and they're only 2 rounds behind. Like you're now looking at
भाई
Vitality
इतना
to
ज़्यादा
break a
अटैक
streak of
साइडेड है
rounds.
क्या?
We've already seen them lose today.
एक रनर
To
पता है
be
कैसे
this
मारता
far
है
in the
भाग भाग
lead,
के?
They went, what was it, 9-0?
Yes.
They were 9-0 up, and since then it's
एक ही
been
बंदा
what,
कुछ तो बोल रहा
6-1.
है.
Great math.
Well done. Well done.
और भाई साहब ग्रेजुएशन खाने वाले थे on diet. हाँ मैं वही कहा मैं
It wouldn't
पिज़्ज़ा
be
नहीं खा
'cause
रहा.
it'd be 7. Because it was 9-0. So.
9-0. Oh, there you go.
गया.
I'm less proud of you now, Tom. I was just taking your word for it.
You just went, yes, yes.
Sounds right to me. Sure thing. 6-1, 7-1. What's the difference? It's all the same. But
30
for
seconds
Vitality, they've lost A.
I like
They-
you trust me that much.
I did. That might be the last time. But Vitality have given up the A site. They lost Sender, rotate over, and you know, one of the things we complimented them on was the fact that they're not over-rotating. This is a round where you've got mostly pistols. So these are the rounds where you're much
Gamble.
quicker to gamble up, to run the
Responsibly.
numbers, and it didn't work out. Oh, unfortunately for them. Good
निकाल
damage
सकते हैं.
returned as well, and Runner has been domed.
वो
That's
गन
a
उठाया
rifle,
तो.
and one of the few healthy members of Vitality that was left, taken out of the equation. Now it's pretty stacked towards the side of Koi. Almost no way.
भाई
for Vitality,
नहीं
especially
भाई
with
भाई
5 players left to
पॉसिबल ही
get
नहीं है
in
बे
here,
10
kill all
2
the
बे.
players, get the defuse.
एक
It's
बार
not
ये लोग का
happening.
अल्टी जाने
The
दे.
question is how many can they take down, make this costly, and can Destrian save the rifle?
Yeah, I think the only thing that matters really is saving the rifle and
dead.
getting some orbs for yourself, because on the other side of things, it's the same scenario as the last time. It's very weird. We're watching a mirror match, basically. Both Starzone and Shados goes down, but genuinely, it doesn't matter. Like, Starzone's got max cash. I imagine Shados is
मत
pretty
कर
close.
जिंग.
Yeah,
अबे मैं
he
नहीं
did
कर
up
रहा
to the point where he
भाई.
bought. So they've
मजाक
not
से
really lost
हटकर
anything. And they
पॉज
both
हो
ran
गया.
in,
साला
I
ने
would
दिया
say
रहेगा
more
अभी.
so Starzo ran in to
अभी
get orbs because
now
Shadows isn't
it's
close to his
over.
ult and it's not great. So I don't think
13-8,
he would have been risking
it's
his rifle
fucking
for that,
over.
but we're now looking at 6 rounds in a row.
go.
Vitality have to respond soon because this is
अभी
starting to get
soon
out
है
of
भाई
control. Bear
अभी.
in mind,
ये
if
आंखें देख रहे हो?
I don't know if they
Killer
do too, but
eyes.
if they don't win this, they are guaranteed out. They will be 0-2. There is no way they could
One
do this.
down,
Good start.
baby.
An expectation on Camo. They've caught him finally.
Dodging the initial flash is the second, though, that's pushed them back. The Prowler as well. So this A site seems to be under threat. Rotates begins. Safe now. A little closer on that box. He's moving back. He's giving up the space just as Koi get there, and they start to seize back this control. This gap is perfect. The camera that was just being checked was over towards B main, but it looks like still you're going to have the challenge coming through from Destrian. He spotted them, he knows there's players around this angle, but the communication, it wasn't there quick enough. Sender's lost his life because of it, and now they're surrounded entirely. A player in their spawn even, but Runner is checked. Showstopper popped, Spike protected. A rocket launcher ensuring no one steps anywhere close. Garbino's got a good spot to at least avoid that Showstopper. Ults out, grabs the spike, and it's all a fake. Oh, but they're gonna hear him drop. They're hearing him run away.
Gonna hear him run away, but that could all be bait. There's still a cam in B main, so at least for the defensive side, they're gonna know that they haven't at least gone in that direction. But well, I think it will very quickly be given away if it's checked, which it has been. So that's all the information they could ever need. Even still, though, I don't know how they've gone from this position of having that spike down, having everybody on one side, to now an afterplan for Koi.
It's a ludicrous recovery so far. It's not the round win just yet, but Vitality, I mean, they were tasting their first whiff. Shadows down, that could bring them back in. 2 towards B main, Spike down in the open. has to be tapped. There's nothing to block off sidelines for the side of Vitality. They need to force these players into fights.
Nice.
They've done well with the first. They know where Grabino is, and they're closing the distance. Here they come swinging around the right side, and Grabino is
Let's go.
two angles to worry about.
पेड़
It
पे
is
आपने
another
कैसे
round
लर्क नहीं
found
किया
for
जब तीनों का
Vitality.
भागने का साउंड
One
आया
step
वैसा
closer to victory. Like we said though, Tom, one of the big factors for this squad that was 9-0
Small mistakes,
could
small
be round
mistakes.
differential.
ऐसे punish
And
होंगे ये
now
लोग.
it's called into question more.
8-13,
We wanna
I
see them
called
close
it
this one out
first.
convincingly
याद रखना.
if they're still going to be in with a shot.
Yeah,
Guard
good
blind.
counter flash as well. I think it's a paranoia that came through from Sender. Definitely helped out stop what has been a terrifying force. And finally, Safe has been stopped walking through smokes. He's done it so much throughout this game. Either way, 11-8. The chain has been broken of 6 rounds in a row. Not quite as many as what we saw from Vitality, but it's whether or not they can bounce right back. Ult's definitely in the favor of this defensive side, and Runner again, huge opener for him.
A big kill, Safe put under pressure, but he's gone pushing, moving into the angle instead. Yeah, it might not be the right call. Rolling Thunder, has it caught Safe? It's definitely caught the player. And I'll tell you what, Koi were not. A devastating blow to this attacking
Let's
side.
go, baby! Save by
Quick play and instead find themselves with 4 chances to lose this map. They need 4
Game
in a
देख
row
के मालूम
on
पड़ता
the
है.
attack.
Game
And
देख
that was
के.
an Andaluthia flawless to add
देख
insult to
के.
injury.
एक दो.
They picked up the orb just to use that ultimate, and then it doesn't connect onto the one guy that it needed to most. And you can see from Safe, he's got away with one there. He's also probably the last person you want to allow to do that to you, because you look at him on the other side
Bro,
of the
you
stage,
fucked
he's
my
just having a
ears.
great
कैसे?
time. 12-8.
मेरा आवाज नॉर्मल है हेलो.
I love tap
थोड़ा
through
कम
the
किया, थोड़ा
smoke
कम किया.
as they look to try and
अभी आवाज
pressure.
आ रहा है?
Runner has been in the right place at the right time for the last few rounds, waiting for that peak. They know he's there, but he's still going to win the battle.
0 damage as well. Rounds the corner from the
नहीं
exploding
दे रहा, बह रहा हूँ
boom.
मैं.
Drop
हाँ?
the op
सुना
on the
नहीं
other
दे रहा?
side. It is retrieved by Camo, who's been pretty unreal just with a rifle in hand. Now with a sniper, maybe. Yeah, there we go. We swap him back. I wasn't sure what kind of opping performance to expect with the rifle back
Now
in hand.
fine,
The
take it.
round is still up for grabs.
चिल्ला मत बस. मैंने चिल्ला था यार.
At the moment, it does seem like a fake comeback. As said, I feel like any sort of warm-up for Koi might actually be more beneficial than just being boomed out of the server. Vitality came off the last match hot to try, even if it was.
वेडी का अच्छे मार्जिन से
defeat
जितना
to
था
the
ये
side of
मैप
Carmine
राउंड
Corp.
डिफरेंस क्यों? वो दोनों
Now
क्लोज गए
build
थे
up
ना?
in towards this B site. One player on the site, but 2 very close by.
Yeah, make that 3. Not anymore. He's gone back to the other side of the map, but he's got the information, the quick recon used up essentially. And they can play the retake. Viper's Pit on Safe to work with, used up top. This guy's got some interesting walls. It's to fight back out, to give them some space to work with, but he's tagged down to just 8 HP for Safe. I think I can be healed back up. Kick still has some regrowth, but the problem is they've lost players across the board with Runner and Destrian no longer in the round, and this Viper's Pit not making it all the way to the spike. There is still one hell of a fight on their hands for the side of Vitality, and that is one way to approach it. Not the right way, evidently, as he's fallen, and so too is the rest of Vitality. 12-9, 1 more for Koi, and they need 3 more to bring us to overtime.
There's a lot of Viper's Pits that are used that I understand, I understand the logic behind them to get you back in, but then it's like, okay, you need something to burst back out, flash or whatever. And in that case, it just seemed like it was a TP. I like that from either side. Their eyes locked across the operator. Unfortunately, it was not the love story we were hoping for.
No. A bit more malice involved than we were expecting.
It's a
3-round gap. It's not the end of the world, and it's certainly not lost for Koi yet.
Get it.
This was their map pick.
And
remember, Vitality decided to start in the attack, right? They got the best part out of the way. That one's going to hurt. At least Grabino put his smokes down, but puts a bit of a timer on the round for Koi because those smokes are going to fade, and they ain't coming back this time. A plant at least for Shadow. The post plants now need to be taken. Shados was hoping to flank, but he was caught, and that trap seeing him has ended his hopes and dreams with another advantage stacked up towards the side of Vitality. Sure, that sees my fire. a few seconds, but player it sees is even inside the Trailblazer. Here comes a flash over top, and Camo needs to make a huge play around the edge. Oh no, good night, Shadow. Surely he's 1 HP. Okay, finally he'll fall. And with Starzo left, 1v4, those spams better be godlike, because this round is gone. Vitality, 13-9. They started it out with a flawless streak of rounds. It became a little bit labored in the end, but they got there. The first map, Koi's pick, goes to Vitality.
Yeah, it seems like starting on that defensive side might be a bit
बोला
of a
था
curse.
baby, बोला था.
Definitely didn't
Guys,
go
5,000
their way.
watching,
A
make sure
fantastic
to
showing
like.
from the side of Vitality.
अभी सीन ये है कि केसी समझ रहे हो, ये वड़ा पाव केसी ने समोसा पाव वाइटलिटी को हराया है, समझ रहे हो, ऐसे केसी ने हराया है वाइटलिटी को, लेकिन फिर जो समोसा पाव है, समझ रहे हो, उसने भजी पाव बोले तो कोई समोसा पाव ने भजी पाव को हराया है, समझ रहे हो। तो अब होगा भजी पाव वर्सेस वड़ा पाव, समझ रहे हो। तो इसमें अगर भजी पाव ने वड़ा पाव को हराया तो राउंड डिफरेंस होएगा, लेकिन अगर वड़ा पाव ने भजी पाव को हराया, वड़ा पाव विंस। फॉर्मेट समझा, फॉर्मेट समझा, समझा, गुड लॉजिक, थैंक यू। फॉर्मेट समझा कि नहीं? सिक्स बेटा।
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin. In this series, I'm going to walk you through attack on Pearl. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
सिक्स बेटा क्या कर रहे हो सिक्स बेटा?
अरे एफ के रुकना, खाना खा रहा हूँ।
हाँ?
खाना खा रहा हूँ।
कौन कौन है घर में?
अकेला हूँ भाई।
बता, कैमरा चालू कर।
अकेला हूँ भाई।
कैमरा चालू कर।
अरे कैमरा ऑन नहीं है मेरा।
मैं वीडियो कॉल कर रहा हूँ व्हाट्सएप पर। आज इसका दूध का दूध और पानी का पानी हो जाएगा पे। आज ये गया। फोन उठा, बकचोदी मत कर, फोन उठा। ये गया। Caught red-handed in 4K। हाँ, वीडियो पोस्ट क्यों है? किधर छुपा रहा है उसको? हाँ बता। ठीक है, पीसी है, ठीक है, ठीक है। कांदा किधर है तेरा? खाना, खाना किधर है? बन रहा है कि आ रहा है? अभी तो बोला तू खाना खा रहा था करके। हाँ कैसे, कैसे? रूम टूर दे। ये गया भैंचोद, ये गया रूम टूर दे, ये गया। ठीक है, सेटअप है, ठीक है, बालकनी खाली है। ठीक है, और फिर हॉल, हॉल ठीक है, हॉल दिखा। बाथरूम में कौन है? हाँ, बेड के नीचे कौन है? बेड के नीचे कौन है? ठीक है, लगेज है, लगेज है, लगेज है, ठीक है, लगेज है। एक सेकेंड, एक सेकेंड, एक सेकेंड, कैमरा घुमा, कैमरा घुमा उधर। चप्पल, चप्पल पे फोकस कर। ठीक है, जॉर्डन्स 10-15, ठीक है। वो हिल्स किसका है? हिल्स किसका है वो? ये चप्पल, ये चप्पल
उसका है।
इतने सारे चप्पल ने, वो छोटा पैर वाला चप्पल किसका है? ठीक है,
वो थोड़ा सस है।
सच है, एक चप्पल छोटा है उसमें।
इतने सारे एक जैसे क्यों है? सारे सेम क्यों दिखते
सेम
हैं?
क्यों है? कपल गोल्स है खुद के साथ।
एक छोटा एक बड़ा दिखता है।
+1 चप्पल पे घुमा, चप्पल पे घुमा, चप्पल पे देख पिंकी, पिंकी चप्पल पे देख, इसकी बैंड की एक चप्पल छोटा है, ये देख साइज दिख रहा है,
वाइट के बाजू में जो है ना वो देख
वो छोटा है क्रॉक्स।
हाँ
हाँ
वो
साइज छोटा कैसे हो गया? पानी में डाला था, पकड़ा गया बे, पकड़ा गया। इधर मत बज, उधर बज लवड़े, तमें तो ट्विटर पे हम मिलता हूँ तेरे को। हाँ रख फोन। पहले क्या बोला पता है? मैं काना कारो करके, पहले बोला मैं काना कारो करके, फिर बाद में बोलता है कि काना आ रहा है। पीछे के नीचे वो तो चेक
साला
नहीं किया
हरामी।
अपन। हरामी क्या?
पूरा घर छान दिया। हाँ?
बाथरूम और दूसरा बेड चौड़ा, याद रखना।
Welcome back, everyone, to VCT EMEA Kickoff event. Here we see Vitality safe practicing before the day in the AIM Labs
फ्रिज के अंदर भी
warm-up.
चेक नहीं किया अपन ने बात
And
पर।
I mean,
Hello?
quite frankly, Vitality, they should be warmed
Hello?
up. They already did play.
मत बोला तेरा वॉच पार्टी चला जाएगा।
अबे 2 सेकंड के लिए छुपाएगा तो वॉच पार्टी क्यों जाएगा? अच्छा वैसा नहीं बोला मैंने, क्या कुछ भी सोचता है बेची।
क्या मैंने क्या बोला? हाँ?
नूब्स, नूब्स यू आर नूब्स।
क्या मैंने कुछ नहीं
चद्दर के नीचे नहीं देखा।
भाई बेड के नीचे सब देख लिया भाई इसने, बेड के नीचे, किचन में, हॉल में।
हाँ
कर्टन्स के पीछे भी देख लिया भाई, बालकनी भी दिखा दी,
आधी बालकनी दिखाई,
पूरी दिखाई।
सीआईडी बन जाओ।
The two open
कैसा है मेरा
smokes, and they
क्लीन है क्लीन है
क्लीन है, अच्छा
Clean है
है।
क्या?
बिंग्स अकेला रहता
बाजू
तो इतना क्लीन नहीं होता।
बाजू वाला क्यों नहीं है लेकिन? तेरा
वो
रूममेट
खाना लेने गया ना मेरा।
तो तू अभी से क्या खा रहा था तब से?
अरे आधा खाना वो घर पे बना रहा है और
हम्म।
मेरे लिए सैंडविच ला रहे हो।
तो तू बेसिकली कुछ नहीं कर रहा, तो खा क्या रहा था तू? तू बोला मैं खाना खा रहा हूँ करके।
अरे वही खाना मंगाया खा रहा हूँ, वही हुआ।
कैसे वो हुआ? खाना मंगाना और खाना लाना सेम हुआ?
अरे वो इन शॉर्ट बोलना था तुम।
कि अभी खाना खाने का टाइम हो चुका है वैसे।
हाँ
सस, हाँ सस हो रहा है मेरे को इस पे, सस। क्या ऐसा हो सकता है कि इसका जो दोस्त है जो खाना लाने गया है उसके साथ इसकी गर्लफ्रेंड भी गई हो चूज करने के लिए कौन सा खाना अच्छा करके? ये भी हो सकता है।
बात बता, मेरी गर्लफ्रेंड हुई तो भी देखो की प्रॉब्लम है।
तेरे रैंक पुश पे ध्यान नहीं है इसलिए प्रॉब्लम हो रहा है।
कर
अभी
रहा है वो
कल
मैंने।
तक तो तू बोल रहा था कोई नहीं है करके, अभी बोल
कोई
रहा
है ही
गर्लफ्रेंड
नहीं।
है तो
नहीं पर
प्रॉब्लम क्यों हो रहा है?
अगर हुई
हाँ
तो भी देखो की प्रॉब्लम है।
क्योंकि तू बोला कि नहीं है करके, झूठ बोला बाप से।
नहीं है ही नहीं।
हो सकता
क्या क्या लेकर है चाट कर पागल।
है। बिग ब्रेन्स, सीआईडी का काम करना पड़ता है कभी कभी।
ये रूममेट की गर्लफ्रेंड तो नहीं। रूममेट देखा तूने?
रूममेट
क्या
ने दिखाया।
देखी?
ओ हाँ, ये तो सोचा ही नहीं,
हाँ।
ये तो मैं सोचा ही नहीं। हम क्यों सोच रहे कि रूममेट इज अ मेल? या मैन ड्यूड्स, ये तो सोचा ब्रो, यू जस्ट बीन कॉट। आपके डिफेंस में कुछ है?
दिखा दूंगा आने पे।
ठीक है
कैसा कैसा बिहेव कर रहा है possessive।
पप्पा, ओ भाई पप्पा। ठीक है बेटा, अच्छे से रैंक पुश करना आज, ठीक है?
यस
मान लिया बेटा, बेंच।
able to pull it out that much on
Hashtag
attack.
OP.
What do you see here?
Well, what I see here is that Koi, because we don't have tape on Koi on Breeze,
Yeah.
they are picking up the Yoru, but also have the KO, which is 4 flashes to play around the operator's potential on this map. I mean, we talk about the operators so much, because even on the previous map, when we actually seen Vitality had an operator, it always was an opening blood, right? It was always an opening frag, and this map is something that teams should even abuse with outlaws that are currently in the game. We have seen that yesterday with Sentinels, that when they were just absolutely abusing Zekken with an outlaw and was snowballing the entire game.
Yoru
See what
bolte.
both teams can get done with the agents they selected. We are ready for map number 2 between Vitality
गाने तो
and
Binks भाई
Koi and
बेचारा
our
enjoy कर
Once
रहा
more
है.
be Mitch and Tom.
पता है.
Take it away, guys.
Thank you so much to our lovely analyst desk. Yes, we're back with the rest of this series. One,
Abhi
maybe
kaun
2
Vitality
maps left
versus?
to go. It
Koi
was a
hai?
closer map than I think I expected after the
Koi
first
nahi
20
hai.
minutes,
Koi hai.
considering how it closed
From
down.
9-0,
Both
yeah.
teams struggling on the defense when it came
Yoru
to the previous map with
bolte,
Sunset, but
Yoru.
now we move on to Breeze. And it should be easy breezy. We'll see. Vitality on the attack. And it's
भाई
4
Yoru का
ghosts
meta
in play
चल
for
रहा है.
them with 5 players.
Just saying.
Actually,
What?
not 5 players towards A. There's going to be a bit of a play in towards middle, a split perhaps going down, and a lot of push and pull on this map.
Grocer
A
से
lot of
लोगों को
refreshing
पहचान
utility.
गई है.
Starzo early knives will be looked out for on the defensive side for information. It has caught one around mid, and that's led to this push from Koi.
I'm interested to see how if they can use the double flashes as successfully as Gentlemates did. Slightly different avenue of doing it. Kicks the Pistol King under pressure. He's going to deal with another.
God.
And in the meantime, his team have managed to get the spike down. Destrian in a pretty interesting position is being looked for. Shados waiting for him.
मारना पड़ेगा.
This fight isn't actually going to garner too much just yet. The winner of it might just decide the round. And
जीत
Destrian
गया
holding on to
Vitality.
that position is going to cause so many issues. Look at where Safe is as well.
Vitality जीत गई 2-0. Hey,
Yeah, it's a really nice idea. As long as somebody can get there on time, and Astra buys you a lot more time with those stars down, the global utility, so the defuse cannot be pulled all the way through, thanks to the players being pulled. Destrian 3 kills in this round. The Astra off to a flying start.
जीत
And
गया.
Vitality
Flying
picking up the
start
first.
मारा उसने.
Yeah, they've
जीत
always
गया.
been good at their pistols, and I like the idea, like just having not only
जीत
Destrian's
गए.
utility for post plant, it's something that because as they
ये
said on the
बंदा
desk, we
कैसे
saw mostly
मारता है.
defensive side rounds from them. We didn't really get to see much of, and also when you're playing up against a Yoru Phoenix comp, I don't know how much value an Astra
तीन
can
मारा
have when
भाई
they're just
उसने.
going straight
तीन.
through all of your utility
तीन.
anyway. Like, how do you time your stars when they're already in the site within 15 seconds? So I think it's going to be a very different ball game on the attack where Destrian is almost going to be able to set up a lot of that play. That's a double dig.
Double
That's a lot of
doom दिया
damage
बे.
done by Camo. Even if he doesn't manage to get the kill, Sendercore as well. This is not
क्या
how you want to
चल
see it
रहा है?
going. For the side of Vitality, Koi already doing so much damage in this round. Rifle going to be retrieved, but Kicks is low, and he can't heal himself.
Jinx start to
Those cracked into the site, and it doesn't look like he'll really be needed. Pedestrian last alive. Okay, Starzo spotted. I was hoping he wasn't going to just take this fight. Instead, biding time for teammates to rotate in. Running that clock down for Destrian. That 1v1 timer ticking away, as there's going to be support pretty soon. Corvinho is the main man with the weapon in hand, but down to 20. It was easy for anyone to eliminate him. We thought Vitality were off to a good start after the pistol, but well, a pretty immediate response from the side of Koi.
Shadows got off to a flyer, did well in the pistol round, and has also done well in this round as well, but I felt like Camo just managing to instant double dink 2 players, and then his teammate also just being able to trade them out. Great shots as well. You can see the amount of assists that Camo's already getting without actually getting a kill, a couple up there already, but that is a round there if you're Vitality. You just got to be kicking yourself. You basically just lost the classics.
मैंने मानता भाई. मैंने मानता
This is
Vitality
a
हार
super
सकता.
impressive 4 spy round with an outlaw and all this sort of stuff that pulled it through.
मैंने
It was,
मानता.
well, I fear to say Vitality tripping over themselves up against those lighter weapons. For Koi, a huge lifeline. Early on, finding those cracks. You have to hope that the same thing won't happen to them. Getting very aggressive considering the round that's in it, but there's still, even when you're pushed halfway down middle, there's still nothing but long-range angles for you to take. the beautiful part about this. The real danger, I suppose, was Camo would get stuck down there, but he had a gate crash up towards their spawn, so you can see Camo rotating to A now on that Yoru. Luckily, he's going to be in position on time, because as we can see, Vitality have fallen back off mid, moved around into A main, and they're looking to capitalize on the space that Safe has taken. He only made it out to the box on the back side. Camo hadn't been spotted, but he is now dropped. That's a weapon to be retrieved. Sight control for the side of Vitality. Good flash. Not so good of a flash, but you know, it's okay. Koyer clean it
one
up.
tap मार रहा है shadow बंदा.
It's still a couple of weapons now for Vitality, which wasn't really there to begin with. An aggressive position from Sender, and he's actually going to just catch out Shadow. I assume scoped in. Almost looked like he timed out. He was so tunnel visioned in on those stairs. Leaves it down to a 2v2 scenario, a real back and forth. There wasn't a heavy investment in this round. Bear in mind, Kicks bought a Bulldog. I think that's about all they had. And now it has to be this retake in the 2v2.
Oh, wise from Sender it was! His trigger finger got the better of him. A quick shot fired off and some information to play with. The element of surprise no longer there to work with. And Shados is more than willing to take that fight. Save. Oh, no! Hey, look, it's a Guardian. It's not a fully automatic weapon. It's a tough angle. I'll give him a bunch of excuses. All that matters is that Koi put 2-1 on the board. The losses will be felt in the economy of that defensive side.
Yeah, definitely not the best
full buy है मेरे हिसाब से.
we've ever seen, but ultimately Koi do get the job done. I think from this 2v2, you kind of have to feel like they could have brought that one back. Like Sender's position was deadly.
What was that?
All right. I see why the vibes are so good.
Bob is just like, yes.
Yeah, he seems
what he said.
He's done. He's just, okay, yeah, he's singing again, isn't he? All right.
भगवा जिंक्स कर रहे हो आप जैसे नहीं कर रहा यार.
That defensive side. Look, there's certainly some harder tests coming where Vitality will have actual rifles. This is one of them. A quicker play out of this side, a push up towards middle. They haven't seen anyone after popping the flash. It didn't blind anyone either. They'll be scratching their heads. Have Koi got a super passive setup? Well, they're about to find out that they don't. Camo quickly on a kill with that operator, and Shadow follows through. Talked about weaknesses for Koi being up against that op. Well, a strength is when they have it, evidently. 5 versus 3, and Vitality have no space to work off of. Well, maybe towards Tube. Okay, yes, towards Tube.
That's at least one kill going in their favor. Spike rotating back around through the spawn, potentially going to try and put the crunch onto Starzo.
How about you
Knife
just keep quiet this
doesn't give anything away either. No information to be had. Still watching in
ये
case
क्या कर रहा है Shadow का? क्या
goes
पता कैसे
through
मारता है
that
भाई?
mid spot. You got Camo homed in the back
yeah,
lines with the operator.
Favorite
Instead, it
player
seems
है
like this
मेरा.
might just end up as a retake on that A site.
गलत
Just
cross.
holding in case they end up going B.
Yeah, good positions from Koi. I don't expect any individuals to be taking crazy fights with this setup. It seems to be posted for a retake regardless of where they go, unless it happens to be the angle that you were watching. Basically, that means Starzo don't peek up top on bridge. Don't want to see him going down too early. Destrian is the one peeking instead, getting insanely aggressive up in their face. Starzo will pop a flash, but he's not dropping down. That space is being taken, seized by the other side. Shados only just now getting there to clear around the corner. Safe has fallen back though, behind the wood. He's looking for the headshot angle. Oh, in the open. Fabinho down by the door, not expected. Sender now with it all to do. He can isolate some 1v1s. He's done excellent to do just that, and he even knows where the last player is. Why was
Hashtag
Sender with a free third. That's 2-2.
Yeah, a Red Bull clutch that somewhat came out of nowhere. Being able to win the fight versus 2 players, basically peeking him at the same time. And it was a decent round up until that point from Koi. I was happy to see them sort of play the retake, like play the rest of the map and keep their advantages.
भाई तुम लोग ये सोचो the level of gameplay. एक बार सोचो कि सेंडर भाई इतने बाप खेल रहे तो रिसीवर भाई जब आएंगे तो कैसे खेलेंगे. एक बार सोचो. ये सब सोचने वाली बात है. तुम लोग नहीं सोचते. प्रॉब्लम उधर है. सोचने वाली बात है ये सब. समझ रहे हो? ओपी.
Oh, well, once he doesn't stand up and fall off the chair again, that'll be just fine. 2-2. We're tied up, and if you know what's going to happen in this round, that makes one of us. As this has been a ludicrous set of rounds from the side of both teams, actually. I'm not even going to single out one. Both teams have been playing crazy. Double play. Well, we didn't see that one. No, we were observing Grapinho. It's fine. Shadow died somehow. Probably unfortunate. Nothing he could have done about it.
Tripped and fell.
Yes, understandable. 3 versus 5, lots of ultis for Vitality, and not really any weapons for Koi. Name of the game is just drop those rifles, make it as costly as possible for Vitality on the way back out, because you're not winning this round.
Pedestrian again lurking through the halls. He's managed to find another. Grabinho hasn't even managed to get past the trip, so even if he does, he's got a firing squad of players up against him, and he will get nothing. The fact is, in this round, Vitality had a plethora of ults to play with. They didn't need a single one. Very clean. Shados, of course, just going to go down to the spike. Doesn't want to hold on to that marshal for the next round. Vitality and Andaluthia flawless to take things home in this one.
Right here.
No, I'm not sure what about how we handled
he
that.
He was shooting his shadow, that's what it was.
Thinking we needed that in slow motion, but we didn't, to be clear.
I don't condone bullying. That's all I'm going to say. People make mistakes.
Having a tough enough time as it is.
You remember Brave when he shot a turret and didn't kill it? You know, we didn't laugh at him.
We did. No, actually, Tom, we did. Let's be fair now. Let's not lie.
I would never. No video evidence.
3-2, and it's, well, really anyone's game at this point. Things have been ludicrous. The off back out for Camo, we see that it might be close, close to getting a fight. I'm not sure what Safe is doing there. Warming up his crouch key.
Yeah, you know.
In case he needs it.
Well,
Camo bolte.
He will not. He's been decimated. The rest of the team looking to make a fast push play in towards the site, but waiting for them is Camo once again. His operator devastating, and just look at where Starzo is.
सोचने की बात है कि
might not even be
कामो
possible.
बंदा इतना मार रहा है तो कामोन बंदा कैसे मारेगा?
If I'm honest, I don't think it was particularly necessary, but I guess Camo is confident that he's going to be able to earn it back and locking them into the site. Starzo will drop the spike in the spawn. Destrian. Well, they might have to put him back on Vitality if he wins this one. It's not going to be happening. 3-3. Another Andalusia flawless. Back to back.
Whoa. जाओ पकड़ो जाओ.
Back to back, but not for the same team. No, that's the interesting part.
Chat के लिए रुकूंगी मैं
Trading
यहाँ से.
blows
सिर्फ chat
1-1. And yeah, it is interesting that he pops the ultimate.
उनको
I think
बचाऊंगी
the
तेरे ये
idea
कंधे से.
I can get behind
What
is that
गलती से
if
chat
those players
में
are outside
चट को
B,
बोल दिया तेरे
maybe
को.
they're rotating and you're about to have a 1vx for Starzo in the spawn. If they win that, they
देखो
go all the way to
ऐसा
site, they get a
देखो.
plant. Another
It's not
1v x.
2v5.
Yeah, but they did just lose to Sender 1v3 while he was stuck in between two pyramids in the least maneuverable
I guess I
angle
just
of all
don't
time.
want that to become the way they use their ults. It's like, guys, 1v5, we could lose this. I'm going to have to...
Orbital strike, orbital strike.
I'm going to have to use my Hunter's Fury just to make sure. Like,
Clear a few
doesn't set
angles.
the best precedent.
No, it doesn't, but if things have gone the way they have in these first 6 rounds, Tom, more power to you.
That's 9 in the line.
Yeah, exactly. At this stage, everything's off the table and everything's on the table all at once. Oh, it's been tough. Schrodinger's table.
They're going to use the drone to try and clear out Destiny. The thing is, they will probably spot him. He's actually put a smoke down and he's denied it, but I think they can have a pretty educated guess that he didn't do that for a reason. And also, he's been there pretty much every single round. Instead, the rest of the team, again, making their way through. Flash for Starzo. Fragment in as well. It's actually the spam with a little bit of help. Or was that a snake bite? I'm not sure.
Hashtag Gopi Bansar
me! Just spamming. It was the right angle for it, but maybe the snake bite thrown through.
There's a
He has
test.
none left of the utility belt. Either way, Vitality have called in that Viper spin. This can help out a lot. Pushing on the right side to get a spam isn't possible, and a Cosmic Divide covers off left. It's not possible, of course, because of Safe. With that operator in hand, he's locking down the angle. This gives them so much room to fight with. The only real concern is that that's no longer a concern while Safe is alive. Although, the Viper's wall put in by Koi will buy them a little bit more of a sight line to work around. Fabinho now makes it up close, spots an op already inside of main, but they haven't found Sender. He's been dancing through the pit, but he steps out of it. What? He messes up. Camo falling. Or Camo getting kicks rather, and now moving his way over towards the spike. This is going to be tough for Safe to find anything. He just guessed where he is. RG got the better of him, and somehow that situation
इनके ऊपर
has
का चेक
fallen back
लेट आया,
into Koi's
sorry,
hands. I challenge you to tell me how.
Yeah, I
थोड़ा
don't
लेट
really
आया
know
रे,
how they got away
सच्ची
with
वो
that. I was
सुपर
about to
लेट
say
आया.
some of the lines of it would have been quite nice to have a
Bye,
dimensional
thank you
drift
for
there,
the
but they didn't
party.
even need it. Camo was running around in the Viper sphere. I do like the Viper screen
बच
they
गया
were
मैं.
using to
सारे
basically
mods
just give them an avenue back
कुंबड़ी
in,
में silent
and then
viewer में
just
चले
Camo
गए थे
just
ना.
winning fights in spots they probably shouldn't be. It's somewhat ridiculous that they get out of that, especially as cleanly as they
Oh,
did.
मारो मत एक दूसरे को.
McCoy now take the lead once again. Financially, it's not going to be too bad a scenario for Vitality.
भाई
because the
attack map
base
है, याद
squad is gonna
रखना.
help them
घर जाएगा.
pad the gap a little bit. And by the looks of it, they might just look to pick up the pace.
अबे कौन blind pick रहा है?
Don't think I've ever been witness to rounds like this on a map like Breeze as well. Some are so pacey, but regardless of how it goes down, the last 30 seconds are sheer chaos.
Right there.
There's an element of fun to it. The A site defended mostly towards middle with those trap wires. They know there's not much of a fight they can really put up on that angle. I think maybe the adaptation in the future will be Camo playing there to try and gate crash out of it, pick up one with the operator. And the other thing that's worth noting is Sender. This guy had some really good lurks in previous matchups. 100 Fury used.
Okay, it's almost disruption while they try and deny the plant. Destrian again has done well.
निकाल सकते क्या?
He's been in this position pretty much every single round, but he's still
Yeah.
fighting back the rest of the team.
Revive हो जाएगा वो.
Managed to get the plant in.
Revive करो.
Rubinho is going to clear him out. Camo on the back, looking to come
नहीं?
in to try and flank. Destrian has got his kill, but obviously that's after death. It's onto that null command. This is the timing. Kicks just looks around, but it's too little, too late. Runner to try and do it all. He isn't going to be able to.
पिंकी दी
And it is going
देखो
to be
सामने कैम है.
scoreline
आपको
now
prank
converted
हुआ है.
further into the lead. Koi 5-3 up.
थोड़ा लेट आ गए यार आप.
Camel's rotations were good. You know, I
आज
was
सोफा
speaking about
fix है
him
मेरा.
earlier being maybe around this position where you see the spike
आज
planted,
सोफा
holding
fix
the
है
angle
मेरा.
with the op, swinging in to take fights, and then gate crashing out when they do get that a little closer. But he jumped up top to take down Sender. That lurk was completely denied, and I love that idea from him because he had control over elbow. You know, no one's going to be coming there for the next 10 seconds or so, maybe a little bit less of a window. And I think good reads on
Let's
where, their gaps
go!
were, where Vitality would be trying to sneak up to gain that little bit of an extra edge to the round. And for Vitality, your lurks have been shut down, your pushes have been shut down a couple rounds, and there's just been pure chaotic gameplay in the post rounds. I think it is time for a pause. I've seen the pause called, and indeed it is Vitality's.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if it was on the other side.
आप
3
थोड़ी
rounds
सुने
in a
वाले हो
row,
इसलिए बात
not
है.
winning the pistol and 5-3 up on the defense, and that's the thing. You're running a Eurocomp. You kind of have the expectation.
भाई साला क्या
a lot of the
बोलता
time you're
रहेगा?
gonna have more success on the attack.
साला क्या बोलता रहेगा अभी? क्या बोलता रहेगा? Guys, we have to win this 2-0 with a heavy lead, otherwise लग गए. ऐसा कुछ बोलता रहेगा ना? कॉम्स अंदर का कॉम्स चाहिए अपने को. अंदर का कॉम्स चाहिए.
They've been fantastic. Also, I think Koi have done a great job of shutting down their looks through middle. We've seen it a couple of times, maybe Sender or Safe trying to come in for those late rotations. It just hasn't worked.
That goes there.
I'm definitely much more of
That
a fan
goes
of Safe,
there.
the one lurking now that you say it as well, versus Sender. Just the utility you're losing when he does get caught by aggressive pushes, which will come in
5-3
for
अभी
Koi,
5-4,
because Camo can
5-5,
afford
5-6,
to be in
5-7.
ridiculous positions
ठीक है, याद
where
रखना.
he's untradeable,
4
where if
round.
he gets seen,
Back
he's
to back.
stuck, because he just gate crashes out of there every single time.
पीके में
This
घर बचा
guy
नहीं हो गेम खेलने बैठी.
doesn't have those abilities.
She's chilling.
But
गुस्सा
he's
नहीं हो,
doing
टेंशन
it
मत लो.
because he's just better. So Starzo's
भाई
gotten
मेरा वो
way
देखो
up.
बे.
He's hearing so much noise. He's getting all this
तो
information. Most
लगता है
importantly,
कोई
guess who's
गुस्सा
going
हो
to get
सकता
caught
है.
yet again? Completely unaware. It's Sender.
Huh?
It's the Viper down. Look at the A site. Look at this Viper wall that's now not going to be in play for this squad of Vitality. That's a lot more space for
लोग
Koi to
बोलते
fight
मतलब
back
ऐसा
into. And with
handsome
pistols
personality
like
करके.
this, That means that ranged angles can now be taken by Koi much easier to fight back through, and then obviously post-plant utility is naturally going to be a massive loss for this squad. Shados, one of the nastiest lurking positions I think I've ever seen, one where you don't find a lot of value, but he has, and it leaves it all onto Kicks. A good kill for Runner to pull it to a 1v4, but well, great shot. A couple more of those are still needed. Good flash, but there we go.
Dear. Not really much else he could do. Time getting a little bit low on the
clock.
And you could see again the response from Koi. If, okay, you're going to try and put a lot of pressure.
भाई अभी तुम सोचो एक बार कि बंदा किक्स इतना मार रहा है तो पंचेस कितना मार सकता है वो. सोचो, सोचने वाली बात है ये सब.
In this round, there's a lot less in terms of the weaponry to really deal with that player. Seems like having a great time. 6-3 up as well. Obviously, the first map went awry, but we've already said if Koi managed to turn the tide, they can get the victory just by winning their next match. It wouldn't be down to round difference or map difference or anything else. They just have to win their games.
Vitality op is back out. Big talking point on the desk for Lothar and Steel was about this operator. And how much damage Koi have been sustaining in a lot of these rounds. We saw it in the last map. Runner was able to pick up a lot of openings.
They did specify defense though, right?
Maybe not every time, but that could. I think that was the general gist of the conversation. See if he can have that impact on the attack side.
That would be, because if he does, then fantastic. But I almost feel like this might be more of a last-ditch effort. Like, okay, we're 6-3 down. We need something. We're not getting anything on the entries, and Camo has been farming us. So let's see what we can do.
Oh! On that attack side, there's a lot of long-range angles, but it's not as easy to catch them pushing into you. Certainly not till the post plants. For Runner, his entering ability on that raise was massive.
Yeah, you have to feel like as well, it must swap over to somebody else, because otherwise you don't have anyone who can take space for you anymore.
Don't think he'll dash in with the op?
If he's insane, maybe. But at this point, 30 seconds left. The rest of the team are doubling back in the other direction. He's still holding it up. Starzo just goes walkabouts, though. He's given them the kill that they needed. Still Camo is here, but there you go. With the rifle in hand, Runner has found that entry. And there's no escape for Camo this time.
भाई मेरे को पहले से भरोसा था वाइटलिटी पे पहले से
this defense has just fallen apart.
पहले से ही भरोसा था वाइटलिटी.
Nothing to do with it. It is very much down to individual duels taken.
Okay,
Patience by
defense में तो ये
Vitality
लोग
as Starzo got a little bit overeager. It opens up the gap. Good night, sweet dreams. Oh no! He's pulled out the knife. That's just disrespectful. The mind game's in play. Hit the morale. Hit him where it hurts. Only Shados left. And he's quickly dispatched. Destrian having a nice game, and Andalucia flawless for Vitality, and a 4th round acquired.
That has been the weird thing with Vitality so far, is the rounds they have been really clean, other than, I think, Destrian's 1v3. Like, they've had a couple of Andalucia flawlesses, and then just got boomed in the rest of the rounds. It's been peculiar.
At least 50% of the rounds have been flawless, but 2 of them, yeah, I don't think the other 2 were.
I got nothing to say.
The fact that a lot of this round just came down to Starzo's unfortunate timing. Like him going walking into the double doors, which just happened to be the place where the rest of the players were, completely changed the round. He waits a second. I think they take that round.
Player caught close. It's safe. The op trained in, maybe a little bit too close to that cage. Couldn't see him emerge from the side. Tapping it now as the flash comes in from Starzo. The attempt to punish. The spray is good, but he's caught. He's stuck in the corner, 21 HP. Flash is high. Destrian's also not going to be caught by it, but Runner's gone down. Now a problem for the side of Vitality as they've ended up in a 3 versus 4. Recon through, but it's revealing Kicks. It's putting him in a bad position. What? How does he win that? Spamming back for damage and catching Shadow, trying to take the fight in the open. The recon wasn't enough. That's crazy.
So low than even expected. It's going to be Cinder to take the round. 3 players surviving, and well, a little bit of shenanigans in the middle. Blinded himself to give them a chance, and then just eliminated everybody on the fights through mid. A break back for Vitality, mostly based off some individual brilliance. I will say at this stage, after the last map of Safe just running through his own smokes, I'm a little bit disappointed that Camo didn't expect that.
Yeah, I
कैसे
suppose.
जिंदा है?
He did it like 6 or 7 times on map 1.
Yeah, he was, especially, those poison orbs, he's a little crazy with. Doing the same with the cages, and the same thing,
again,
exactly the same thing. This time, unsurprisingly, no result, but Shados has fallen. The operator coming through on middle, caught a quick angle, a quick kill, and they've even seen the push-up attempted by Starzo. Camo tagged to 31 HP.
They've taken a lot of damage this round already.
Yeah, it's rough.
Cutting through.
Well, luckily for Camo, he has the operator. No Sky, so no heals available. Just a slow down from the side.
Oh, कैसे नहीं पड़ी वो?
A push through the double doors
ऐसा
again,
लगा
but
ना
this
पड़ी
just
करके?
allows for a wrap back around. They've
ऊपर पढ़ ले।
completely
कल के का
for
गेम प्ले
Shadow,
के
but
वजह से
shots won't be connected,
मेरा
and they're
100
probably going to
दिन
realize
का
very quickly that this is
नो
going to be an
फैप
ace
टूट
take,
गया।
but they may not realize how far both Destrian and Safe have already got.
अब क्या करूं?
Just a
रिग्रेट हो रहा है।
disgusting
अपने
position
व्यूज
already
शेयर
in
करें।
play back towards that top mid spot. And well, no way Camo was looking for that. Maybe having a little peek around, but I don't think the
कोई
expectation
ना
was
अभी
there.
पनिशमेंट में 130 दिन करे
No, you
पनिशमेंट
can't even be comfortable in just
ठीक है
fighting through those
0
doors.
से चालू करे
Knowing a player can be coming from behind, you see Starzo trained in on the angle, waiting for a chance to take a pick and make this
Buffer?
a workable retake.
स्मूथ
Don't think they'll
आज
be
का
calling
मेरा
for
पूरा
saves
स्ट्रीम
last round of
स्मूथ
the
एज
half,
फक
but
चल रहा है
the chances are certainly pretty low. Emerging from that smoke, well, only one player made it through. 6-6
6-6
at the halftime.
वाइटलिटी का ये
from
गेम
the side of
जीतना
Team Vitality.
फिक्स जीत गया बे
Koi, already a map down, and now Vitality are moving on to presumably the side they would prefer. I'll
मेरा
definitely say
वो
it's not the
बुंड
side that
भाई
Koi would prefer.
No,
मेरी
I
बुंड
think that has been sort of the odd thing to look at here is that obviously Breeze was a map that went horrifically for Vitality when they played
क्या
against
Vitality?
Gentleman's.
जीत
They've
गया
chosen the map. And
2-0
then
कोई बोला था
to start on the defense, so it might genuinely just be getting their worst half out
हाँ
of the
क्या
way. Maybe.
नहीं रे
For
वाइटलिटी बोला
it
था
didn't
रे
go great. Like that's the thing, a 6-6 half when last time you got boomed, maybe they have more to show. It is possible that Gentlemates, they are a team that can just steamroll you, especially
And that
in
comp,
that first
like,
map. Yeah, it's a weird comp.
Playing against a Yoru and a Phoenix, and I would honestly put the majority of the rounds Vitality lost came down to just being blindsided by insane plays.
Takas and the tank just running away with it.
I don't think that's going to be the same this time around. They get a chance to play more normal Valorant, let's say. No flash to be used, and actually Camo's already out. He used his gate crash to quickly close the distance, and a flash through the cage to find
भाई
the
का
back of it.
पिस्तौल एकदम
At
ऊपर
least
ऊपर है
seizes
ना
them the control to get a nice safe plant, but very quickly there'll be a duel here. Very late lurk by Shados as well. Keep that in the back of your minds. 20 seconds later, we might see something from him, but there might be nothing left. Vitality already on the site. Corbinho in the corner. He's done so well to find 3. They don't know where Shados is now. What can he do? What can he do? He can't even make it on time. It's over.
जॉर्ड बाय
It's
जॉर्ड
a weird flank to have when
Step by
you
का
don't
है
actually
step by
have
का
the
है मैं
spike planted for you
Also,
there.
when he doesn't flank, because he ended up just coming back
What
to
if
double doors,
1
so the
KC
impact is
1 VIT हो
negligible,
जाता
to say
तो
the
फिर
least.
round
I
difference
guess they expected a much
मतलब maps
slower
1-1
Yeah. I guess they didn't expect
maps ना
this
1-1
battle
तो फिर
to go
third
through.
map
I do
best of
think
3 है
something really cool with the comp the Koi are running is the potential. So obviously, when you have a lot of these Yoru plays,
जो लड़की मुझे
they're
पसंद
dictated
थी
by the flash.
तो मैंने
Because you
पूछा वन
often
बी
don't
माय
run another
वैलेंटाइन
flash
उसने
alongside
बोला आया
Yoru,
वो
again,
बॉयफ्रेंड अब
or
क्या
unless it
करूं
was like a Phoenix, and then it's very difficult
दूसरे
to
को
actually have
पूछ
the interplay. The cool thing with having the KO is you can have the pop flashes that won't dictate when you're going to TP, because the sound isn't the same. Like you hear those flashes coming quite often. Already though, this round got off to a flyer of a start for Vitality. 2 quick kills, not looking to make the same mistakes as they had in the last half with a slip up.
लास्ट टाइम इसको अक्ल नहीं आया लगता
With now just Shados left. And Starzo already stunned up.
Hi guys. Oh, he's got it eventually. Runners 1
No,
and
no,
2.
one way win हो
But he's
जाएगा
got the
तो
one-hit
after
weapon,
Koi
the
versus
outlaw.
KC
And a wall bang
तो
kill
round
for Shados to
difference
close.
किसने कितना
Well handled.
अच्छा
The snooker claps
आ
in
रहा है
as
वो
Vitality hit an 8th round. Here's the real challenge. Big buy for Koi. Double outlaws in the hands of Vitality, though. That does actually scare me. Koi have to be very careful about staying behind those smokes, flashing their angles, and not dry peeking
What
in.
will happen in case of round
Genuinely,
difference
for a
मतलब
split
जिसने
second, if
जैसा आ
that
रहा
was
है
me, I would have
वो
thought the KO was some sort of a
जिसने
new decoy, like a
convincingly
scammer.
आ रहा है
Just running
टीम को
straight into the
आगे
wall.
जाएगा
Let's go.
Oh. back in the lead. Destrian having a great game as well. As said, 14 and 7. It looks like his job is mostly just keep control of halls.
Blinded.
That re-aggression elsewhere. Push down mid for Runner. A lot of information already taken, but the main issue is Kicks suppressed and alone within this site. Rotation only just coming through. Hoping for a little bit of luck. He does connect, but unfortunately it's onto the fake out.
Yeah.
Good little bit of a warm-up routine for him at least with a quick practice. Now, we saw the same position actually used by Logan against Vitality time and time again. Shados seems to be bringing back some old memories for this Vitality squad with a quick lurk in and okay, damage being done across the board. In fact, Runner and Safe combo, and they leave just Shadow because Shados is so far away. It's a bit of deja vu for this man. At least he could scrap onto that angle. Nice shot for Shadow. The spray, though, it's a little too much towards default. The spike was planted slightly left of there. The pings must not have been on.
कैसे मार रहा है ये बंदा?
It's all for nothing. This Vitality have found
69 बोलते हैं. Big shout out to मेरी जान.
for Koi.
I think that's definitely the most impact as well. I might have seen with an Outlaw, just a disgusting initial shot from Runner. Takes down the player on site as well. And then just has his teammate as cavalry. Nice shot as well coming out from Safe to pick off Shados in mid. But that's the thing, if you don't spot a Cypher at that point in the round, you're going, he's mid. Like, especially with the plant spot, you're going to make the realization that's the only place he can really be. 9-3. Movistar Koi realizing that, okay, we need to try and slow this down because, as we've already mentioned, right now, their life is in the and it won't be the case even going into that last match. But if they get 2-0'd here,
तुम लोग आज क्या खाओगे डिनर में? ठीक है, बटर चिकन है, चिकन टिक्का है,
not even the series to take this over the line because both teams will have been 2-0'd.
Yeah. I believe that's true.
Max कितना OT होता है पर टीम 2.
But here we are. We're going to commit to it.
और स्पैम ना करे, मालूम है मेंबर है.
स्पैम ना करे. Koi, man,
ये लोग हाथ में क्या घूम कर गए उस हैंड वार्मर पे.
First of all,
हाथ ठंडा होने से ना माउस ऐसा फिसलता है.
It's a normal enough spot to be in.
हाथ
I think
हैंड वार्मर से ना थोड़ा वो रहता है. मॉइस्चराइजर
does make me believe that's something that they've prepped
हाथ
for.
तेरा
Okay, when we
अच्छा
show
रहता है.
presence
Basically
on this side of the
grip
map, when we
मिलता है.
actually
Grip.
take the control out of their hands, they don't clear that. They do just half check up close to the box. Something that I don't expect Vitality to leave that gap for too much longer. You get punished 2 games from that same
का
spot.
मैच कब है और स्ट्रीम करोगे क्या? हाँ 1:30 से मैचेस है. मेरे पास भी एक हैंड वार्मर है. मेरे को सुनने का भी नहीं है. सुनने का भी नहीं है मेरे को.
Ultimate's not online for their side, but Bladestorm is available. Peeking in after being pinged up.
Sorry
you can
for
see
the
maybe a
language.
little
I
bit
have
of
some
hesitance. Even going to have to use a drone. A lot of utility being used early just to try and force
I'm really sorry
Runner
for
off
the
the
language.
angle. Has a flash just in case there's a quick punish. But instead, he's focused in to make sure that nothing's going in onto middle, and a very early rotation coming out of the side of Vitality to bolster up this defense.
Not something we see from them a lot, but so far Koi have been pretty
Come
direct in how they
on,
take these duels. Already eliminating Kicks, Runners quick to pull out the blades. He's looking for a target to take down. Still no
Venetic का मैच कभी है? कल रहेगा.
Moving towards the left side. I thought he'd wait for Destrian, or Destrian would wait for him more so, but no. Going swinging into the angle. Runner's able to quickly grab the trade. Shados' lurk a little bit early, and Sender was still
2-1 for the
in
trade.
on the angle, but a good
2-1.
flank from Shadow. He's made it out alive. Kept this into a 2v2. And the spike will be picked up and planted, presumably. Fabinho at least attempting it.
A lot easier said than done. Snake Bites is going to leave him stuck in the mud. Just trying to bait these players in, but they're already looking for the fight. It's going to be the trade out.
मार रहा है ये बंदा.
This is one. But he sees the spike on the floor. Safe doesn't really need to peek. This looks for a timing and finds it as well.
Recon डाल रहा था वो. Bond भाई, love you.
Vitality's favor. A real chance in
Thank
this
you for the
round for
membership.
Koi.
खत्म है.
But it will be them to hit double digits first.
Again,
कोच
all
को
this for
कैसे POV
Vitality.
मिलता है हमारे
2-0
जैसा या
here,
पूरी
and
टीम
what does
का?
that
वो लोग
mean?
के पास
We
पूरा
don't
रहता है.
know. We don't know yet. This is a squad fighting for the possibility to move through. And look at what they're able to do. Backs against the wall. Certainly going to wish they were firing on all cylinders earlier on. Sometimes it does just take that game to warm up. And that's another aspect of it. Koi will be coming into the next game having at least played this one. The first one was kind of close, streak of rounds.
The thing is, they will have to 2-0
थोड़ा
KC. We'd have to have a
थोड़ा
really
गुस्से में लग रहे
KC aren't warmed up though. They're coming in cold, so First map easy for Koi.
ये इतना क्लोज मॉनिटर रखता है, आईज स्ट्रेन नहीं होते क्या? उनका आईज बिल्ड डिफरेंट रहेगा.
And that it's some sort of like love triangle rather than just one team's better than the others.
I believe.
Have to wait and see if that is the case. For now though, Koi, as I said, if they can turn the tide,
टेबल तोड़ के मानेगा.
it's still in their own hands, but that life seems to be dwindling at this stage. Nice work from Shadow. At least
कोई ने
finding the
डैमेज
opener.
नहीं दिया तो क्या वो मैं तो
Looking to try and take some ground elsewhere. The thing is that flash, I believe, has been heard by Grubinho. So he knows that there's pressure coming in. If he can find this kill onto Kicks, it gives him a real chance.
Oh no, Kicks is going to win that one out. Not making it back towards the side at least. He's shut down before he can quite complete his journey, but Safe is still around yellow and he is causing problems kill after kill. Leaving Starzo up close with the choice. He could push Safe and try to take him down now, or he could let him reset and hopefully group up with Shados to take this plant, pull it into play. You can see they're trying to force a couple of 1v1s. Unfortunately, they're not winning them with the spike down. It was a foregone conclusion. 11 rounds for the side of Vitality. The defense is looking good. The rounds cannot stop coming in. That's 5 in a row on this half. 8 in a row total, including the last couple of the previous. A big challenge for Koi. They need to wake up. They need to wake up now.
Yeah, they are having troubles, and you can see there's going to be a pause called on the other side.
Shout out दे दो एक बार, Matrix, shout out है मेरी जान.
Slightly different song to earlier. The other one sounded a little bit happier. Well, now they do have one of my favorite ultimate combos available to them. You've got the Dimensional Drift Hunter's Fury. It's normally good for an opener. And especially,
Support किसको करने का? मेरे को like subscribe करो.
I see what your point about like Shados on those lurks, but I feel like he's so late to the party every single round that it's I don't know if it's worth it anymore. Like either the pace needs to be picked up, or he might as well just be with the rest of the squad. Because you think of these, a lot of these early fights have been traded fairly evenly. It's just that there isn't the personnel there, and he's there about 15 minutes.
आगे जा रही है, boxer पीछे आ रहा है, तो वो
I think
ऐसा
a
हो रहा
lot
है.
of that comes back to how you're typically going to want to, or even better point is a lot of it comes back to how Koi have been playing the attack.
बहुत बड़ा वाला माल sponsor कर दो
कोई. They haven't been running it back.
बस भाई your sense and DPI कितना है देख रहे हो?
They can potentially rotate back to the B side, but often by the time he's even forcing an engagement, they're already planting A, or they're like deep out
बहुत
on
आगे
pyramid,
जाके
they
बहुत
put their
सक्सेस
wall
कमाएगा
in,
ये बंदा.
they're committed. And the
हाँ
problem I
DPI है
think
मेरा
is that
800
when they're committed like that, you need that lurker to be a little bit quicker
0.38
or with the team. Right now, it's been get in, plant, and a breeze back
आपके
in
mods
by
कितना
Vitality
कंजूस है.
with
मेरे
a
mods
flurry
को
of
सिखा रहे
frags.
कि फ्री में कुछ नहीं मिलता.
Must be coming for the side of Koi. They've got a game after this. You want to see them at least come in with some confidence. KC watching on the side, maybe thinking breeze sounds like a nice pick.
खत्म है क्या? कि comeback है chat? क्या
That's the
लगता
other
है?
thing as well is we've
कभी वो sense use नहीं करेगा language.
Vitality having their opponent pick probably one of their best maps, and then them picking what seemed like one of their worst, and they might be about to win both. Destrian going walkabouts. It seems like they are well aware. He has been playing in the halls pretty much every single round. And Safe alongside him, Grubinho just caught sleeping. They get both players, and now reveal that the play was over onto that B side. I think it was meant to be a ruse because the spike was still over on A.
Please?
Which isn't a bad idea. We said they were very direct in most of the rounds, so this time they throw in a little bit of flair with a fake. Unfortunately, as we can see, that hasn't worked out to start with. Good damage, though, centered down. Big utility to pull out of the round. If they can manage it, Camel's going to wait out the snake bite. I still think the plan is to pop that flash, look for the play. Here it is, flash around, swing in, but Kicks was there. It's just too much time passed. Vitality have got plenty of players. The heal is coming through. Shados has a real chance. Oh no! He swift the first, and the heal back up means that fight isn't as easy as he might expect. 90 HP still on center. He's good for the first, and he'll follow up with more. 12-6. Vitality one away. From pushing this 2-0, from keeping their dream alive, albeit out of their control. And funnily enough, it'll be in the control of Koi, the team that they're currently destroying. That they need to win 2-0.
Please.
It's a very weird one when you're in a scenario where your opponent can go, I could take you with me. I won't.
It'd be a shame if I played like this on the next map, wouldn't it?
वहाँ पे कुछ तो हुआ है. Coach reaction नहीं दिखाया. कुछ तो हुआ है वहाँ पे, हाँ?
No, I think KC
Guys,
got to be
6K
feeling pretty good
likes
about
होने
themselves
वाले
right now.
only 20 remaining. अगर like ने किया है तो like कर दो. इसके बाद फिनाले मैच होने वाला है जो कि होने वाला है कोई वर्सेस केसी.
Into the playoffs. Have a
उसके
chance
बाद
to
हमको मिलेगा द विनर चिकन डिनर.
top 4 spot. I think for both
प्लेऑफ्स
Heretics and
में
KC, they're
चौथा
gonna be very
टीम
happy with
कौन
that
सा जाएगा
scenario.
करके
And who knows,
EMEA
with
का.
luck of the draw, could go either way.
Binks by shout out.
Martin playing the way that he is. Narrates had some insane games. I mean, I'm not
कोच को नहीं दिखा
I'm not
सकते
going to be all
किसी का
too
रहेगा हो
confident
सकता है.
in them not winning at least one map out of a series, especially if
इतना
Koi are playing
tilting
like
रहेगा ना
this.
उसका ये सब देखने में.
Luckily, I still
मैं
have
खेल
my
लेता हूँ ऐसा
white
बोलता
crown
रहेगा.
Spanish caster sign. Bring
Oh
that
yeah,
one back out.
I'm sure they appreciated that runner. There's the opener. They haven't been able to deal with this operator. They haven't been able to deal with a lot of things. The aggression paying off. And now 40 seconds left for them to now try and hightail it onto one of the sites. Seekers even going to give them up as well. 3 of the players trying to push up the top of mid. And while the fact is the Seekers have given all that information away. The one lurk outside of that B site, the one that has the spike. And Safe already getting the reveal. This is all but over. Just one man standing, Grabinho, with 20 seconds to try and clutch versus the entirety of this Vitality side. It will not be happening. From 0-2 to 2-0 in the next series. A dominant way for them to give themselves a lifeline. The fact is, Mitch, though, their life is now in the hands of their opponents.
That's the thing. You've just bested Koi in convincing manner. And now the hope is that Koi can do the same to KC. They'll certainly be looking for a win down on that stage. They'll have Vitality in the crowd rooting for them.
Yeah, it's a very, very weird scenario that's been created. But as said, I feel like if you're KC, you're probably feeling pretty good about yourself right now. For Koi, that's not the end. They now have to pick themselves
Please हरा दो
back
उनको.
up,
Please हरा दो उनको. ऐसा बोलते रहेंगे ना ये लोग.
and go into that next
Please
match and
उनको
look for
हरा
a
दो.
2-0.
Please हरा दो यार.
Then things get really interesting.
Please उनको हरा
That's where
दो.
I stop trying to say what's going on and leave it to someone who's a little bit more knowledgeable than me. But for the side of Vitality, victory under their belt, a strong showing on a map that went very badly for them versus Gentlemates, so clearly showing the improvement over the last few
भाई
days.
मेरे को एक
'cause
बात बता. अगर कॉय ने केसी को 13-5 और 13-4 हरा दिया तो ही कॉय जीतेगा. बराबर. वेलार देखने दो. क्या स्कोर से गया था? नहीं, कैसे नहीं? पंद्रह राउंड का होना चाहिए. 8 राउंड से हराना पड़ेगा भाई. 16 ये 13-6 था ना, तो 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 7 राउंड ये और वो था 13-9 शायद. 10, 11, 12, 13 7 और 4 1 2 3 4 7 और 4 लौड़े लगे 20. समझ रहे हो?
Duelist in there as well. I'm glad we saw the cipher. So what was the game
11
plan
rounds
into
से
this
हराना
tournament? Why
पड़ेगा बे.
have you been playing things we don't normally expect you to play?
I mean, it's just for the experience and for the long term, I think, because we're trying to think of like a longer season. Basically, there's still a lot of tournaments ahead, and Kickoff is just Kickoff basically. So I think in terms of experience and how we're gonna play eventually in the future, it makes sense that I'm on these roles.
Are you happy?
I'm very happy.
Really?
It's fun not to go in first and just take my timing somewhere and just not worry about anything.
You're like baiting. Is
It's
that what
baiting.
it is?
It's baiting. It's fun.
You're so real for that. You played with a couple of pretty great IGLs already so far in your career. So talk me through what's it like to play with Sender?
I think Sender is great IGL. I think some people are just made for the role, so to speak. Some people just have like either photographic memory or some condition that just makes them superior in remembering things and all these stuff and the micromanagement. And he's that guy. he's my guy. So.
And you vibe with that as well? You like the style?
Yeah, I F with him.
Must banda hai na?
Yeah.
Thank you very much for that. And the last question, your fate is not in your hands. This is a weird situation to be in, right? So how does that feel?
Must
knowing
banda
that the
hai
next
yaar.
game could
Mazak
decide
zar kar,
whether
must
you go
banda
to
hai.
playoffs or
I
not.
think it's okay because for me personally, I feel like we need these games. Just getting to here and playing these games is super important for us because there are things we can look back on and actually get experience from and learn. So I don't mind that my fate in someone else's hand. I think Starkso is gonna smurf.
Oh, okay. Well, it's been great to watch you, Save. Congratulations on that win. We'll see if we do see you back here at playoffs. We're going to head to a break, but don't go anywhere because the decider of playoffs will be taking place right after this.
Oh, chila. Bye. 16 rounds गंडवे पहली बात तू गंडवा कैसे 16 rounds 13-6 हरा है तो 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 7 राउंड ये वाला राउंड और इसके पहले 4 राउंड 11 राउंड ना 11 का राउंड डिफरेंस है इनके और इनके बीच में 11 का राउंड डिफरेंस है बराबर उनके और उनके बीच में कितने का डिफरेंस है केसी और इनके बीच में 11 से नहीं 15 से वीआईटी का +4 है वीआईटी का +4 छोड़ो उनके और उनके बीच में कितना राउंड डिफरेंस है अरे उनके और उनके रे उनके केसी और ये भाई चुप केसी और वीआईटी के बीच में राउंड डिफरेंस क्या है पहला क्या स्कोर लाइन से आ रहा था और दूसरा क्या -11 है अभी और वाईटी +4 है -7 ऑन फर्स्ट मैच प्लस क्योंकि हेड टू हेड आ रहा है कोई से +4 क्यों है बे उनका सुनो भूसड़ में गया मैच कॉय अभी केसी को 13-0 आ रहेगा 2 मैच और क्वालिफाई आएगा ठीक है लिख के रखो भोसड़े में गया मैच लिख के रखो डिसाइडर अभी मालूम पड़ेगा क्या सीन है समझ गए समझ गए आप बस बैच फुल नाइट करने वाले हो अरे दो यार इसको म्यूजिक तो है गाना सुनो मैं आया मेरा टॉम नाच रहा है अदरंग कुछ नहीं होगा नाच रहे हैं
Yeah, I'm living life to the fullest. Baby girl, you talking to the realest. Energy and joy, you can't steal it. Good vibes all around. Baby, tell me, can you feel it? I woke up, so I'm blessed. Just another chapter in the test. I know I'm doing better than the rest. Got a smile on my face, showing teeth for the crest. It's no sweat, I'm a vibe in my own right. Go time in the sun, yes, I'm gon' shine. So fine, got a baddie on my phone line. Feeling good, feeling great, chasing these good vibes. Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. Put my soul on that beat, I'm ready to feast. Margaritas with some divas, I'm pouring the drinks. I'm living life to the fullest, the blessings in me. Don't really care what you say, whatever you think. Nah, unequivocal miracles with the lyrical. With the homies tryna pop like the cereal. Lucky Charms got a model on my arm. Go watch on my wrist, garlic parm. No alarm, fireworks, I can feel it in the sky. I got love in my eyes, but there's money on my mind. I see passion and pride, I despise all the lies. I've been around the world, so I'm down for the ride. Good drinks, good people, and good times. Fast cars, pretty women on FaceTime. More money, more fun in my life. I'm just chasing my shots with good vibes. Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life, too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes, chasing good vibes, chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life.
Hello, beta. Beta, are you here?
Welcome, you beautiful people, to the last match of our play-ins, and joining Steel and me is now Kakuka. Yay! I finally get to work with you.
Don't say that, because I should be the one saying that.
No, it's an honor to be here with everyone, and I can't wait to pick your brain. We haven't gotten an opportunity to get your thoughts on what we've seen from the teams so far today, so hit me up with it. Like, what are your thoughts so far on all the teams?
I think that Casey, first of all, keeps surprising us. I think that this is what we wanted to see from Eng. We can understand that it's more of a long-term project, but we can see how it's already growing. And now from Vitality in this second matchup, we can see that they definitely warmed up. We can say that. And that Koi still was maybe too coy to get into the action, repeating a lot of the mistakes that we have seen already for them this year. But yeah, especially for Vitality, I think that things are changing now, because they had to play those 2 games in a row. Now they have to just sit and watch and actually pray for Koi to get this 2-0.
Yeah, I'm not sure if we're going to see that 2-0 from Koi, though. We're right now, I think we're witnessing, and not to beat on a dead horse or anything, but like...
But you will.
But I will. Yeah. Okay, it's a bit of a pun, so if you interrupt, then it ruins the joke, because with Koi having such, just like being able to beat out Liquid there, that was the joke with the horse and all, but
it's really good. Please explain the joke one more time.
you have Koi that's looking like, okay, they're better than Liquid, but then you have like Fnatic at the top. I think we're starting to see kind of like where all of the teams stack up and where all the big breaks between, like, this is the top tier, then the next tiers and everything like that.
Are you willing to throw yourself out there and make me a tier list right now, just based on the performance we've seen so far? Is that enough intel?
I probably could. I don't know if we have the time for that.
I'll make the time for that. I'll make the time for that. I'll give you the time.
So at the top, we have Fnatic kind of in their own tier, right?
Okay.
I don't know. Throw that up on the board. I'll just send that on production.
Can we get the board,
actually? Get out to work the overdrive.
There's a delay. Can we get the board?
And then it kind of goes like... It goes like Na'Vi and Heretics, and then we're seeing like Carmine Core are kind of like up there right now. They're looking pretty strong. I would say Vitality was probably around there. But then we're seeing like, it's not just like SAB right now, like we might have talked about with their player cards. It's looking like there's an S tier, an A tier, B tier, and then like a C and a D tier as well right now. Like, I feel like there's a lot of different, like there's a big difference between all these teams right now.
Okay. Who's at the very bottom?
Who's at the very bottom? Probably like the BBL and the Giant X and... What, are you getting offended, upset about that?
I'm just sad because BBL's card was so good that we put an S tier. They have an Unreal pack, but I think that we also need to mention that, of course, because of the teams being divided in groups, it's not until this play-in that we actually see the groups intertwine. I think that also with all of the new faces, I'm just gonna, cut them a little bit of slack. With all the new faces that we're seeing and the new projects coming in from 2024, this is what we could have expected. I want to actually get into the normal season, like the first split, to see if maybe, we have the situation where Na'Vi beats Liquid, but, Koi beats, we can create those kind of cycles, and it's not that separated in tiers, but actually some teams have this strengths and their
like
and this weaknesses.
Yeah, we can't really use like transitive properties just yet because we just haven't seen enough just based on the format itself. So yeah, it might be a little unfair to already throw them into the pit, but I'm all for it. I'm all for it. I like that. But I mean, generally heading into this season, looking at most people's power rankings, I think a lot of people really expected a very hotly contested middle of the pack, but it has split up quite a bit.
Yeah, I think we've seen it broken apart. I think a lot of people were kind of going into this year thinking like, okay, a lot of these teams with a good core, like Foot, Giant X, like a lot of these teams are probably going to be middle to top of the pack, and then other teams like Koi or Carmine Core, they're going to be towards the bottom. And we're seeing that like flipped on its head.
But hear me out. We can say that this happened this year, but this is exactly the same as it happened on the previous one as we were jumping into partnerships. They were like, no, because, you know, for example, Koi, everybody was like, they have Starcell, they have Shaders, they have Trex. Like, how is this not going to work? I'm so happy. Thank you so much, Lauren, and whomever else rolled it in. You know, if you want to give it a...
No, we need receipts just to, you know, mock you for all eternity.
So you want me to put it up here so that in like...
Put it into writing.
So after split one and everything, we can come back to this and be like...
Exactly.
You know, I predicted this overtime. When it was like 5-5 with this on Ascent, I'm like, we're going to see overtime. You think I'm going to be wrong with this stuff?
Be happy, guys. Be happy.
So he threw like 3,000 balls. He hit one. And he's like, so I actually said.
But that one time I was right, though, guys. Remember. All right, S tier, Fnatic, A tier, Heretics,
Navi, and Herod. Yeah. Sorry, how do you say it?
I said wrong, and I stick with it because I have an accent and I can get away with it.
Okay.
I'm leaning heavily into being that.
This is the tier that now, after seeing the first part of the tournament, you're getting, right? So you're just putting the 3 teams that have already qualified for places. So that's.
Strix.
बोलो बेटा.
ये तो like shut the fuck up.
Lag हो रहा है बे.
क्यों?
Ping है.
VPN डाल. राउटर रिस्टार्ट मारा तूने?
हाँ.
पीसी ने राउटर.
हाँ.
VPN डाल के देखा?
हाँ.
फिर भी आई है?
हाँ.
मुंबई सर्वर में भी?
हाँ.
छोड़ दो गेमिंग, आ जा हॉटस्पॉट कर.
रुक देख रहा हूँ.
ला 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 ला. ना ना. स्टोरी मोड गिल, स्टोरी मोड. केसी बी पे है. लिक्विड डी पे
all the time,
Wow,
and they can
okay.
start doing stuff as a team, especially on their defense. Like, they have the individual skill, it's just a matter of they're not deploying any level of teamwork whatsoever. Their flanks are way too early, there's people overheating and overextending, like, it just doesn't make sense. It's like there's zero cohesion. So I'm putting them down here for a little bit. But they
I
can,
want to see the mates.
these guys are the most likely to move up.
Give me some more Frenchies. Give me Vitality and give us Gentle Mates, please.
I think mates have to go in
It's so
here for
unfair
now.
that they were in such a difficult group.
They were in a
They
difficult
only play Vitality as well.
Yeah, that's
you
true.
Go back
and what?
No, I'm just saying. Just
they
giving
did look
context to
promising.
everyone.
Okay, I'll give you this.
लग रही है
Promising, and they were probably on the cusp of beating Vitality. They were 12-9 up, I think, on map 2. Lose that, and then just absolutely get demolished.
It's unfortunate, but
sure, I've never heard that, but yeah, they dropped the spaghetti.
Binks भाई तुम कहाँ रहते हो तुम्हारे दिल में?
It's probably mom's spaghetti too. They didn't, you know, seize their opportunity there or whatever.
ये बराबर है, ये बराबर है.
I feel like they could have done a lot.
ये भी बराबर है.
Drop the ball in that one instance.
Very interesting.
ये भी बराबर है.
Where does it go?
ये बराबर नहीं है.
Somewhere around here.
इसको इधर.
We need to take a picture at the end of this so we can hold you accountable for every single
Nah.
one of your words.
Wait, I meant what?
Foot ऊपर, foot ऊपर.
You still have Vitality.
11, it's just Vitality. I'm gonna put
Foot भी इधर.
Don't you dare.
What do you mean, don't you dare?
I'm just trying to throw you off, honestly.
Let me think about this for a second, because you really threw me on the spot here. I did not know there was going to be a surprise whiteboard or anything like this. You guys are really putting me on the spot.
Foot इधर और Vitality भी इधर.
Yeah, where is Vitality going to go? Because I could kind of put Vitality and Mates on the same level.
Who is your favorite caster?
Can we put them? Can we do a B and a half?
No comments.
Like one,
घर तोड़ेगा मेरा पड़ गए.
This would be D, and then this would be like F.
Asher casual.
We could do that if you want.
No, but you have to put them somewhere. Okay.
All right, I'm putting them here.
Please commit.
Okay.
All right.
So I have a question to follow up with this, but before we move on, who do you think during split one, or not just split one, but the entire year, has the biggest potential to be a surprise. Oh, this
I
is a
think
perfect shot.
Liquid could jump up here if they get their, stuff together.
इधर नहीं, इधर से
They can be
इधर.
the dark horse of the competition.
They could
Yeah,
definitely be at least a blue horse, if not a dark horse. I think they probably have the biggest chance. I think Gentlemates could
BBL भी
probably
अच्छा है यार.
go up like one tier, but I don't think I would see them going
नहीं.
up to A or S. Koi
नहीं,
do have a
Gentlemates
pretty
पे
good
मेरे को
start
शक
with
है.
their attack side. I don't know what they have to do to fix their defense, but I can't
ये
see
क्या
them
कर
moving
रहे?
up
Tier
more
list.
than one tier. Carmine Core, I feel like they could move up.
हाँ,
a
अभी
tier as
लोगों
well.
ने
So,
कर
but
दो
most of
Binks
these
और
teams,
sorry
I feel
Jinx
like
के लिए.
outside
Hello.
of Liquid are only going to move up like maybe.
Guys, जो लोग stream पे नए हैं
I
like
don't
कर
see
दो.
anyone jumping 2 or 3 tiers.
Well, we'll get back
Caster
to that at
का
the
है
end of the
चला.
season
We'll see,
and
we'll
where
see.
we stand with it. Thank you so much for committing.
You're
I'd
welcome.
love,
Lovely improv.
I love
Thanks
to
for
see
really
that.
putting me on the spot there.
You are welcome. Now let's talk about this very
Guys.
last match. Everything on the line, of course.
तीन टीम से तो
Vitality
टूट आने
will
वाले
be
इसके लिए.
shaking somewhere in the crowd, hoping for Koi to win it all. But KC have been really performing well. I think they exceeded most people's expectations.
Yeah.
And one of the big talking points for that team, even before they
बात
played
तो
their
है
first
भाई,
match,
KC
was
ने
of course
improve
their
तो किया है.
abundance of duelists which were brought in. Let's talk a little bit about what we've seen so far from those duelists, hero pool, agent pool wise.
Yeah, exactly. If we take a look at Narrate, I think that he's both a little bit in the duelist, but not going to be the main duelist, more like the secondary duelist, but also playing in the support role. I think that he is actually the second to the main duelist that we see in Martin. I think that he's been having a brilliant performance, and I think that Eng is even evolving within his own method of, grabbing the duelist and not only making them play differently, but actually adapting to what they want to do and the ideas that they have on the map. And probably is one of the reasons why it works so well, especially today on Ascent, the way that they were coming everything, swifting the meta completely and actually making Shane with them, playing with the Harbor, making the map look fresh and new here in EMEA. I think that composition was played by PaperX a long time ago, but it's PaperX, right? Like, we're supposed to be the tamed ones.
Yeah, I actually really like what they were doing with this. And like, obviously, we've seen Viper coming into the meta a little bit. And then last year, we also saw a prominence of the Viper Harbor with the Sky Jet Killjoy on a few maps. We saw that in Pearl. We saw Loud running it on like 4 different maps. So I like that change up to Ascent where they do have kind of this explosiveness on attack, a lot of opportunity to rock the boat, just going back and forth on either side, doing a lot of misdirection. And then what that composition requires is
अरे गेम में नहीं आ रहा है, इसमें आ रहा है.
of the game plan on defense.
में नहीं आ रहा
How
है.
you're gonna approach
PC
the
restart
retreats,
मारा
because
अभी.
you can't hold everything. You don't have a sentinel. You're gonna have
तो
to
game
be
खोल के
active.
देख.
You're gonna have to do things
गेम में
together.
भी
So I
गलत आ रहा है,
think
गेम भी restart
teams
किया.
that have really good teamwork can pull it off, and teams that don't have good teamwork.
रेंज में नहीं, नॉर्मल डीएम में देख.
हाँ, डीएम में भी आ रहा है.
एग्जिट लैग
हो गया
ना ठीक.
हो गया.
ओला में क्या किया था, राउटर रिस्टार्ट?
कुछ नहीं किया, ऑटोमेटिक हो गया.
Their heads were supposed to be, and actually, can think of what Eng was doing in Gambit was the strongest default early in the world. Like, there were maps like Breeze where it was impossible to get
हमने
around
टाइमिंग
them.
थोड़ी
You would
लेफ्ट हो
see
जाएगी,
him
हो
go
गई है, कोई ना,
down,
उसके बाद
starting
मैं
on the
फिक्स कर
attack on
दूंगा.
Breeze, getting 2 rounds and then
तो वीडियो
shifting them
अपलोड
up
हो
around. They
जाएगा.
wouldn't shake even. They were completely fine. They knew that there was no way someone could have that macro understanding of the map.
Go,
and how to move around and how
go!
to regain spaces.
भाई मेरे को एक बात बताओ, ये मैं कर पाऊंगा ये मैच पूरा? क्योंकि 2-0 होएगा तो भी 115 से ऊपर ही जाएगा शायद, आई एम नॉट रॉन्ग. क्या लगता है, पॉसिबल है? 2-1 होएगा तो फिर मैं छोड़ दूंगा. 2-0 होएगा तो ठीक है, 2-1 होएगा तो मैं 10 में चला जाऊंगा. बांग्लादेश लेवल्स 10 का कभी है 130. आपको थोड़ा रेस्ट कर लेना चाहिए. Did you just comedy me right now? कोशिश करने वालों की हार नहीं होती जिंक्स भाई 2-0 हो जाए यार 2-0 हो जाए प्लीज चलो मेल अलग फीमेल अलग बता दो कास्टर्स के नाम याद नहीं आते कहाँ से बताऊं
Probably said some words out
Yeah,
there.
there were some strongly worded sentiments
Can't be
backstage.
repeated on live broadcast.
Absolutely
probably.
not. Yeah, I mean, you're disappointed and it shows, but it's because you care. Right?
I am very passionate about
That's
this
right.
game.
That's
I
right.
love this game so much.
Plus
and
one.
when I see people playing it suboptimally, I just get really upset and I shake.
Frustrated, yeah.
Yeah.
Plus one.
Physical response he has to it. Now, one thing, of course,
अपन
it's
भी
always
बहुत
great
passionate
gameplay,
है game
but
के
we
लिए.
also love great stories coming into this.
Plus.
And there's another cool one in this upcoming match, and that's, of course, Magnum once more facing off against former
एक
teammates
मैप करके वरना
at,
wrestler.
Apex. And he's so far
क्या
taken
कुछ है क्या
out 3 of
spicy
his former
tweets?
teammates. One more to go.
He's on a
Kickoff.
rampage
I
here.
know.
And of course, this has to be not only a 2-0 win for Koi to stand the chance to make it into playoff, it has to be a very strong one. Because if we end up having a 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, we will go straight onto the round differential, right? So we need I like the fact that Shadow was and the rest of Koi was able to take up some rounds on the first map when the difference was so big against Vitality, because otherwise it would have been almost impossible for them to turn it around just based off on that round differential. Now seeing it on that head-to-head and also thinking that even though both of them are IGLing right now, back then it was Enzo who was IGLing on Apex. So now they've taken out that extra responsibility coming from what most people would say was the top tier or the top team in Ascension. And only one of them is going to make it through or possibly make it through.
Excuse me. ये क्या है ये? ला ला ला. ठीक है कुछ है नहीं ना वैसे शांति है I'll be there for any and all send messages told you these guys are good just listen to me बात तो है मैं भी हूँ ला ला बंक्स भाई आईफोन खोला लाइट के स्ट्रीम पॉसिबल है आपकी नहीं यार लेट के करेगा ना तो क्या एनर्जी डाउन हो जाती है नींद आ जाती है तो इसलिए मैं लेट के नहीं करता दैट इज द रीजन और तुम बैठे रहते हो ना और चैट पढ़ते रहते हो और फोकस्ड रहते हो गेम में तो फिर नींद नहीं आती एटलीस्ट उतना नहीं आता शिक्स कहाँ गया वो तो ग्राइंड कर रहा है यार उसके पास वो नहीं ना वॉच पार्टी राइट्स बॉट्स मारो बस तुम भी ये तीनों एआई जनरेटर आगे लोग
बिंक्स ने आज तक ये सब किया है कभी
And Koi only really leaned on their attack.
Koi versus KC, make or break match 3. It all comes down to this.
कभी करता पता है
match for both of those teams.
कभी
जब
मैच के
नहीं जब अर्ली एक्सेस में नया आईडी मिलता है ना तो ट्यूटोरियल में करना पड़ता है ट्यूटोरियल के लिए करना पड़ता है तब भी किया यार चल हो गया
But it is not impossible. It's time to see if they can pull off the miracle run to end all miracle runs.
क्या लगता है
And on the other side, they already have
बाप
a
रे
huge
जानवर लोग
win
आ गए
under their belt, and a 2-0 will secure them a spot at playoffs. It's Carmine Core. Last but not least, two veterans of EMEA going head-to-head in this battle, but unfortunately, only one of them will have a chance to make it to playoffs.
I mean, KC, they have to win one map, and then they are through. How likely is it for Koi to stop that.
So
Zero
here we have
chance.
to talk about two different things. Like Keiko, first of all, has played that first match, has gotten the victory that they got, even
अभी का क्वालिटी के क्या सीन है, क्वालिफाई का क्या सीन है, तो बेसिकली ये टीम एक टीम से हारी है, जो टीम एक और टीम से हारी है, तो एक और टीम वर्सेस ये टीम है, और एक और वाला टीम जीत गया तो वो जीत गए। अगर ये टीम जो अभी वो टीम से हारी है, जो एक और टीम से हारी थी, ये टीम जीत गया स्कोर लाइन के हिसाब से बेटर, तो ये जीत गया, वरना वो दोनों में से जो जीत गया, जो एकदम दूसरी टीम थी वो जीत गई, तो कोई तो क्वालिफाई होगा। समझ रहे हो? इतना इजी है। एक और भी, एक और मेरा हो गया यार, मेरा हो गया वॉच पार्टी से, हो गया मेरा। कैसे कैसे देखूं मैं ये एक मैप, पहला मैप पार पार कैसे?
You might be losing it.
That was the first match that we had today, but it might have not been Koi. I remember what we saw yesterday. Yeah, it was the first one.
Sounds about right.
Sounds about right.
Yeah, we see a lot of Sunset.
Come on!
It's like Sunset's the most picked event at this event.
Yeah, they love it, you know?
इजी है, गेस करना पड़ेगा कि आप नींद में हो।
Anyway, what I wanted to say is that the plan for Koi has been easy to unravel for the rest of the team. I think that you guys also did a brilliant job on the desk talking about how repetitive some of these rounds can get, how easy it is to counter what they do, how sometimes they're not very aware of that operator or how to deal with it. It can get very frustrating. Now, looking at the side of Koi that of course have a tremendous task ahead, I really hope that they can disconnect from what happened and completely forget what happened against Vitality and just focus on this one.
The crazy thing is, I would even go almost to say, if they can get to Icebox, you know, Koi could even close out the series. But then in the same breath, it's like if they go to the Icebox, it doesn't matter. It's all over.
Yeah.
So it's almost like a
do or die. This is what we're here for, Josh.
Let's chat about the agents though. Any surprises here?
Gecko OP.
This is all just as expected.
Yeah, it's as expected. We saw this earlier, and we were even highlighting how Carmine Core were doing their retakes on defense, utilizing that wingman to get on the spike while they put up the one-way smoke, and started using some of their abilities like nades and mollies to flush out areas and just win this just straight up like 1800 style rifle battle, just standing in a line, just taking a shot with their muskets and then going for the reload. Sorry.
You're good.
I'm a boomer.
No, it's okay. You're good. I think also KC is starting on the defense, having that double controller, having the Cypher on Magnum. I think that the composition is brilliant. I hope that they put a lot of pressure onto Koi and make them feel, you know, a little bit unshattered. I think that they will crumble under the pressure that they're on. If they manage to get 4 rounds in a row, I'm telling you, this is over in one map.
Right on. Well, Koi and Vitality fans have to root hard now for Team Koi. KC one single map, and they will be moving on to the playoffs and join Team Heretics.
क्या वन मैप क्या स्कोर लाइन से आ रहा है तो?
One of those. Navi and Fnatic, and for all the action on this very first map are once more, of course, Tom and Mitch standing by to bring you all the action.
Thank you so much to our wonderful analyst desk as we are ready to dive on into another series here, Tom. Koi and KC. Now, we've heard a lot from the analyst desk about the stakes of this matchup, and I think it's important to highlight before we jump in the fact that if KC wins at least one map here, it's done. The series will be played out, but it will not have any effect. Koi needs a 2-0 victory, and they need to do it pretty cleanly because they've got a lot of round difference to catch up on right now. Coming into this, I believe KC is leading plus 7 rounds, Vitality plus 4, and Koi are gonna get back up there with, I mean, a convincing map would help. Attack side, start right here on Sunset. Maybe some hope.
Maybe. I would say that I'm not particularly optimistic because I think them not losing a map is already going to be relatively difficult. But we have seen both teams have these sort of implosions at times where they've disappeared off the face of the earth.
को 2-0 करना पड़ेगा इनको with
emotional roller coaster
heavy
up and
leads.
down. I also want to know how
अगर
much he
किसी
thinks
का
about
एक
the
मैप
Roman
जीतना
Empire. I
पड़ेगा
imagine it's
जो
quite
कि
a
एक
lot.
मैप
Considering he's already bringing up musket warfare, you have to think that his historical delves don't go, at least go a little bit deeper than that. We'll see if we get any musket battles here. Everybody has a few more than just the one loaded in the barrel. Well, that's not true, actually. They've one loaded in the barrel, the rest are in a magazine, otherwise gonna jam. But for Koi, this attack side is gonna be pretty quick. Already breaching through mid into market, but the site still hasn't been acquired. And for KC, I'm surprised it's so passive. They are looking to take those headshot angles, but it hasn't worked out. Losing Tamazi already. No Viper's wall to help them on the way back through. Good nade, good damage. KC coming ahead by a little bit in those fights.
Yeah, a few low players, but ultimately when it comes down to the pistols, a few stray bullets can be enough to turn the round on his head. Time ticking as the 5th man to this Koi roster. And that paranoia is sublime, so blind, but the trade has come through.
Blind
things even for now, the HP diminishing and the Rage is taking over completely. 4 kills in the pistol round, a sublime start for him. And KC are off the mark.
जीत गए.
Really nice stuff for Narrate. Confidence build
Explain
around.
करो. अरे सिंपल है. KC 2-0 जीत गया लिक्विड से बराबर. लिक्विड जीत गया 2-0 कॉय से. तो अभी कॉय को 2-0 जीतना पड़ेगा KC से, ताकि राउंड डिफरेंस वाला मैटर अंदर आए. लेकिन अगर KC एक भी मैप जीत गया, समझ रहे हो, तो बेसिकली उनका 3-0 होएगा. समझ रहे हो, वो वाला सीन है. लिक्विड से नहीं रे, क्या तुम लोग सुनते नहीं क्या? वाइटैलिटी से तुम लोग सुनते नहीं हो.
Chipping away at those rounds, and it is a 15 because Vitality would be +4. Obviously, if they win by a long shot, Carmine will lose their lead. Nice shots by Martin. Seemed like he was still running, but the effect wasn't there. Click
Vitality.
right on the
समझ गए ना?
And for Martin, another orb as well acquired. Nice defense to start this off. And with pistols, I mean, I feel like that was the worst case scenario. You swing a corner, you see 4 pistols staring at you.
So एक टीम 2-0 जीता है, दूसरा टीम भी 2-0 जीता है. तीसरा टीम को भी 2-0 जीतना पड़ेगा.
Our earlier matchup.
अगर 1-2 भी जीता तीसरा टीम, तो वो 1 उधर जाएगा तो 3 हो जाएगा 2 वालों का. समझ रहे हो?
We are talking about like them needing like a 13-5, 13-6, something absurd
समझे
to
कि
really
नहीं
get
समझे?
those rounds up, and otherwise they're almost just fighting to help out Vitality.
13-5 and 13-6 pretty much, right? You need to have those 2 convincing results on the board to build up those 15 rounds that are in difference right now.
15 round का difference है,
to play with. Now, if you're on the side of KC in this round, you don't want to see too many losses. It has been clean to kick it off. But this is where the pistols do get dangerous, and I like it, Magnum. So the reason I was worried, he gets real close to that angle, and you know Corbinho, we've seen him before, he likes to get that little bit aggressive, and with weaker weapons you're going to, but they took a few steps back, created some extra distance.
Koi को basically 13-5 और 13-4 जीतना पड़ेगा.
Very nicely played for the second round.
Yeah, and Andalusia flawless coming through for them. It's also been interesting because obviously you've got everybody sort of hanging around at the moment. I got to chat with both of the coaching staff of KC, and both of them I was like, really good chance to get to playoffs, and they went, we just want to play. Like, we want to play as many games as we can. Obviously, the league minimum matches is something that a lot of teams are worried about, and they're like, yeah, we're probably going to get to play like 5-6 matches in this tournament. We make it to playoffs, we get to play another. And I was like, yeah, it'd be cool to get to Madrid, though. He's like, not really thinking about it. And there's a part of me that goes,
KC जीत गया, कुछ calculation की जरूरत नहीं है.
You're thinking about it a bit, but at the same time, it does seem like
एक मैप
for a lot of the teams, like, okay, maybe beating a Navi or Fnatic would be wonderful, but they want to improve on themselves. I believe that most with KC and people like Egg.
Well, I think I like that element of it for a number of reasons that we'll probably touch on later. I was expecting maybe Magnum to stick around to try and get more out of this position, but once that trap is destroyed, yeah, he's back. He's out of there. Just trying to pick a quick kill. They've gone way in trying to hunt him down. Through the smoke, you're about to see a player emerge. Starzo's swinging in, a triple swing to the spawn. A fight that KC weren't quite expecting. And the stun is dodged. On that side for Tamazi, he's a dangerous player, but he'll be forced back by the cage. They've bought some time to get into post plants.
I believe as well, yeah, they've retrieved the Thrash, so they can throw that ult in for a second time. They know that there's been players pushed up into the spawn. Well, I don't think that's going to have caught anyone, but it has given the information. A little bit of a recon dart thrown out. A lot of different flashes and utility being expended. Shin's done well, leaving it down. Starzo getting decayed every time he goes through and left onto just 40 HP anyway. They're in a great spot. He's got to hope that he can spam through and get something here. In the meantime, he's trying to fight Shin. They've just defused. Nothing that Starzo could do. An easy round for KC in the end. And they're going to try and take this gun away. And well, they will.
They have enough bodies to throw it at, that's for sure. The 3-0 start, that's a
कोई मैच
devastating
का
blow to
जरूरत नहीं
Koi.
है
Again, a team we're
कोई
talking
मैच का
about,
जरूरत
and
नहीं
they
है
know this. They're very well aware they need to be dominant in this victory with the format that we're in. And for them to start out 3-0 down on Koi, losing out on an important round, the one upside that we can draw from it, as we'll see once we get out of these replays, they are able to scrape together another buy. And with ults almost online, in particular Starzo and Shadow just one away, they could recover this round and attempt to play hyper aggressive. It worked in their last matchup, but it will not work here.
But that's the thing, because we've just seen Carmine Corp have the map off. They just watch them play this. They know exactly how they want to be explosive on the attack. And Martin's like, you know what? A 50-50 duel on the defense. I'll have him. I've got this one. No pressure. And that's the thing. You can have the utility set up. I almost feel like as well, the utility support for Camo wasn't particularly good. It was just that he was winning a lot of the fights anyway. Like, you'd see a stun, you'd see a paranoia, neither would hit, and he'd get 2 kills. You go, yeah, that was kind of good. This time, it doesn't. Nothing hits Martin. He wrecks him.
I think if you go back as well and look at some of the setups that we saw in the last game where players were hyper aggressive around A main and B main with basically being caught in what I call the danger zone. Somewhere that once those barriers go up, when you've got blast packs to play through, you can easily close the distance, take those fights up close, and decimate your opponents. And you don't want to be in that danger zone early unless you're ready to fight. One thing we've seen here is, oh no, okay, just the one. Just the one and he's out. So that's an advantage for the retake at least, but Rolling Thunder is online for Koi. They'll have to get so much value out of it if they use it. But in a round like this, Tom, you'll be tempted to. The economy is on the line.
Yeah, the fact is this was a retake setup. All that was needed was to confirm that advantage, and yeah, I don't think Shadow's even going for this. It might do now, though. Getting a kill back again, the Dizzy is just sublime. The utility out from Narrate is great. They're going to use it here. Shados has to go huge.
Oh, ulti diwa,
Magnum finds the kill. The stun's still
क्या
there.
यही मारा फिर भी
I can't believe how little they got. I at least expected them to get one.
Yeah, I mean, the Rolling Thunder's used, though, it catches one player close. Nobody can swing on them. There's only 2 players alive. One is using the ult, the other's closer. They hear 2 players pushed up into the air, stunned up. It should be easy, but Magnum is there. He's further back, and that ult, the Rolling Thunder, as you can see, it just doesn't reach him. It doesn't even come close. So he's able to cover them, take that kill. It could have snowballed. If that first frag is found onto Magnum, things fall apart. But the thing is, when you hear that player, close left corner, land on the ground, you go, oh, I'm swinging. I know where my crosshair's going. You're not ready for Magnum to be in no man's land. 4 in a row, 4 diffuses as well. Koi have had no trouble in getting onto sites.
13-6 हराना पड़ेगा Koi को minimum ये वाला.
Maybe looking to try and pick up the pace a little bit here. Starzo's actually been spammed a little bit through that smoke. And the Prowler may have gone through. I believe it. No, it actually hasn't destroyed a trip. They placed it in a different position this time, so it's actually done nothing. I think the chances of this being a clean game have quickly diminished, and at this point, Koi almost have to just look at this as, let's get around, let's get onto the board, because we've already witnessed this once. But this time they're on the attack. This is the side they were better at last time. Right now, they are being bullied by the side of Carmine Corp. Building up into what looks like an A-take. The thing is, I've really liked KC in their retakes. They've been fantastic at each time. These Dizzy flashes from Narrate have been perfect. Some of the best Gecko I've seen throughout the tournament.
+1.
Spike planted there.
+1.
Well, best of luck to Starzo in this duel. 63 HP, already being spammed. Daddy's up close, though. Good damage done. I didn't... Well, it's not quite gone according to plan. The numbers are thinned out. That's not too bad. The showstopper trade +1, but then the kills come KC's way. And a big performance needed by Shados. 2 opponents to take down. It could be defusing. He doesn't know. The reveal, he was pushed back. Good shot to follow.
Oh,
close. He will not find it. Tamazi just about gets that across the line for the side of KC. It looked like it was going to be a much cleaner round. But with 5-0 on the board, they won't be breaking any sweat just yet.
I want to know, like, this would be someone absolutely wasting their time, but Is this the most times in a tournament we've seen people kill themselves with a showstopper? Because I feel like it's up there. Like we saw Zipan do it earlier. We've seen a few other players do it since, and it is very funny. I also feel like that kill in particular was completely unnecessary. Like, he could have just kept going and try and get someone on the side, but he was like, no, my teammates now can't run in because I'm going to turn around and showstopper right at them.
Yeah, that was my thought. Why it kind of caught me off guard. First of all, the fact that he got himself, because I thought he was far enough away. Second of all, the fact that he even fired it. There must have been some clear communication to his teammates, like, get back! Because if he fires that in and takes down like 2 guys rushing the smoke, that could be very awkward. It worked out. They got there in the end. KC 5-0. As we said, you know, for Koi, ultis will come online. They use the Rolling Thunder to go, but they still have Starzo. Veto online, Shados as well. I don't know how much the Neural Theft will get, but match that up with the From the Shadows on KC. It's not going to be a very ult-heavy round. We're back to the basics. And so far, that is where KC have definitely thrived when it comes down to the basics.
Yeah, I think also the thing with KC that's made them different to most other teams in this tournament is they actually have been really thriving on their defensive side.
Sound
An 8-4 defensive half versus Vitality, 10-2 against Giant X, but every other team have been sat there going, okay, you'll probably get 9 rounds on the attack, but it's not been the case. And for Koi, this map is already looking pretty damning. We're talking about them needing like, 13-5s or something like that.
Yeah.
Well, that's not looking very likely, so it probably means they're going to need to go for 13-0 on the next map, which I think that's even less likely.
Why not do it now? 13 in a row. Same thing. Why do something tomorrow you can do today? Well, let's see if Koi can make use of that philosophy.
At the moment, they have to look at trying to win the map. That's a bigger problem, because again, if KC win this map that they're currently 5-0 on, they are through. Now, we will still play the rest.
For fun.
For a bit of banter. Maybe Sue will come up here. I know she's been begging to cast, but let's give Koi the benefit of the doubt that they will actually be able to turn this one around. Magnum prime position, the double peek looking like it's going to come through. A little bit laboured, and Tomazi there to support. Still Magnum gets one, but Camo and Grabinho have managed to strike at the same time.
Well, they certainly know Camo's around market. Fresh information for Tomazi. He's holding his ground for now, but, well, they're not following up on the utility. I guess no intention to play backside, just to try to buy. Like, okay, now I don't know what was going on. I don't know what the idea was. Good kills. Camo on his 3rd already. There's a chance. It was a messy round from the side of Koi. I'm not sure we'll be seeing that one on the telestrator. Lothar, your choice. But, they've won it. They've got it.
Let's let Steel do that one.
Yeah, Steel, break it down for us.
But yeah, 5-1, they're onto the board. Definitely messy. Like, nobody guarding the player who's
planting
a spike. Definitely problematic. And to be honest, Shin may have actually been able to win off time. Of course, I think he's hit by the Nightfall, so I don't even think he could hear if the player was going to plant again. And his position completely revealed at the end, so doesn't quite go his way. But yeah, as scrappy as it can get. Financially, it's putting Koi on the brink, but the same could be said for the other side. Magnum's back down to a Spectre again. We are going to see the push coming in onto mid. This is something of a regular occurrence. But there are 3 players on this side of the map. Showstopper is probably the ult we're going to be looking at, but there is also a Viper's Pit available for Tomazi.
सन का मैच देखेंगे 130
At least Koi adopting a slower approach. The mid control will be fought for.
बस उसमें कोई सनसेट ना ले यार. हो गया मेरा. रात को मून देखने की जगह पे सनसेट देखना पड़ रहा है.
There's no one ready to fight really on the side of KC. This is, I feel like, a setup that's on the back of it, expecting Koi to wait.
अंदर कल पेपर है, थोड़ी पढ़ाई हुई है, डर लग रहा है.
Try to punish the info taking, and there you go. Human recon dart used up.
आज no slipper or
extra info on the Shados, so they know there's a lot of players in B. But look at the spike. It's on its way.
It's a ruse, and it is a ruse that has worked perfectly. But after not seeing anybody actually head their way in, they're actually starting to double back in the other direction. You can see a tentative bit of hesitation. Now aggressing into mid. I quite like this from KC. They're
Right?
putting themselves in a position where they're not going to be able to do anything on the A side. The only worry is the fact that Kama was in behind.
Yeah. I mean, he only fired a rocket, so understandable that they had their knife out when
भाई
taking that
मारता है
fight.
भी नरेट
You know, questionable decision making. I think
It
just
was
a
the
messy
silence,
round.
मारते भी
Again
कैसे
with
पता
the
नहीं क्या
raised
सीन है
silent utility. I keep missing that one, Tom. You know, it's all on me. So that trap was broken. Feel free to turn around, Shadow. Again, this is messy from both sides. But Koi, hey, they're in a 2v3. Maybe they can make the best of a bad situation. The spike still needs to be defused. Nade's being burned up at least, so not going to be pushing them out of the corner anytime soon. Naren can throw in the little guy to go for the defuse, buy some time to take some fights. And all three guns primed and ready when it came down.
क्या खेलता नरेट
Fighting time. 6
आज
to 1. KC
कोई का कुछ सुपर सेन बनेगा
back on the
शायद
saddle.
से
And we need to see a little bit more from Koi. Again, almost just frustratingly messy at times from this squad.
I think the thing that is frustrating about it is the fact that the idea is not a bad one. Like they go for the initial setup of throwing camo in onto the site with the showstopper. It pulls the rotations. They have an A site for free.
टैक्सी के लिए
And
भी
then I
भाई ये
feel
लोग
like
का
they get
रेटेड
caught
बहुत
more
प्यारा है
trying to
ना
catch
यार
them on the rotate back than
KC
they
का
actually do focusing on what's going on the site.
I feel you, Barbar. Yes, that was actually the appropriate response to what you just witnessed. Let's see if we can get a smile on his face after this round. Let's see Koi on the attack find that success. They've got rifles again. But still, the problem is KC are building up valuable ultimates. They've not only got Thrash, but a Viper's Pit, as you said last round, Tom, that's still there to be used. And for Koi, it's not even about winning the round with them. You need to start burning these ultimates up. Getting that weapon, or the economy, sorry, of KC under control has been done pretty well. Despite the 6-1 lead, they haven't really got credits if they lose this round. So it's not like it's out of their hands yet. They can very quickly close that gap on the side of Koi, but they need to find some opening duels. Starzo at least causing problems with the trap being destroyed.
There's two players around here, though. This is space that is being given and not missed. Nice entry, though, for Camo. Something he does expertly well is taking fights 1v1 without a lot of utility support. Magnum has been able to straight things back. His one-way cages have just been filthy. Thrash is available, potentially going to catch someone, but mostly just being used to clear these close angles. And I think that did that. No, it didn't get Grabinho. It wasn't quite far enough into that smoke. They may not even know that he's within this angle. He's going to TP away. That will give them the sound cue. Camo also just hiding within the smoke, lurking, and actually almost catches him while he's trying to pick back up the utility. But instead, leaving the two players in main. The snake bites forcing them back. The spike already being defused, but Grabinho has just popped every single head.
A little bit of an outlandish close to the round. I think Narrate even tapped the Thrash to try and bait someone into peeking, because he had that gun up extremely quickly. But the fact that you see this lineup in the end, little bro is diffusing and everything. Trying to get it across the line, but it's not to be. And for Koi, yes.
It's still not a smile.
It's not a smile. But he seems
He became
less
Italian
frustrated
for a second, but other than that, no smile.
We're getting there, bit by bit. If Camo can keep up these entries, no doubt. We're close to seeing Barbar break that smile out. Now it's pistols for Casey. And Narrate has picked up the opening duel. This is a little unfortunate, but it was a spam through on the back of a trap. Now they've got to try to do it when there's not any utility to help them out. Unless Tamazi gets close enough to Viper's Pit, but I doubt it.
Actually going to aggress instead. Not looking to just sit back. Nobody there. They're all wrapping around from behind. Little bro sent through first. Nade to try and force them forward. They do isolate a duel. Turn it into still a possible scenario. Bringing it into the 1v1. Somehow Martin has put this in a position where they could actually win this round. You can see though Starzo still has his Horn online. Sitting back, but it's an aggressive push. Horn will be broken. But at this stage, needs to go for the fight, needs to try and take him out before that is his last bullet! But I don't think he has enough time. Starzo just about burnt enough of that clock, but damn was it close.
Sigh of relief again. We'll watch over. I don't think that's gotten a smile out of Barbar either.
No.
He doesn't like the close rounds. He's not a fan of them. You can see
why. When your opponent's on eco and it comes down to a 1v1 and the only thing that saves you is time, I'd be a bit worried if he had a beaming smile on his face.
Well, maybe we'll get to see. The fact that, oh yeah, that's a happy man right there. He did. Hey, that's kind of a smile. It's kind of a smile.
That's a Manic's.
That's a man losing his mind.
That's like you put a guy in a white room with a straight jacket on. Going, that was you watching Liquid yesterday.
Yeah, it was a tough day. It was a
More
very
than a
tough day.
service bike welcome bolo.
We get through them.
The screams were heard throughout the building.
One step at a time. Me and Barbar can have a group therapy session after.
Imagine if you'd had to watch them play 2 games today.
ये कोच याद रहेगा आपको हाँ ये कोच याद
From
रहेगा.
a cardiac perspective. Koi doing pretty well. They've got control of the site, the plant down, nice and easy spy round from KC. It's actually looked easier on the way through than it did when they were on
Shadow
pistols
ult
on the
Raze
defensive
ult.
side. But here's where things are going to look a little bit worse. Rolling Thunder blitzing on in. It might have caught one of them, but it doesn't matter. The whole point is to send the rest of the squad running. Comboing at the same time, using this showstopper, I guess just stops them from saying, oh, you're going to use Rolling Thunder spawn, we're going to fight for market. But now they're going to fight for market, and they're going to fight very well for it. Low HP on Camo, he's quickly dealt with. It's only Shados. Blink, and you miss it. KC on the retake. Make it work quickly, cleanly, and efficiently.
You'd be surprised which team used their ults that round. The thing is, I don't mind the initial idea of if the Rolling Thunder and the Showstopper, if you're to shoot that Showstopper into spawn, because they probably have fallen back in that direction. And then, I guess once you don't get anything off it and Tomazi gets a kill, you're trying to just delay, but KC have been very happy to play retake. Look at the scoreboard. They have diffused every single round that they've won. So it definitely seems like maybe holding that just for a little bit longer. But again, I feel like Koi are just going to be kicking themselves because they get in the afterplant. They have 2 really high impact afterplant ults.
Viper's Pit.
और बाकी utils से और post plant हार रहे
They
मतलब
have
कुछ
all
तो
their
गड़बड़
ults,
है.
and well, the last one they don't have from the shadows is 1 away.
Oh, this is such a nasty setup, man. Not only the Viper's Pit, but the trap inside it, so far away from the Viper. No way that you're getting close enough to deal with him. Now they can solo play the A site, an angle that normally needs 2 sets of util or 2 sets of eyes, only has 1. But it's Magnum, who's under a lot of pressure. Oh, and he's hit the shot! Stunned up! Somehow he makes that work! That's the luckiest thing I've ever seen, and followed by the unluckiest! Caught with util in hand, the hat off his head for sure as Tomazi closes that one out. A clean round for KC. Devastation on the side of Koi.
I don't think that was the player he was aiming at.
No, not quite. Not quite.
The worst thing is as well is I feel like in that moment, Koi reacted going, we have a chance in this round. They use Nightfall.
Show me. Show me.
I swear he's aiming at his
fastest reactions you've ever seen.
But yeah, they used Nightfall and didn't expect Narrate to still be around that angle.
KC
Now, Narrate
जीत
has been playing around
गया. Okay, Radiant Ranker लेकिन Jinx में Bunks भाई.
It's quite surprising.
मेरे को ना पता था तू सुपर चैट करने वाला पता है. तू नॉर्मल चैट लिखा ना मैं ऐसे ध्यान से देखा था मैंने पढ़ा नहीं. Hashtag how to become a streamer. Love you.
Now on the
Thank
other
you for
hand,
the 40.
Showstopper and Thrash.
Hashtag OP.
Available.
Hashtag OP baby.
Again, we're going to see this push through.
बेचारा
This time there is a
3-4 बार
Karen
copy paste
literally
किया था
just
पता है.
sat waiting for them to try and go through.
आज स्वयं का
This has
मैच
been
में
such a
एक
high
आवाज
pressure
मत
point for
निकालना.
Koi
एक आवाज.
with limited
Clip
success.
तो उसी टाइम रिपोर्ट कर दूंगा.
In terms of them
सेन के
getting
मैच
around
में
their
एक आवाज
friends,
नहीं
we'll
निकालूंगा.
talk
अभी
about
तो
it
बोल
when going
सकते हो
into the next
सेन
map, but
2-0.
as if Koi managed to win it, which
जीत गई सेन.
look how likely Camo though, he has been that one glimmer of hope, the one guy who seems
मेरा
to
हो
be
गया
able to
जिंक्स
turn
ओपी.
some of these rounds
KC
on their
जीत गया
head.
भाई.
And he's given them a double opener here. I think there's about to be a trade back. What? He didn't even see the player close. Instead, he takes down another Magnum as also even things up once again.
अरे ये लोग काहे जम मारते जा रहे भाई.
He has the info.
कहाँ चाहिए भैया
Has his
जी.
ult, but well, using it here, not going to be easy because he won't be able to move while he's doing it. Would need a spot where he can catch both players. Instead, he's wrapping around through the spawn.
पूरा साइड खाली.
So much info, but he's actually been blinded. He can't even peek the corner just to grab the information. He might have seen them both. That flank from Starzo is perfect. His timing couldn't be any better. Can Narrate expect it? Oh, he's just about dodged him. Up in the corner. Here goes the little guy. But he swung.
nice.
The timing perfect on the side of Koi.
Perfect.
4 rounds.
Perfect.
4 rounds
मुझे
found.
बताओ डाइटिंग में क्या क्या खा रहे हो लंच एंड
It's
डिनर
not
में? आई
over
वांट
yet.
स्टार्ट
A convincing
स्टार्टिंग
map
में
2
चाय
with
पीता
a
हूँ,
map 1 win
फिर
makes
थोड़ा
it
अंडा
doable for
बिंडा खा
Koi.
लेता हूँ,
But they're
फिर
4
शाम
rounds
को
down at the
ग्रिल्ड
half.
चिकन
KC
या
already
जो
have
भी
8,
ग्रिल्ड है
and the
वो खा लेता
conversation
हूँ
from the desk and
और
from
थोड़ा
us has
सलाद
been
खा
about
लेता
how
हूँ.
this needs to be a clean win.
None of your business.
I think
Thank you
even
for the
from this point onwards,
29.
they'd be able to lose something silly like 3 rounds.
Abhinav
I
bhai,
think that's genuinely where we're
send
at.
2-0
So
baby.
if they lose 3 more rounds in this
2-0.
map, I think they're already... Well, they're basically... If they win 13-11, they have to 13-0.
Yes.
That's where we're at. So you can do your own maths from then onwards, but if for Koi to qualify...
That would tie.
Yes. For Koi to qualify... It's bleak. And we're talking about if KC don't win a map. If they win a map, it's done. In every regard, same for Vitality. If KC win one map, it is over. And they are 5 rounds away from doing just that. They now go on to the attack side. Koi's defense...
Attacking map, baby.
Well, let's put it this way. Last time they played it, a few hours ago, they were 9-0 down before they got a round on the board. So hopefully they've learned from
ये
their
सब याद
prior
दिलाना
mistakes.
जरूरी है भी.
Or for their sake, hopefully KC have a worse attack. Not convinced of that one.
Great flash on the way through.
Free side.
But it's okay. No one was there. And Koi are playing this one in a very similar way to what we saw from KC on that defensive side. The full retake setup going to be attempted, stun in already. They attempt to slow down the players backing from sight, and they can catch them by peeking into market so quickly. So they know someone's still stuck on site, but here comes the Dizzy yet again. The flash through, the damage done. Everybody on Koi, or at least 3 of them, are below 50 HP, and Narrate's making that look very easy. Camo was full, and he's now being dropped, making it 20 HP in the difference. Good night and sweet dreams to Koi as KC pick up a 9th. One step closer to sealing Koi's fate.
Yeah, Narrate has been superb. Like we talked about the sort of one America's import. We spoke to Magnum in our interview, and he basically said that this guy played his like practices basically his trials on 100 ping and was still better than everyone else. And with not a lot of experience playing on Mad Lions, and before that, not a lot. He has looked like a standout for this team. Great pickup, and well, you expect nothing less from someone like Eng, from Zeish, both at the helm.
जीत गए.
A spot in playoffs may not be a
Any
thought
plans
on
to
their
play
minds, but
Bad
it is
Boys
a
at school?
huge
Nope.
upgrade. Think about
No
last
plans.
year.
दूर तक.
Think about what KC fans had to go through. And they might be making top 4 first time around with victories over the likes of Vitality.
9-4 up, okay.
Koi,
पे साउंड करके एक है ट्राइड कर रहे बे विजिट वाले. मारने से मिल गया कुछ नहीं बे, मैं सच्ची बोल रहा हूँ. आई एम अ बिग सेन फैन यार. ऐसा मत कर.
And although we've been talking about round difference, it's getting to the point of irrelevancy because
there
needs to be some sort of catastrophic disaster or a massive improvement from Koi.
Shix भाई आपके कंप्लेंट्स आ रहे हैं यहाँ पे. Shix बहुत बेकार खेल रहा है.
एक सेकंड लैग हो रहा.
आवाज आ रहा है? हेलो.
लैग हो रहा.
आवाज आ रहा है क्या? हेलो लैग में आवाज आ रहा है?
एक मिनट.
अरे आवाज तो आ रहा है क्या? वो तो बता ना. अरे आवाज आ रहा है वो बता ना मेरे को. 1v1 है वो तो मैं समझ गया. आवाज आ रहा है कि नहीं? लेफ्ट से आ सकता है, राइट से आ सकता है, किधर से भी आ सकता है. किधर आवाज आ रहा है कि नहीं वो तो बता मेरे को. हेलो आवाज आ रहा है?
You're gonna need a
मेरे को आवाज नहीं आ रहा है. Shix तेरा
have a 15
Shix,
round
hello.
win difference plus 15 in this.
तेरा नेट गया है शायद.
अरे रुक ना.
अरे तेरा नेट गया है शायद. मेरा आवाज तेरे को आ रहा है क्या?
Worth it though, because that's Narrate having
Shix आवाज आ रहा है? हेलो.
Even if he hadn't died.
Shix ये लोग गया, ये लोग हार गए बे. ये जीत गया. हेलो भाई देखो 1v1 है लेकिन मेरा आवाज तेरे को आ रहा है कि नहीं वो मालूम रहना चाहिए कि नहीं, वरना कुछ सीन हो गया तो. हेलो हेलो. Shix आवाज नहीं आ रहा. हेलो कोई तो नॉक कर रहा है बाहर. कोई तो आया.
Those things more frequently because there's a lot going
अरे
on
जाना
the
बाबा
side of
क्या
Koi
चाहिए
right
तेरे
now.
को? क्या
This
चाहिए
map,
रे बाबा?
like we said, for KC, picking this, it just
मेरे
makes
भाई
sense.
ने
You
clutch
just
निकाला पता
watch
है
them play.
एकदम
Got to
cute
sit
है
in
ऐसे
the
बोला
crowd, watch
Splits,
that
wow,
game,
so
take some
good.
notes, and they're not going to change a lot in a couple minutes, are they? Gonna go backstage,
गरम करो
eat,
बड़वे
pee, and get ready.
भाई सच में भाई मेरे को कॉम्प्लीमेंट दे रही है पूछ
That's
ले
one
चैट
of the
से
more
पूछ ले
awkward
भाई
fights we've gotten to see. Shadow
पूछ
as
ले
well doesn't know what to do to go forward or backwards, loses some HP to the snake bite, but he might get his reward now. Peeking around tiles, clean onto Tamazi, who had no idea he was being followed, pursued as KC get the plant down.
GG.
It's a 3 versus 3. Some weaknesses here. Now, right in
GG.
particular, he's got a big rifle, but very low health. But he might just have the timing on the way through. It's going to be checked surely. Oh, nice shot! He's out as well. He's made it back around the corner with 18 HP. Sure, Shadow gets him, but it's ball time for Shin. And now the peek back through. They're not expecting another. Surely, there's no way you anticipate Magnum's position. 2 players already from that spot. The defuse being stuck to half now spotted. Magnum stopped it before it even touched the halfway mark. Another jump peek to confirm. And then the kill to close it out as well.
2021 से ये सब उम्मीद थी 20 साल और ये बंदे ने 5 सेकंड में सेन को कालाना बोले नहीं रे सेन जीत गया बे सेन जीत आज रात को 1:30 को उसका रीब्रॉडकास्ट है ठीक है वो लोग 2-0 जीते और थर्ड मैच भी 2-0 जीते 4-0 भाई कैसे अच्छा खेला बे डिजर्विंग हां डिजर्विंग deserving qualification.
The contrast between Aang just giving a high five because it's requested, a little write down the notes.
भाई वो वाला कोच को भी दिखा देते एक बार.
Has made it to a champions final and won a masters. You think, yeah, top 4.
भाई देखो अभी तो मेरे हिसाब से कुछ नहीं हो सकता. रीड ब्रॉडकास्ट हाँ भाई मैं फ्यूचर से हूँ. सुनो अभी तो कुछ नहीं हो सकता. ये अभी मेरे हिसाब से क्या बोल रहा रहेगा. ये पक्का सुनहरा रहेगा बस. क्यों टाइम आउट है इसके पास तो मेरे हिसाब से ये टाइम आउट और नेक्स्ट टाइम आउट लेके ना 2 टाइम आउट कोच सुनाएगा कि उसका हो गया वो मेरा हो गया करके बोल दिया उसने डन सीन है समझ रहे हो क्वालिफाई तो नहीं आने वाले ट्रिगर कर दिया वो अलग पक्का देखो हैवी सुना रहा हैवी हैवी
back from 11-4 when they are firing on all cylinders. There isn't a player missing.
Just saying सन का पिकअप सनसेट होता है मत बोलो यार हो गया मेरा
Narrate, wow, don't need to hide.
हर एक इसमें पहला पिक वही था ना सनसेट
during this just to see the hope fade from his eyes round by round.
Why do you want that? Do you know what I want right now? I want to see an unhappy Salah. Why?
Sick of seeing him with a smile on his face.
Somehow I reckon that somewhere Gorilla's still giggling to himself.
After some of the plays, I wouldn't blame him.
He's still thinking about Sendo running and jumping. He's like, hee, that was good.
That was a highlight of Sunset for sure. Bunny hopping kills. Now, quick play from Koi to try and take control over mid. 4, in fact, 5 players are pushing middle.
It's bold.
They're grouping together. Hey, sometimes their attack side is being a little bit better. So let's go back to it. Start attacking them. I like it. But they get spotted by a cam and it's time to fade away. Yeah, the element of surprise is a big factor when you're defending and you don't find them on spot. And now the element of surprise leads them to taking down Magnum. He's not ready for someone to be there. Lovely.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Found B.
Oh, never mind. There goes Tomazi.
Nice.
So that's at least the lurks. It puts them in a good spot for the retake. They're now going to know what's up. Everybody over on the other side of the map. No ultimates to play with for the side of KC, so it will take a heroic play to turn this one back around, and they are going aggressive. Looking to try and fight into the spawn. I don't know if the Jiggle Peak will have actually caught them. They've got a cage to try and section them off. Nothing found. Paranoia is going to blind everybody up, but there's no one actually peeking off the back of it. Our team does have a nade available. I don't know if he's going to want to try and throw it in here. He's just waiting for somebody to peek. First shot connected, second as well, and they're just mowing them down. Somehow this has become competitive once again, but Grubinio finds the kill. They've, however, left Narrate behind. If you want anyone in this clutch, it would be this man shot. Misty baits on the second player, though. And now all that is left is Starzo, but doing them in a 12th round, and Starzo, he's run out of time. It's ring around to Rosie, and 3v5. They just can't lose. Red Bull clutch for Carmine Corp.
Match point.
12-4, and at this stage, I think the nail is well and truly in the coffin.
Yep.
It could be just a formality for the side of Koi. 8 in a row, double what they already have consecutively. It's a big ask. I think even Blaze and Uli and Uri are giving up at this point.
Oh, never.
Hold on, let me take the headphone off. Can't hear the Spanish casters, isn't that
भाई
funny?
ये लोग को अभी 13 14 12 ये जितना पड़ेगा और 13-0 दूसरा जितना पड़ेगा कॉय को,
Lose the
जिसका
confidence
कोई
despite the fact
चांस
that
नहीं है.
rounds have not been going their way. They
हो
won't
गया
feel
भाई.
shut down. The aggression
भारत
doesn't
सर्वर
see
लगा भाई,
any
दोनों
more
लगा.
though. We can see quite clearly that
किससे
KC
बात कर रहे हैं
were
लौड़े?
challenging the B
ये
side.
जुलेट है.
But it looks like they're
कैसा
second
जुलेट?
guessing it. They're going to leave this one wide open.
विंग्स बोल रहा है कैसा जुलेट? बोल रहा है मस्त एकदम.
We
आराम में
spotted the
विंग्स.
trap,
बुड्ढा.
but doesn't even destroy it anymore.
ऐसा बोलो.
Look at mid. Little spot
क्या
for
स्कोर चल रहा
random.
है?
कैसे हो गया
Surely you don't
qualify?
expect Camo to be here.
हाँ.
No, he does. Oh, but he still wins the fight. What a devastating blow. And Starzo's gone too.
कोड
It looks
दिखा
like
दो
they've
बस
already started to crumble on the side of
कोड
Koi
दिखा दो,
before
हो
we
गया
even
भाई,
see
मेरे को
Thrash
कोड दिखा दो.
coming into effect. Shin's gone to look for info. Stun hasn't hit Grabinho at least, and he's able to catch Shin. There's still some life left in this Koi roster. Still
Wait,
some
out,
hope
out.
to be found. Although I think Martin's just
Koi
about to steal
out,
away the
Wait,
last
out.
sliver of it. That spray is clean. KC, they picked up the
हो
map.
गया qualify भाई,
On the back
हो
of
गया
that,
qualify.
shut down any hopes and dreams for Koi and Vitality fans out there. The rest of
Done.
this series will be played out, but the conclusion is already written. KC have booked their spot in playoffs.
Yeah, this is a brand new roster. They picked up a big boy coach, a new IGL, and some youngsters.
कैसे
And to
qualify
make it
for
top
playoffs लिख
four,
के आया, हो गया भाई.
incredibly impressive already, but
हो
that
गया.
road isn't done just yet. Still an opportunity for them later in this week to make it to Masters, of course. They still have another map to play, so we'll be back after the break.
यार वो कोच एक बार यार वो वाला कोच ने दिखाया यार, वो वाला. चलो अभी तो कोई पॉइंट है ही नहीं देखने का, क्योंकि वो लोग कुछ भी करे गेम के अंदर, अगर डांस भी करे, ऐसा कुछ भी करे, कुछ मैटर नहीं करता. अगर वो लोग नेक्स्ट मैप जीत गया, जो कि नहीं होना चाहिए, लेकिन जीत गया और तीसरा मैप भी गया, तो भी कुछ मैटर नहीं करता. कोई भी कुछ जीरो मैटर करता है. क्यों खेल रहे वो भी नहीं पता. तो क्वालिफाई हो चुके, अभी हम जाते 115 को आते, सेंटिनल्स वाला करते अमेरिकास. ठीक है, वेरी बिग कॉन्ग्रेचुलेशंस टू केसी. बराबर है. अमेरिकास में 2 सेंटिनल्स का मैच है, अंडी मंडी आ जाना. सेंट फैंस वैसे नहीं आओगे तो भी चलेगा, क्योंकि सेंटिनल्स जीतने वाले 2-0 दोनों मैप. समझ रहे हो, मतलब ठीक है.
अरे ये मैप मैंने लास्ट गेम एक क्यूटी को कैरी किया.
6 बाय त्रिकाण में आर्टिकल अर्नड.
सॉरी माफ.
मैं आता हूँ 1 घंटे में आता हूँ. ठीक है,
हाँ ठीक है.
कब है अमेरिका 130 से. ईएमए का सेकंड टीम कौन हुआ? सेकंड टीम क्या, ईएमए में 3 टीम ऑलरेडी प्लेऑफ के लिए सेलेक्ट हो गए. अभी केसी चौथा टीम है. समझ रहे हो. चलो गांड दर्द हो गया मेरा. मैं वो करता हूँ अमेरिका का शेड्यूल. बाय बाय, थैंक यू फॉर वॉचिंग द स्ट्रीम, लव यू.